and we'll be keeping you up to date.
Where are Canberra's hidden heroes? Those people who are doing something special in your neighbourhood. Who are they? Nominate them now at yourstoriescanberra@abc.net.au.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT ahead of predicted horror bushfire conditions tomorrow. The Orroral Valley fire to Canberra south, which has already burnt out 8% of the ACT, has been elevated to watch and act level. ESA Commissioner Georgina Whelan says the next 72 hours could see the worst conditions since 4 lives were lost and nearly 500 homes destroyed in the 2003 fires.
Our community will be subject to possible road closures, evacuations, and any other action required to keep our community safe. This is as a consequence of the extreme bushfire and heatwave conditions.
There is no immediate threat to Canberra's suburbs. The Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, is sending a strong message to so-called disaster tourists ahead of the expected increase in fire activity.
They are not welcome as this fire approaches. If you don't need to be in southern Tuggeranong this weekend, stay away.
And the AC and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service has issued a warning for people south of the ACT border after spotting from the ACT fire started a fire at Clear Range that's listed now at watch and act alert level. People in the Angle, Royalla, Mikalago areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. The lawyer for Canberra Raiders recruit Curtis Scott has urged the NRL Integrity Commission not to rush a judgment on standing down the centre. Scott faced a Sydney court today and entered pleas of not guilty to 6 charges, including 2 alleging police were assaulted after an incident after Australia Day celebrations. Outside the court, the lawyer, Danny Eade, said the NRL should take note of what he described as significant concerns over the actions of police.
I'm concerned that a decision in the short term would be made that may not reflect the evidence that will be borne out in due course.
The Japanese government says anyone confirmed to be carrying the new coronavirus will be barred from entering the country. North Asia correspondent Jake Sturmer reports from Tokyo.
The total number of people infected with the pneumonia-causing virus in Japan, including foreign nationals, has risen to 14. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe says people confirmed to be infected with the virus will be barred entry into Japan. The government has chartered several evacuation flights from Wuhan to Tokyo, bringing back more than 400 citizens. More than 30 have been showing symptoms of the virus. 2 people on the first flight who had earlier refused to be tested have now agreed to be checked for the virus. Jake Sturmer, ABC News, Tokyo.
Labor leader Anthony Albanese has raised concerns about the federal government's plan to charge Australians for the cost of evacuating them from China. The government is offering what it's calling assisted departures for vulnerable Australians trapped in the epicentre of the coronavirus outbreak in Hubei region. But those who take up the offer will be charged $1,000 for the flight. Mr Albanese says that should not exclude those who can't afford it.
Yes, if people can afford to pay, there is standard procedures have been in place for some time whereby there's a recouping of those funds. But at the same time, no one should miss out or be excluded because they're not in a position to pay those funds.
Queensland Ballet has cancelled a tour to Melbourne after the show's guest choreographer was accused of sexual misconduct in London. Rebecca Powell reports.
Liam Scarlett is considered one of the UK's leading ballet choreographers, but the 33-year-old has been suspended by the Royal Ballet in London over allegations of sexual misconduct with past and current dancers. No findings have been made against him. Scarlett came to Brisbane in 2017 as artistic associate at the Queensland Ballet, and one of his works, Dangerous Liaisons, was due to tour Melbourne in April. But the company says the tour has been cancelled and it's working on a possible alternative. Queensland Ballet says it's suspended all future engagements with the choreographer pending the outcome of an investigation by the Royal Ballet. Queensland Ballet says it has not received any complaints about Scarlett's conduct.
Now, in breaking news just to hand, the ACT's bushfire in the Orroral Valley has just been upgraded to emergency alert. It's been upgraded to emergency alert. There'll be rolling coverage on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, starting immediately after this bulletin. To the weather, a total fire ban in force in and around the ACT. Hot and sunny today, hot and sunny again tomorrow with a top of 41. Our top so far today is 41 degrees. For these stories and more, go to news.abc.net.au.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Good afternoon. You're on ABC Radio Canberra, and as Andrew Messenger mentioned there, yes, an emergency warning is in place, and that's for the Orroral Valley fire. And so it has just been issued, and the ACT Emergency Services Agency advises that the bushfire is approaching Apollo Road and Bobbian Road, north of Glendale Depot. So top Nace Road, south of the Bobbian Road intersection. So leaving immediately is the safest option. If you are not in the area, please do not return soon. It will be too dangerous to drive. Now, the safest route out of the area is north using Nace Road towards Thawa and Canberra. Now, this route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open. That evacuation centre is at Erindale College, and that's on McBride Crescent. Conditions are now very dangerous, and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property, and you should not expect a firefighter at your door. So the recommendation is that you leave now. So I'm just going to repeat that, and that is that there is now an emergency warning in place, and that's for the Orroral Valley fire. It has just been issued, and it advises that the fire is approaching Apollo Road. Okay, so that's Bobbian Road, north of Glendale Depot, top Nace Road, south of the Bobbian Road intersection. So leaving immediately is the safest option. And if you are not in the area, do not return, because soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, and that is using Nace Road. So Nace Road driving towards Thawa and Canberra, and this route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. You're on ABC Radio Canberra, and this is your emergency broadcast for the Orroral Valley fire. I'm joined by the ABC's Dan Borscher. Good afternoon, Dan.
And Paula, great to be with you, and good afternoon to you wherever you're listening to this afternoon. And just to add to what you've been updating, Paula, an evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent, and from authorities we're hearing that conditions are now very dangerous. The fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews, as you've said, may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door. If it's safe, you should leave now, but most certainly you should be enacting your fire plan, details of which, of course, are available and have been on the ESA website, the Emergency Services Agency website. And we've also got some details here, Paula, about traffic and driving in these conditions that I'll just go through. That if you leave the area to a safer place, do so immediately. Stay tuned in to ABC Radio Canberra with Paula in the hot seat today in your car for updates. Drive with caution, particularly in those areas of low visibility where there might be quite a bit of smoke, and it might be very, very dark where you are right now. If you're unable to leave, bring your pets inside. Keep smoke out of the house as much as possible by closing windows and doors, sealing the gaps under the doors and screens with wet towels. Fill containers like your bath, sinks, buckets, any bottles, whatever you've got that you can collect water in, so that you've got access to drinking and firefighting water. And you need to identify a safe spot to shelter in. So those are all some of the subsequent conditions or rules that we're hearing from the ESA, Paula, but most certainly
on an individual case-by-case basis, you need to be following your plan and for the conditions for what you want to do for you and your family in a time like this.
Absolutely, Dan, and those plans are so important, and that's the main message that is being told to us earlier today when the state of emergency was put in place for the ACT. And basically the state of emergency means that people must be prepared as a community, and it is imperative that you have completed a bushfire survival plan even if you are not in an area of immediate danger. And right now, joining us from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on the telephone, it's Greg Allen. Greg, what can you tell us? Let's turn our attention to New South Wales and the Clear Range fire. What can you tell us about that blaze, Greg?
Yeah, sure, Paula. Thanks for the opportunity. So what we've seen under very strong winds, northwesterly winds, the fire that's burning in the ACT has spotted across the border into the Mikalago area. And that's where we've seen this new fire develop, which we've called the Clear Range fire. There are a number of properties in that Mikalago area that do need to now monitor the conditions and realise that fire is burning. And there are a number of spot fires that have started. So we've got crews in the area working to slow the spread of these fires and to control them as soon as possible. Just to reiterate that it's not the main fire front of the fire, the Orroral Valley fire in the ACT that's come through. It is spot fires that have started under the strong winds, northwesterly winds there this afternoon.
So, Greg, specifically what areas are being impacted by this?
Yeah, look, the areas that we're mainly talking about is the Mikalago area, and those also in the Angle and Royalla area should also continue to monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. So this afternoon, you really should know what you'll do if you're threatened by fire. The three questions we say at a minimum you should be thinking about is when you'll leave, what you'll be taking with you, and where you'll go as well. So for specific information on the fire within the ACT, keep following the ESA website and their social media channels, and of course the information you're providing on ABC. And for now, the fire that's burning in the New South Wales area, the spot fires that have started from that fire in the ACT, will provide the information on our website, which is rfs.nsw.gov.au, and also through our social media channels as well.
And Greg, we appreciate all that advice. Can you also tell us what kind of resources are being thrown at the fires near where you are?
Yeah, look, all available resources we have in the area are currently responding. I don't have specifics on number of trucks, etc., but rest assured there are firefighters in the area. The fire is at the Watch and Act level, so there's no immediate threat to properties, but we're certainly advising those in the areas of Mikalago, the Angle and Royalla on the eastern side of the New South Wales ACT border to monitor conditions, realise there is fire there in the area, and to know what they'll do should the situation escalate and they are threatened by fire this afternoon.
You're hearing from Greg Allen from the RFS. Paula Kruger here with you as well, and I'm Dan Borscher. It's great to have your company. Greg Allen, what can you tell us about this fire right now? How big is it, and how is it behaving?
Okay, so all I understand is that there are a number of spot fires. They're not very large fires at the moment, but certainly under the conditions, the high temperatures and these strong winds, they could spread. So that's what our crews will be mainly doing, trying to limit the spread of these fires and control them as soon as possible. So they're certainly not large, or as large as the fire, obviously, that's in the ACT, but they do have the potential to spread quickly. So if you're in the area of Mikalago, the Angle or Royalla, be aware that there could be other spot fires that occur. And if you do see a fire that started near you with no trucks in attendance, so that's an unattended fire, please call emergency services straight away so we can respond, and that number is 000.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you very much for that update. We'll let you get back to it. We will touch base with you here on ABC Local Radio throughout this afternoon. Many thanks for your time.
That's my pleasure. Thank you.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Yes, good afternoon. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Dan Borscher. And then this is our emergency coverage of the Orroral Valley fire. And Dan, just a short time ago, this Orroral Valley fire was upgraded to an emergency warning.
And this came after we heard the Chief Minister and the Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, this morning updating our state conditions to a state of emergency. And what we know is that the ESO is saying that a bushfire is approaching, and this is in relation to the Orroral Valley fire. It's approaching Apollo Road, Bobbien Road north of Glendale Depot, Top Nass Road south of the Bobbien Road intersection. The advice, leave immediately, is the safest option. If you're not in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. And what we've also been hearing is that there is now this second fire that's been described as the clear range fire. That's as a result, we're told, because of that spotting. And as we heard from Greg Allen just a moment ago, the key things that he wants you to be thinking about this afternoon, if you're in those areas that are not directly at threat, when you will leave, what you will take, and where you will go, Paula.
And one of those places you can go to is the Erindale College Evacuation Centre on McBride Crescent. So we're talking about that earlier in the week when and there was quite a few of you who went there. And yes, you can take your pets. So the evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent. Now, conditions are now very dangerous, and so you are being advised to leave the area to a safer place immediately. And so just some more information on the emergency level warning that is in place for the Orroral Valley fire. So the current situation, the latest information we have is that the fire is travelling in an easterly direction, and that's towards Top Nace Road, and the fire is out of control. So properties are under threat, and so leave now if you are able to do that. And properties can also be impacted, Dan, by those embers that come well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. And also please be aware that your power, your water, your mobile phone service, they can be lost in these conditions. And of course, Dan, those road conditions as well, they can become quite dangerous in these situations.
Yeah, they certainly can. And as we've heard from authorities, it is not viable that there will be a fire truck to take care of every house, every street in the event that this gets closer and closer towards your home. So you need to know what to do. In terms of the roads, we are also hearing that there is some of those conditions are affecting Apollo Road, Bobbien Road north of the Glendale Depot, and Top Nass Road south of the Bobbien Road intersection. And in terms of the fire, Paula, it's currently approximately 19,600 hectares. And as you mentioned, one of the big challenges right now is the embers. And in fact, that's what Greg Allen was telling us just a moment ago. It was those embers spotting, particularly where there are some of those heavy breezes that prompt it to go much further away from the fire front.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra, and this is your coverage of the emergency level fire that is currently burning in the Orroral Valley. You're with Paula Kruger and Dan Borscher, and we'll be staying with you and bringing you up-to-date information as it comes to hand. If there's anything that you know that you would like to share with us that you think other people can benefit from, and I have to emphasise is that make sure that you're giving that information if it's safe for you to do so, and if you're not putting yourself in danger by going to an area. We've heard a lot of warnings about people going to these areas that are under emergency, so please be careful and please use common sense. But if there's any information that you feel you can share with us that might be good for everyone else to know, you can send us a text on 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call on 1300 681 666.
You're listening to ABC Radio. There's a bushfire in your area.
If you're an older person or provide care for an older person, you should leave early, well before a fire arrives. It takes just 15 minutes for a house to be fully engulfed by a bushfire, leaving little time to evacuate to safety. On days forecast as a catastrophic or extreme fire danger rating, this may mean leaving very early in the morning
or even the night before.
Your first and last lines of defence in a bushfire are your clothes and your shoes. Clothing needs to cover all your skin, from your neck to your ankles and wrists. Ensure it's made of natural fibres like cotton or pure wool. Nylon and polyester can melt and burn. Your shoes can be the difference between living and dying. They should be made of leather and have a thick sole. Remember to wear goggles, a face mask to help you breathe, a wide-brimmed hat and leather gloves. Don't wear sandals or runners.
Exposure to heat from bushfires can cause rapid dehydration and heat-related illness. Heat exhaustion is a serious condition. To treat heat exhaustion, administer first aid. Heat stroke is a medical emergency and you should call 000 for an ambulance. Get the person to a cool, shady area and lay them down while you're waiting for emergency medical help. You can prevent heat-related illnesses by drinking plenty of water, even if you don't feel thirsty, and you should avoid hot or sugary drinks.
You're listening to ABC Radio, and there's a bushfire in your area. We'll bring you the latest information shortly.
If you or a family member has a disability, you may be more susceptible to the impacts of a bushfire. Know your risk and be prepared to activate your bushfire survival plan well before a fire threatens. Prepare to leave early with your emergency kit and anything you need to manage your health or disability. During a bushfire emergency, we all need to rely on each other. When giving or receiving help, take a moment to find out how you can best assist.
A car is not a safe place to be during a bushfire, but may be your only option to seek shelter from direct flame contact. If you're caught in your car, drive to an open area and park facing towards the fire. Turn off the engine and close the windows and air vents. Turn your headlights and hazard lights on. Get below the level of your windows and cover yourself with a woolen blanket. Stay down until the sound of the fire has passed.
Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Yes, you're on ABC Radio Canberra, and with you with emergency coverage of the Orroral Valley Fire is Paula Kruger and Dan Borscher, and this is the latest information that we have.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
This is an emergency warning level bushfire warning. The ACT Emergency Services Agency advises that a bushfire is approaching Apollo Road, Baboyan Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nass Road south of the Baboyan Road intersection. Leaving immediately is the safest option. If you're not in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The fire is travelling in an easterly direction towards Top Nass Road and, as I mentioned, is described as out of control. Properties are under threat. Leave now if you're able to. The fire is approximately 19,618 hectares in size. Properties may be impacted by embers that are causing that spotting well ahead of the fire, and we'll touch on that in a moment. Power, water and mobile phone services may be lost. Road conditions may become dangerous as well. Make sure to check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au, the ESA Twitter and Facebook accounts. Download and monitor the New South Wales RFS Fires Near Me mobile app. Stay tuned to Paula here on ABC Radio Canberra. And if you need further information, contact Access Canberra on 13 22 81. We are expecting an update in about 7 minutes' time on this particular fire and this emergency warning for this emergency level bushfire.
Thanks for that, Dan. So that's Dan giving you an update of the Orroral Valley bushfire, which is at an emergency level. I just want to let you know as well, just going over to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Dan just mentioned there's a watch and act in place, and that's for the clear range fire. So that's in the Snowy Monero local government area. And what is happening there is that there are a number of spot fires which have started in the Michelego area, and these have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire burning here in the ACT. So as you heard before, water bombing aircraft are working in that area. The fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area west of the Angle. And if you look online at RFS, at the Fires Near Me app, if you're able to, the map shows the potential spread of the fire, and it's based on the latest fire predictions and weather predictions that they had. But as we've been hearing, Dan, there's a lot of unpredictable conditions, and that's why a state of emergency has been declared for the ACT over the next couple of days. Dan, with us now is Amanda. Amanda's from Canberra. Amanda, whereabouts exactly are you located at the moment?
Oh, look, I'm back at my house, but I was up on Solwell Drive. Hang on, I'll just have to turn the radio off, sorry.
Oh, no worries at all, Amanda. One of the other things that... that's okay. It's hard because you're listening.
Look, I was just driving back from the city on Solwell Drive and suddenly saw massive plumes of smoke going up behind, about level with the town centre, behind the Urambi Hills, actually, in that area there.
What colour was the smoke, Amanda?
Okay, so the first lot of smoke that went up was very white, and then a darker grey, and then further to the west, a big black plume went up.
Right.
And then further to the west again, a mid-dark grey plume. So who knows? Who knows what they were?
Right, Amanda. Look, thank you so much for letting us know, and you be sure to stay safe. That is Amanda in Canberra, and describing some of the different colours of the smoke that she saw there. And she's actually sent us a video of that, Dan. So as she mentioned, she was just passing through and stopped to have a look at the fire. She is now safely home as well. If there's anything you think we should know about, if you think it would help to share that information, then you can either text myself and Dan here at ABC Radio Canberra on 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call, and that number is 1300 681 666. And Dan, could you just give us a reminder of what are the details we need to know about the level of emergency for this Orroral Valley bushfire?
Yeah, so this is an emergency warning level bushfire from the ACT Emergency Services Agency, advising that this out-of-control bushfire is approaching Apollo Road, Baboyan Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nass Road south of the Baboyan Road intersection, and at this stage the fire is travelling in an easterly direction towards Top Nass Road. As I mentioned, the fire is out of control. Properties are under threat. Leave now if you're able to. The size of the fire is approximately 19,618 hectares, and in addition to the direct front of the fire, properties may also be affected by embers that are spotting and flying quite a ways in some instances ahead as a result of the wind. Now, it is important to note that power, water and mobile phone services may be lost. Road conditions may become dangerous as well. And as I mentioned a moment ago, leaving immediately is the safest option. And if you are not in that area, do not return. An evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent, and we'll have more details about that shortly. But the authorities are saying, Paula, that soon it is going to be too dangerous to drive. If you are on the road, the safest route out of the area is north using Nass Road towards Tharwa in Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. So we do know that they are keeping those roads at this stage open and clear, and we are expecting another update in just a moment's time, really.
And later this afternoon, we'll be hearing from ACT RFS Chief Joe Murphy. Anna Vido will be joining you after the 3:30 news, and Dan Borscher will be staying with you, and both of them will be speaking to Joe Murphy. We are also not only seeing on our text line, but apparently the ESA website is currently experiencing difficulties, and so we'll let you know where you can get information. There's also information on the RFS website, and so the RFS Near Me app is very helpful as well. But we've had a few people letting us know that the ESA website seems to be down. We're hearing that as well, that they are currently experiencing difficulties. So maybe try the Facebook page. So go to Facebook and check ESA there. You can also check their other social media accounts as far as Twitter goes. You're with ABC Radio Canberra. This is an emergency broadcast coverage of the Orroral Valley Fire, and that is because the Orroral Valley Fire has been elevated to an emergency level warning, and that means that if you are in the area, you are being advised to get out. There's also a watch and act warning in place for the clear range fire. If there's anything that you think we should know, you can text us on 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call on 1300 681 666. Joining you after the news with Andrew Messenger, Anna Vido and Dan Borscher.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The ACT government has declared a state of emergency as a big fire to Canberra's south has been upgraded to emergency level. Alexandra Alvaro reports.
The Orroral Valley Fire to Canberra's south has so far burnt through 8% of the ACT. In the case of the worst possible weather conditions, the fire could spot into Canberra's southern suburbs. Chief Minister Andrew Barr says the state of emergency declaration is the first since the horror fire season of 2003.
There is now no higher priority for the entire ACT government at this time than this bushfire threat.
The declaration allows the Emergency Services Commissioner more power to allocate ACT government resources.
And the New South Wales Rural Fire Service has issued a warning for people south of the ACT border after spotting from the ACT fire started a fire at clear range that's now listed as watch and act level. People in the Angle, Royalla, Micolago areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. Anna Vido and Dan Borscher will continue rolling coverage of the fires after this bulletin. South Coast teenager has been charged with deliberately lighting a fire south of Nowra near the Princes Highway yesterday. Jessica Clifford reports.
A member of the public saw the 14-year-old boy fanning grass in a paddock near the Princes Highway at Falls Creek yesterday afternoon. Moments later, white smoke plumes were seen and flames erupted. Bystanders were able to extinguish the fire and police were called to the scene. After speaking with the teenager and his mother, police arrested the boy and charged him with intentionally causing fire and being reckless as to its spread. He was granted strict conditional bail and is due to appear at Children's Court later this month.
Queensland's Premier has launched a broadside at the federal government's handling of the coronavirus emergency. There have been 9 confirmed cases in Australia, 2 in Queensland, 3 in Victoria and 4 in New South Wales. Anastasia Palaszczuk says she's frustrated that the Commonwealth isn't sharing details about the whereabouts of visitors arriving in Australia from China's Hubei province. Ms Palaszczuk says she's written to the Prime Minister seeking more cooperation.
The virus is here, so the focus must now be on containment and contact tracing. We do not know in Queensland where people are who have come from Hubei province in the last 14 days and where they are staying. We need to get information out to them so they can be tested if they have any symptoms.
Penrith NRL player Tyrone May has narrowly avoided being sent to prison for his sex tape scandal. Jamie McKinnell reports.
The 23-year-old admitted to filming 2 women he had sex with in New South Wales in 2018 without their consent. Each of his 4 offences carried a maximum 3 years imprisonment, and the magistrate today warned May was right on the cusp of a custodial term. But instead, he was handed 300 hours of community service and a 3-year good behaviour bond for conduct that was described as morally reprehensible. The court heard he apologised to one of the women when the scandal broke and sent her a text message saying he'd keep her in the loop and thanked her for being, quote, such a legend.
There's been a mixed response to the announcement of an energy supply deal between New South Wales and the Commonwealth. Michelle Brown reports.
The state has agreed to supply a large amount of new gas in return for a $1 billion Commonwealth investment in energy network improvements and renewable energy projects. Chris Gambian from the Nature Conservation Council says it's encouraging.
We seem to have taken a step towards a serious plan.
The Lock the Gate Alliance is worried the deal will put pressure on the Planning Authority to approve the huge Santos gas extraction project near Narrabri, which it fears will poison farmland and drain aquifers. But Premier Gladys Berejiklian says that's not the only option.
We have 2 or 3 options before us, including terminals at Port Kembla and potentially Newcastle.
Prime Minister Scott Morrison says extra gas is essential to the transition away from fossil fuel-generated energy.
To sport, and in tennis, the focus at the Australian Open today will be tonight's semi-final between Dominic Thiem and Germany's Alexander Zverev. This afternoon, though, some local interest in the mixed doubles semi-final between Australia's Astra Sharma and John Patrick Smith, taking on America's Bethany Mattek-Sands and Britain's Jamie Murray. At the moment, in the first set, Mattek-Sands and Murray lead 4-2. To Canberra's weather now, and total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT. Hot and sunny today. Tomorrow, hot and sunny with northwesterlies up to 35 kilometres an hour, a top of 41. Sunday, showers and 35. And for Monday, sunny and 29. Our top so far today, 42 degrees. And at the moment in Canberra, it's sitting on 41. For these stories and more, you can go to news.abc.net.au.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito now in the ABC Radio Canberra studio. Dan Bush is still here with me as well with an emergency warning and some fresh information for you. This is an emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. The ESA advises that this bushfire is moving east and it has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. So the fire has now crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot and it is moving in an easterly direction. It is also moving north and it is currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave now if it is safe to do so. If you're in the Apollo Road area, if you're at Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, if you're at Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, or if you're in Corrin Road. Again, if you're in these areas, you're advised to leave now if it is safe to do so. If you're in the areas of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, or Corrin Road. If you are from that part of town and you're not currently in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north along Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared. It's being monitored by emergency services north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. If you need somewhere to go once you get to Canberra, an evacuation centre is open in Waniassa at Erindale College. That's on McBride Crescent in Waniassa. Conditions are now very dangerous and this fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. The situation on the ground is this: the fire is out of control and properties are now under threat. The size of the fire has also grown significantly, again, just in the last few hours since we had an update from the ESA. Joining us from ESA headquarters now with an update is Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer at the ACT Rural Fire Service. G'day, Joe. It seems like you were warning that the fire might wake up, and it appears it has.
G'day, Anna. Look, and g'day Canberra to everybody out there. It absolutely has woken up with a fair old storm, that's for sure. It's moving fast and it's moving very hard.
What can you tell us about what that actually means, what that looks like on the ground?
Yeah, look, so what we're seeing right now is what we saw a bit of the other day, which is massive flame heights. It is moving extraordinarily quickly. It is spotting well ahead of the main fire front due to the wind conditions, and because it's making its own weather, Anybody who's looked south towards the fire would see a massive smoke column. Particularly about half an hour, 40 minutes ago, there was a massive smoke column that punched up through the atmosphere, and that was the fire creating its own fire weather. So we are seeing a fire operated under its own terms and conditions right now, and right now we're doing what we can to keep everybody safe, and we've got to wait till it sort of calms down a bit to reassess, reset, and get back into it again. So right now, folks, as Anna has gone through our warning there, do not even try to enter the area. For those who are evacuating, keep evacuating and get out of the area. We cannot be any clearer than that once you're evacuated, please do not even try to go back. This is a very dangerous situation.
Joe Murphy, the fact that the fire has now crossed Beaubien Road, we were hearing earlier from the Commissioner that it was actually hard for crews to get access to the fire because it was in such difficult terrain. The fact that it's crossed Beaubien Road, does that mean you are able to attack it more aggressively now?
No, that doesn't. So it's crossed Beaubien Road into another forest area. So look, this is the fire running at its worst. Because of spotting so far ahead, it's now into that next range. We've now got, this fire is just going to grow bigger and bigger today. And we've been flagging that for some time, that this fire will grow bigger in unprecedented ways. And it's currently doing that right now. People need to be very alert to what is going on and just keep monitoring and doing what they can. People just need to be in tune with what we're saying and keep listening to local media right now and just listen to and heed our warnings.
And we're certainly going to keep bringing you those warnings and that information here on ABC Radio Canberra. We're hearing from people and we're experiencing it a bit ourselves as well. The ESA website looks like it might be down. Is there any information floating around HQ about that?
Look, we are aware of there's some issues with the website right now. We've gone straight onto the provider. We are working really hard with them right now to get that back up and running. In the meantime, please, Facebook, Twitter, and certainly local media like we're doing right now. Please stay well connected. I mean, that's why we do multi-channel. That's why our local media partners are so fantastic like you guys. Keep repeating. These warnings are really important right now, and we do need people listening to what's going on.
Finally, Joe Murphy, for now at least, what is your message to people on the ground in those areas this afternoon?
Look, to those people who are still out there, and we know there are people who won't leave, stay safe, keep yourself safe. We are thinking about you. We know where you are because we've had crews on the ground working with these people for the last few days. But please stay safe. The fire is very dangerous. For those who are thinking to go look at the fire, please do not. We need full access for all our emergency crews moving in and out of the area. You can look at the photos online, and for those who are evacuating, please head off to the Erindale Evacuation Centre where you'll be cared for. And let's just ride. Unfortunately, folks, we need to ride this one out and just keep everybody safe.
Joe Murphy, thank you very much. Best wishes.
Thank you, Anna.
Joe Murphy is the Chief Officer at the ACT Rural Fire Service with some information about that Orroral Valley fire back at emergency level now. Again, for those residents in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road, you're being advised to leave now if it's safe to do so. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. If you are in Thawa Village and those southern suburbs of Canberra we've been talking a lot about this week, Banks, Gordon, Conda, surrounding areas, for you at this stage the advice is still to monitor conditions, be ready to act, and just make sure you keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra, where it's Anna Vito and Dan Borscher with you this afternoon. Dan, of course, that's not the only fire that we've seen crop up in our area this afternoon as well. There's also a watch and act fire being called the Clear Range Fire that's popped up just over the border, some spot fires in the Michelego area.
Yeah, that's right. And we heard from Greg Allen from the RFS just a short while ago that this Clear Range fire was as a result of spotting from this main fire that we're discussing and looking into today, and that the message certainly from the RFS was that you need to be thinking about 3 points this afternoon: when you'll leave, what you'll take, and where you'll go, because there are areas like Royala where they're saying you need to be considering what to do, particularly if this fire grows, as they're trying to put this under control. And there are a couple of messages, Anna, coming in on 0467 922 666 that the ESA website is down, as you just asked Joe Murphy there. They are working on this, we've heard now from authorities. And in that instance, then the best place to be getting your information is right here on ABC Radio Canberra.
It certainly is. We're also now hearing the website might be up again in breaking news. So, look, it might just be a bit of a challenging day. Looks like it's up and working right now. If it goes down again, though, exactly as Dan says, keep listening to us and we will keep bringing you that information. For another update on that fire, that clear range fire in the Mickalego area, Greg Allen is back with us again now from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. G'day, Greg. What's the latest with this one?
Yeah, good afternoon. The clear range fire is still at that watch and act alert level, and as you mentioned, it has started from spotting over from the Orroral Valley fire in the ACT under those strong northwesterly winds. So the advice for those in the Mickalego area and around the Angle and Royalla to the east of the ACT New South Wales border is to monitor conditions and be aware that other spot fires may start ahead of that main fire front that's still in the ACT, and those spot fires may threaten your property. So monitor the situation, take advice from firefighters. We do have crews in the area. They're being assisted by water bombing aircraft as well. But at this stage, there's no immediate threat. But please, if you are in those areas of Mickalego, around the Angle and Royalla as well, monitor conditions and know what you'll do if you are threatened.
Of course, we'll continue to bring people updates on this clear range fire, this watch and act level fire. But people, I understand, can also find more information as it comes to hand via the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and channels. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Our website is rfs.nsw.gov.au. And our bushfire information line is 1800 679 737. That's 1800 679 737. And we'll also continue to update through our social media channels like Twitter and Facebook as well.
Anything else that people in that area need to know right now, Greg?
I think the most important thing is to have that discussion, as we mentioned earlier, to think about when you'll leave, if you are going to leave, what you'll be taking with you and where you'll go as well. Have that discussion now and know what you'll do if the situation changes. We're seeing those high temperatures and strong winds today. Tomorrow we are going to be seeing again high temperatures and strong winds, so it's going to be a long 24 hours. But if you've had that discussion and you've thought about what you'll be doing ahead of time, it will make the situation easier.
Greg Allen, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Greg Allen there from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. So, Dan, just recapping some of this information, we have these two fires that we're now paying very close attention for you here on ABC Radio Canberra. That one that Greg Allen was talking about, a watch and act fire. It's been called the Clear Range Fire. This is in the Mickalego area, a number of spot fires resulting from that Orroral Valley fire, which has really woken up this afternoon. Again, this Clear Range Fire is at a watch and act level, and the latest for that is if you're in the Mickalego area, you need to be monitoring conditions. For people in the areas of the Angle and Royalla, Mickalego, monitor conditions, enact your bushfire survival plan. And Dan, there's also, of course, that emergency fire, or at least rather the emergency warning once again for the Orroral Valley fire.
Yeah, and that one we're told that we're going to get another update in about 15 minutes' time at 4 p.m, but that is an emergency warning for level bushfire warning. The ESA advises that a bushfire is moving east and has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. The fire is also moving north and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it's safe to do so: on Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. And they're saying that if you're not in the area, do not return. And you mentioned a moment ago about the evacuation centre that's open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent. So that's somewhere that you can go if you can't get back to your home in that area. And certainly, as Joe Murphy was saying, that if you don't need to be there, if your plan is not to actively fight, then you need to not be there at all.
And that's just such a clear message that we've received all this week, not just from fire authorities, but from residents, particularly in those southern Canberra suburbs as well, who are really concerned that, there's not a huge amount of road infrastructure down there. They're concerned that should the time come when they all need to get out, we want there to be as little traffic on those roads as possible. So, not just the authorities asking you to do this, but your fellow Canberrans in those southern Canberra suburbs, if you're not from South Canberra, don't be there, stay somewhere else.
And that's certainly the message we've been hearing from authorities about this so-called disaster tourism, is that now is not the time. There is not a place for this, that if you don't need to be there, then you absolutely should not. Now, just in terms of the roads, the safest route out of the area, if you are in that area, is using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. So this is a way that is out, and if that changes, we'll bring you the very latest detail. but as we've certainly heard from Joe Murphy and also the Commissioner, that to quote Joe Murphy, in fact, this fire is moving fast and hard, spotting well ahead, and it's making its own weather system, which, Anna, as you've been speaking about over the last couple of days, prompts different issues for firefighting, particularly the use of choppers and the like, because when it creates its own weather system, it becomes even more erratic, which you'd have to think is what Georgina Whelan was really prepping us for yesterday in that news conference, where she said this is among the types of fire situations that she's not seen.
And that's exactly that word erratic, that word unprecedented, that word unpredictable. All of these have been used to describe not just this fire burning in the Orroral Valley, but what we can expect over the next 48 hours or so. So it is important. I know you have been taking this very seriously. We've been hearing from a lot of people who've been finalising their plans, revisiting their plans. You've been doing all the good work, and that's to make sure that you are in the most prepared position possible for what might be happening over the next little while. We are going to keep you updated here on ABC Radio Canberra. You can, of course, find us on 666 AM radio, wherever you are, especially if you have the battery-operated radio, but you can still hear us on a battery-operated digital radio too, ABC CBR, if you're on one of those digital radios. You can find us on your television on Channel 25. I know that's come in really handy with a few people who've struggled with the app. So if you do have a TV at home, Channel 25, you can hear us as well, and we'll stay with you for as long as necessary as we continue to get through all of this together. We're going to try soon, actually, to head to a couple of parts of the sort of on the edges of these fire grounds. In fact, I think we may have in the next minute or so. We do. ABC reporter Phil Williams is at Mikalago, where those spot fires, that Watch and Act level warning is current for the Clear Range Watch and Act fire. G'day, Phil. Where are you and what can you see?
Well, we're actually at the village of Mikalago, and we've been up on a hill overlooking the river valley, and we can't actually see the spot where the spot fire is. There's a lot of smoke, but it's not apparent where that fire is. It's probably because it's behind the mountain range, so it's probably beyond our sort of line of sight. So at the moment, there's nothing obvious around the Mikalago area that we can see, certainly nothing that would pose an immediate threat to the area or certainly to the village. So that's the good news. But of course, as we know, this fire has a mind of its own. It's got its own weather patterns it's creating, and obviously the village here in Mikalago and Royalla, Williamsdale, all down that the flank of the ACT will be very nervous and watching very carefully, and hopefully listening to 666 to get the best information.
Exactly right. How are people feeling, Phil Williams? Because I know people in those east parts of New South Wales, east of the Monera, have been feeling pretty on edge for a few days. How are they going?
Yeah, they have, and you'd only have to look to the sky and you can see the thick plumes of smoke, and they billow up at certain times and then subside, and they are very concerned. And, just as Canberra people are very attuned to the 2003 fires, so too are the people of the outskirts there, because essentially they're Canberrans in a way. Most of them will work in Canberra and feel that association. And of course, there's no fire that respects a border.
No, if only.
If only. I mean, sometimes of course the mappings systems seem to indicate that these fires miraculously stop on the border, but of course they don't. And that's what we've got at the moment. So this fire is, we believe now, in New South Wales, but it's still in a very heavily timbered and hilly or mountainous actually area at the moment, we believe. But as I say, I haven't witnessed it personally.
Well, here's hope it stays that way for you and the people in your immediate vicinity for at least a little while yet, Phil Williams. Thank you. We might check back in with you later.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Phil. Phil Williams, ABC reporter at Mikalago at the moment, where that Clear Range Watch and Act alert fire is burning. Spot fire from the Orroral Valley fire, which is once again back up at emergency level. We have been hearing from a lot of you, though, as I say, and a lot of that concern from people east of the Monaro Highway, Dan, who've been really worried also watching this fire developing in the Orroral Valley. And of course, we are going to be keeping across updates for you too here on ABC Radio Canberra. But as always, you are our eyes and ears. So if you can tell us what's happening where you are, don't go somewhere where there's a fire if you don't belong there. But if you are in one of these communities, if that's your community, you can give us a call on 1300 681 666, 1300 681 666 to let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. Kim Muller is on the line actually from Little Borough near Royalla. G'day Kim, what's happening around your neck of the woods?
Thank you. We're watching the smoke carefully because it's a little bit uncomfortable, I guess, being in this region right now.
Absolutely. What are you in a sort of similar situation like Phil Williams? You can't actually see that spot fire from where you are, or can you see a bit of activity?
No, we've got quite a large hill that sort of blocks our view of the actual sort of flames or the area that's in flame. But we're probably 15 kilometres from the fire front as the crow flies. It's sort of heading in towards our direction at the moment. So it's just about being vigilant and watching out what's going on for us and making sure that our fire plan's in place.
Do you have a plan, Kim?
Yes, the fire plan's on the fridge. It's been discussed with the family. For us, my wife and the pets are in town now, and mine is to stay and defend the home.
I understand this isn't the first time that you've been in the vicinity and struck by a fire this summer too, Kim.
Yes, we've had a rough summer. We were down at Rosedale at the time of the fires down there and were evacuated. And unfortunately, which is quite emotional for us, unfortunately we lost our home.
Oh, Kim, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I'm so sorry to hear it's all happening again for you. It sounds like you're doing all the right things. You've got your plan in place. We'll keep bringing you all of that information as we get it here. Kim, hang in there.
Yeah, thank you. As much information as possible is useful. As we've been hearing now more recently, the fires no borders. The more information we can get, the better. And all we can do is be prepared. I know the neighbourhood's got themselves prepared. We've got 2 fire pumps, a mobile firefighting unit that we put together on the back of a tractor, and mops and buckets, as low-tech as mops and buckets to put out any spot fires. So it's all part of our fire plan and it's all ready to go.
And it sounds like what we keep hearing from particularly a lot of these rural communities as well, everyone's really talking to each other. You're all quite aware of what all the plans are for your neighbours as well?
We keep in constant contact with the neighbours because we kind of need to know what they're doing as well. And, our local fire services have their doors open and available to us to, give us information as to what's been going on. We were down there last night to kind of get their take on what they thought might happen today and tomorrow. And again, all that information is useful to kind of understand what we need to do in response to that.
Absolutely. Hang in there, Kim. We will continue to bring you every bit of information we have as soon as we have it.
Much appreciated.
Thanks, Kim. That's Kim at Little Borough near Royalla, where people are just making sure everything's organised. As you heard, 1300 681 666 if you want to tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods as we continue to bring you updates on these 2 fires we are watching this afternoon. One, the Orroral Valley fire, once again at emergency level. And again, the latest information we have, and we'll expect an update in the next probably 5 or 10 minutes. The latest information we still have is that for residents in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road, you're being advised to leave now if it's safe to do so. The fire is moving east. It has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. It's also moving north, and it's about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road at this stage. If you're not in the area, stay away from the area.
And if you're in Tharwa Village, if you're in those southern suburbs of Canberra we've been talking about, at this stage you need to continue to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. I will also just say, while we're talking about the ACT quickly, probably in news that is of surprise to absolutely nobody, Dan Borsha, the ACT ESA has extended the total fire ban from midnight tonight for a little while, actually. And of course, as soon as I say that, my phone has just died, which is where I'm getting the ESA updates from for you as soon as the websites go down.
And we are being told that the website is coming back up and dropping out. So stick with us here on ABC Radio Canberra. I'm Dan Borsha. You've also got Anna Vito here. And just to update you on that detail that Anna was starting to tell you about, the ACT Emergency Controller Georgina Whelan has extended the total fire ban for the whole of the ACT through Saturday, tomorrow and also Sunday, of course the 1st and 2nd of February respectively. The Bureau of Meteorology is predicting extremely hot and dry conditions over the weekend. The forecast fire danger rating for tomorrow is predicted to be severe, and the rating for Sunday is predicted to be high. Fires move quickly and is difficult to control in these conditions, Anna, as we are seeing and hearing about as we speak now. And we are about to get the latest news update and, of course, another update from the ESA in just a moment.
Indeed. It looks like that information has just come through, in fact, and we'll continue to bring you all of those bits of information as we get them. Again, this is an emergency situation for the Orroral Valley Fire, which is now moving east and has crossed Beaubien Road at the Glendale Depot. It's also moving north. It's currently a kilometre south of Corrin Road. The advice still is, if you're in those areas we've been discussing, Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road, the advice still to leave if it's safe for you to do so, because it will soon be too dangerous to drive. You're advised to use Nace Road heading north towards Tharwa and Canberra to get away from the area, and Erindale College at Waniassa is open as an evacuation centre if you do need somewhere to go once you get to Canberra. We'll also get some more details for you as soon as we can on evacuation points for livestock, horses, but Epic certainly is open. If there are others, we'll see if we can track those down for you as well. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT as a large fire burning to Canberra south has increased to emergency alert level. The details from Alexandra Alvaro.
Authorities say in the worst case weather conditions over the next few days, the Orroral Valley Fire could create its own weather system and spot into the southern suburbs of Canberra. ESA Commissioner Georgina Whelan says there's a possibility it will break containment lines on Beaubien Road, near the Territory's bottommost point.
And that is because ground crews only have access to approximately 1% of the current fire spread due to inaccessible terrain.
Extra crews have been brought into the ACT from interstate to assist local firefighters over the weekend. There's no immediate threat to the Canberra suburbs.
ACT Rural Fire Service Chief Officer Joe Murphy says the blaze is moving very quickly and spotting well ahead of the fire front. He says the fire is creating its own weather and is unpredictable.
Do not even try to enter the area. For those who are evacuating, keep evacuating and get out of the area. We cannot be any clearer than that once you're evacuated, please do not even try to go back. This is a very dangerous situation.
Spotting from the ACT Fire has started a separate fire south of the ACT border that's already at Watch and Act Alert. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the Clear Range fire is out of control and has burnt out 20 hectares, and people in the Angle, Royalla, Michelego areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. There's rolling coverage on the emergency level bushfire situation on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online coverage at news.abc.net.au. Canberra Raiders new recruit Curtis Scott has faced a Sydney court today on 6 charges, including 2 of allegedly assaulting police. They relate to an incident in Sydney early on the morning after Australia Day celebrations. The NRL Integrity Unit is expected to decide next week whether Scott will be stood down. Outside the court, Scott's lawyer, Danny Eade, says the charges will be vigorously defended.
The police clearly misunderstood their powers. There is a significant concern about the manner upon which police conducted themselves. We'll flesh it out in due course.
A team of medical experts is on its way to Christmas Island as the federal government tries to finalise an evacuation plan for Australians stranded in Wuhan. Australian officials are in discussions with the Chinese government about allowing a Qantas plane to fly into the epicentre of the coronavirus. If the evacuation goes ahead, those on board will be taken to Christmas Island and placed in quarantine for 14 days. The Federal Health Minister, Greg Hunt, says a medical team is on its way to set up a hospital that can provide critical care if necessary.
I have spoken with the director of the National Critical Care and Trauma Centre, and he has confirmed that they have a team of 24, and the first members of those, the pre-deployment and logistical personnel, will arrive today.
Lawyers are warning those planning on putting Canberra's new cannabis laws to use to do so with plenty of caution. Laws legalising growing and smoking small amounts of cannabis take effect from today, but buying, selling or gifting any amount of cannabis or cannabis seed remains illegal. Michael Kakuli-Smith from the ACT Law Society says it's not possible to acquire cannabis without a crime being committed.
The person receiving the seeds arguably is not committing an offence, but the person who actually provides seeds would be committing the offence of trafficking in cannabis, which has been unaffected by the changes to the legislation.
To sport, in basketball, and a boost for the Capitals, with forward Keely Froling cleared to return against Adelaide tomorrow night at the National Convention Centre after breaking her nose and cheek in a game against Melbourne a fortnight ago.
Yep, all clear to play tomorrow, so very excited. The issue was the cheek originally. They were worried about that, and when the surgeon had a look at those, he said that was fine. So obviously if I cop a hit like I did before, the nose will probably get hurt again, but yeah, that's the only risk.
And in tennis at the Australian Open, the mixed double semi-final is underway with Australia's Astra Sharma and John Patrick Smith taking on the Americans' Bethany Mattek-Sands and Britain's Jamie Murray. Mattek-Sands and Murray won the first set 6-3, and a short time ago it was 2-2 in the second. To the weather, total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT for today and again tomorrow. Hot and sunny today, tomorrow hot and sunny, 35 km/h northwesterly winds, a top of 41, and for Sunday showers and 35 degrees. Topping Canberra today, 42 degrees. At the moment in the city, it's 41.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Anna Vito and Dan Borsha in the ABC Radio Canberra studios with you this afternoon, bringing you emergency information about a fire burning in the Orroral Valley. You've heard a lot about this fire in recent days. The update from the ESA in just the last few minutes is this: that the Orroral Valley fire is moving east. It has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. It's also moving north, and it's currently about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. So residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it's safe to do so. These are the same areas I've been talking about in the last half hour: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you're in those areas and it's safe for you to leave, you're being advised to do that. Head north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. That route's been cleared and it's being monitored by emergency services. If you are from that area but you're not there right now, you're being urged to stay away. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. If you need to go somewhere in Canberra, you don't have somewhere you can go, Erindale College at Waniassa is open as an evacuation centre. It's on McBride Crescent in Waniassa. You can take your pets to Erindale College. Jess asks whether or not they need to be in a cage. We'll see if we can find out for you, Jess. I'm not sure on the answer on that one. You're being told to leave because the situation with this fire is that it's very dangerous. It is out of control. It has grown again this afternoon to more than 19,000 hectares. Properties are under threat and may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. Power, water, mobile phone service may be lost. Road conditions may become dangerous. And this fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales. We'll bring you some more information on what's happening with some of those spot fires in New South Wales in just a moment. But I will just mention and reiterate that at this stage, for people in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Canberra, like Banks, Gordon, Conda and other surrounding areas, at this stage the information for you is that you should continue to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if you need to. Dan Bush has got the latest on this Watch and Act fire over the border meanwhile.
Yeah, Anna Vito, so the details that we have now, Watch and Act for the Clear Range fire, and that we've been told that areas around Michelego and Royalla need to keep in tune with the rfs.newsouthwales.gov.au website for the very latest details. And as you were speaking to Greg Allen just a few moments ago, it does appear as though this fire is as a result of spotting from the Orroral fire that you've been touching on. The current situation, a number of spot fires have started in the Michelego area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Fire Valley, which is burning here in the ACT. Water bombing aircraft are working in the area. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. The map shows the potential spread of fire, and we'll go into that in more detail later based on the latest fire predictions and the weather forecast. And we will have more detail of that. And as we heard from Phil Williams, there was a lot of smoke that was being seen coming out of this. But at that point, they weren't, from where his vantage point was, they weren't seeing any of the flames. But I think we're going to talk to some more people in the community there. And if you are there and you want to call in and have a chat with Anna Vito and myself, 1300 681 666 is the number, only if you are safe to do so, and you can text on 0467 922 666 as well.
This also brings us to an important point about information that I just want to be very clear about right now. So we're talking about two fires, the Orroral Valley fire, which the ESA is managing and giving you updates on, and you're seeing updates on the Orroral Valley fire on ESA websites and social media feeds. The ESA, as they've mentioned, is expecting that Orroral Valley fire to cross the border into New South Wales. Now, we already know there are spot fires around Michelego called the Clear Range fire. Once the fire proper crosses the New South Wales border and joins with those spot fires, the whole thing in New South Wales is going to be known as the Clear Range fire. And for people in New South Wales being affected by that fire, you're going to be getting your updates from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, their website, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service social media channels, and the like. I know this is not ideal. A lot of you have expressed some concerns about the whole border thing around this, and I want to reassure you that we here at ABC Radio Canberra are monitoring all of these sources of information. So we'll be reporting all of them. But if you are in one particular part of this fireground or near it, if you're in New South Wales, the Clear Range fire updates on the RFS pages, social media feeds, is where you want to go. If you are within the ACT, the ESA and its website and its social media feeds will have the most relevant information for you. We will bring you all of it here on ABC Radio Canberra. So that's just a bit of housekeeping so you know where to go, online at least, for the most relevant information for you. But also you could just keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. Joining us now from the Bureau of Meteorology is duty forecaster Abrar Shabren, who's back with another update of these weather conditions. And Abrar, it's fair to say these weather conditions have been deteriorating into the afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anna. And yes, it has been, particularly these temperatures and with a bit of wind as well. Winds are not that great, so it's only around 15 to 20 kilometers per hour. But these winds will ease later in the later part of the evening, and then we will get some light winds. But again, temperatures will stay quite hot for the rest of the afternoon, and into the afternoon and overnight, temperatures will be quite high as well. So we will still have that uncomfortable night as well. Looking further into tomorrow morning, we will see those conditions, strong wind conditions returning 30 to 40 kilometers per hour and even up to 50, and even gusting around 50-55 kilometers per hour from around the mid part of the morning, and then continue for most of Saturday with those high temperatures as well, around 41 for Canberra and around low 40s for most of the ACT tomorrow as well.
What sort of winds are we seeing through the afternoon tomorrow, Abra? Because we have been told to expect deteriorating and worsening conditions into Saturday.
That's correct, yes, Anna. We will see those winds quite high into the 40 to almost 40 and 50 kilometers per hour mark, and most of the ACT will be covered. It's coming from the northwest and west-northwest as well. So northwesterly turning westerly and swinging in between those directions, continuing for most of the evening, afternoon and the evening part of tomorrow. Then eases off a little bit overnight, still from the same direction, goes around 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers per hour, and then picks up a little bit around the early part of tomorrow morning, especially where that fire is burning in the ACT, and then drops a little bit for a couple of hours, then starts to pick up again around the mid-morning mark, and a bit of a stronger winds around the Mount Ginini and the high ground areas. We could even see up to 60 kilometers per hour wind speeds in those areas. That will be the conditions will be very similar across the ACT on Sunday as well. But wind starts to decrease around the later part of the evening, the afternoon and into the evening. So that's when we see that cool change, or the front moving with that cool change.
We know that a cool change can be pleasant for those of us temperature-wise, but they can often spell trouble on the fire ground. Is that likely to be a strong cool change?
So not of a very strong around the inland areas. Temperature difference will be seen from Monday up to around what we are seeing now, around 10 to 15 degree difference to the current temperatures we are getting. So, but wind-wise, there won't be much wind associated with this change. The wind change is only going to be more dominant around the coastal fringe, around the southeast and the coastal strip of New South Wales. So, which is in a way, it could be quite helpful as well, because it won't add to that wind change that we had seen in the past with the fires.
Sounds like we could probably use all the help from the weather that we could get, Abra. Thank you very much.
That's correct. With that, we will see also some thunderstorm activity as the front moves on Thursday. So, in the beginning, when the change comes in, we will see some dry thunderstorm as well, and that can be problematic with dry lightning. But as the front passes, we will see some thunderstorms with possibility of some rainfall as well, some showers, isolated showers.
Abra, we heard from Joe Murphy just a little while ago, and he said that this fire, the Orroral Valley fire, is creating its own weather system. For anyone who's not familiar with what that means, can you explain that and tell us how that impacts on the fire and the ability of firefighters?
Yes, that's correct. So we have seen this in the past fires in New South Wales and around the state as well. In fact, around this fire and few fires burning across the border in Victoria as well, we have seen what happens with this is the hot column of air, the plume rises, and it rises so quickly into the atmosphere, and it develops into a cloud, which we call a pyrocumulus cloud, and then forms into a thunderstorm. Now, some of them do form thunderstorms and have some rainfall as well as dry lightning as well. And some of them, if they are different winds blowing from different directions, they don't form into a thunderstorm cloud. They collapse on the ground as well. So when these systems collapse, they create a lot of wind as well as a lot of embers, as well as it is very dangerous for people nearby those fires as well as firefighters on the ground.
And is it possible at this stage to tell what this particular weather condition will do, whether it will collapse or whether there may be the storms or in fact the dry lightning?
there has been so much heating today, so we might see some dry lightning. We haven't seen that build up, and we are not seeing that vigorous or strong winds at upper levels of the atmosphere as well, and on the surface as well. So the plumes might just rise and form clouds, and good thing is that they might not have for today they might not have those thunderstorms, but tomorrow when those winds return, we might see a worsening condition. So that's something people should in those fire areas should be mindful of.
Most definitely, and we will keep you up to the date, and we will keep talking to you at the Bureau of Meteorology. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Abra Shabran there giving us the latest update, Anna.
Indeed, and you can continue to give us the latest updates where you are on 1300 681 666, or you can text us, as a couple of you have done, about winds on 0467 922 666. Caitlin in Royalla says, how's the fire travelling north when the wind is blowing it the other way? Well, Caitlin, I don't confess, I am no expert, so I'm not going to try and speculate. But what I can say is certainly when we saw the fire behaviour of this particular Orroral Valley fire on Tuesday, it was erratic. So it was pushing the fire southwards, and then all of a sudden it turned around and started pushing it north towards Thawa. The winds do seem to swing around quite a bit, and that is possibly what we're seeing now.
And I suspect that it might have to do with this point that Abra was just talking about, the way that a fire of this size creates its own weather conditions, which of course means that there's almost a mini climate within the fire ground.
And we heard from some Thawa locals as well that, there's a lot of mountains around there. The winds don't have a nice flat plain to kind of blow across, of course, too. Someone else says, I'm in Gordon on Noak Road near Thawa Road closure. At present, the wind is blowing away from us. For your sake, Texter, I hope it stays that way. Someone has sent us a picture of the increasing smoke plume, a picture taken from Greenway at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Certainly, you'll be seeing a lot of that smoke as the fire really does start to wake up. But again, I want to reiterate that for people in Thawa Village, but also for those southern Canberra suburbs like Banks, like Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, at this stage, you're being advised to just continue monitoring conditions and to be ready to act. Speaking of Banks, Alex is in Banks and on the line now. G'day, Alex. How are things where you are?
G'day, folks. It's pretty dry, very dry, in fact. So the wind's just only picked up slightly at this stage with no embers burning across to the north of the end of Banks where I am.
Have you got a plan, Alex?
Yeah, it started on Tuesday, but put on pause, obviously, with the changing conditions, thank goodness. But yeah, there's certain things that I'm going to chuck into the car if I have to evacuate, but the plan is to fight the fire at first.
It sounds like a lot of people in Banks, by nature of where you live, I'm assuming, have had a plan in place for a little while. You're all talking amongst your neighbours about what you're all going to do?
I think everyone's already been prepping to fight the fire at this stage. Yeah.
We wish you very well, Alex. It sounds like there's some aircraft overhead. Is that a water bomber? Can you tell from where you are?
Yeah, that is the red and white water bomber that's been up and down all day. In fact, most of the week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's plenty of activity here, and, everyone's a bit nervous, but fingers crossed weather holds out.
Absolutely. Not a bad flight path to be under for a change, at least. It's a flight that's welcome. Thank you, Alex, and very best wishes. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra with me, Anna Vito, and Dan Borsha, where I will remind you once again of this.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
We're talking about the emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. It has kicked back up to emergency just in the last hour or so. And the latest information we still have currently is this, that the bushfire is moving east, that it has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. The fire is also moving north, we're told. It's currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. For people in the following areas, you're still being advised to leave if it is safe to do so. If you're in the area of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, or Corrin Road. If you're not currently in the area, do not return because it will soon be too dangerous to drive. If you're in those areas, the safest route out is north using Nace Road towards Thawa and Canberra because that route has been cleared and it's being monitored by emergency services. If you need somewhere to go in Canberra, the evacuation centre at Erindale College on McBride Crescent in Waniassa is open. You can take your pets. We're working on it, Jess. We're going to try and get an answer for you on whether pets need to be in cages. If you are at the Erindale Evacuation Centre and you know the answer to this, 1300 681 666 is the number to call. Epic is open for horses if you need to evacuate with large animals. We've also had a text from Amy in Little Borough asking if we can confirm whether or not the Queanbeyan Showground is open for evacuations, because there's a 4-wheel drive show on there at the moment. We don't know yet, Amy. We'll try and find out for you, though. We're working on it. I can let you know that. Again, if you're in Queanbeyan and you know if the showground is open for horse evacuations and the like, please do let us know. 1300 681 666. And Dan, we're also keeping a very close eye on a watch and act level fire just over the border.
Yeah, that's right. So you've given all of those comprehensive details about the Orroral Valley fire. Well, Anna, this afternoon details have emerged that there has been spotting from that very big fire that we're keeping most of our attention on across the border to what is a smaller fire at Watch and Act that's called the Clear Range Fire. And I just want to give you a couple of details about this, particularly if you're in the areas of the Angle and Royalla, Michelego. You want to be looking at this and making sure that you've got your plan in place. A number of spot fires have started in the Michelego area. They've started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire that Anna has just updated you on. Water bombing aircraft are working in the area. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. And if you are in this area, you want to make sure that you're monitoring conditions, be aware of any other spot fires, and also about your plan and what you're going to do. The very latest information has just dropped in the last 11 minutes or so on the rfs.newsouthwales.gov.au website. And so just to be very clear, that's where you can get the latest information about that watch and act for the Clear Range fire in New South Wales. For the main fire that Anna's been updating you on, that is at emergency warning level, and all of those details on the esa.act.gov.au website, which we're told is now working again. There have been some issues with that website today, but we're going to keep you up to speed as that information comes to hand.
Someone's also texted to say, Dan, that the Monero Highway is chockers. It's moving, but it's chockers, southbound. Look, because of course this Clear Range fire you've been talking about is kind of adjacent to that area, that might be what's playing into that there. If we get any news of road closures specifically, of course, we'll bring those to you. But staying in that New South Wales part of our region now for a moment, Dan, on 1300 681 666. If you want to call in and tell us what you're seeing, Kerry Rooney is with us from Michelego Region Community Association. Kerry Rooney, where are you and what can you see right now?
Well, I'm not terribly close to the Clear Range fire. I'm behind another layer of hills close to the Burra Road, about 12 kilometres from Michelego. The Clear Range fire is just south of the village itself. It's quite close. It's still on the western side of the Murrumbidgee River. But I guess it caught the community probably a little bit by surprise at how rapidly and how far the fire has spotted from Orroral.
Yeah, it really did seem to take a bit of a leap this afternoon. Are people prepared in the region given what we've been seeing already during this week?
Look, I think most people are prepared. Everybody has been door knocked by the RFS on Wednesday, so everyone's had a visit and they've been encouraged to make their decision well in advance of what they're going to do. If they're going to leave, they need to leave early. Some people have left as soon as this Clear Range fire started, and I'm sure there will be other people leaving as well. And everybody else, if they are staying, they need to be well prepared and standing outside monitoring conditions because, given how far that has spotted, clearly it could spot very easily elsewhere. So we are all out monitoring. I can see the smoke. Where I am, the wind has definitely picked up to what it was earlier today, and I guess that made us feel a little, calmer. The wind was quite light through most of the day, but it has picked up a little bit this afternoon now.
Kerry, on Tuesday we heard from some people a little bit further afield in the district from around Burra who were saying that they'd had to revisit their fire plan and decide actually not to stay and defend because they just don't have any water in the dams. How much water is available to people in the district who kind of want to stay and fight?
Yeah, look, the dams are a real problem. A lot of them are dry. You need to have a good size tank. So none of us have town water. So just about everyone in Michelago and the region has tanks. And those tanks need to be full, and you need to have, pumps available that will pump them. So if you don't have water, then definitely should not be staying.
Kerry, we wish you all the very, very best, and we might try and check in again with you a bit later on if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks so much, Kerry. Kerry Rooney from Michelago Region Community Association says the Orroral fire is spotting about 7 k's from Michelago at this stage. If you've got some information where you are, with the proviso that, first of all, it is safe for you to take a moment to give me a call, and also that you're actually from that place. I do not want to encourage anyone to be driving anywhere near a fire region or area. If you are not there, if you don't need to be there, stay away. But if it's your neck of the woods, 1300 681 666 is the number to call if you've got some information which might be useful for your fellow Canberrans or Capital Regionites, including what's been going on at Erindale College, the evacuation centre that's been set up on 1300 681 666. Grant has given us a call. G'day, Grant.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm going all right. Where have you decided to evacuate, or did you decide to evacuate to Erindale?
No, none of the above. I was actually there for work, but I just rang to, in answer to the question you called before, there's plenty of cages for the animals at the evacuation centre.
Uh-huh.
They're all set up and ready to take you guys in.
So if you turn up with a pet but without a cage, that's okay because there are cages on hand should that become necessary.
It certainly does seem that way. There's plenty of cages down in the courtyard in Erindale College there.
That is excellent news. That's really great information. Thank you so much, Grant. Really appreciate that. So there you go. In answer to, I believe it was Jess wanting to know whether you had to cage your animal to take them to the Erindale evacuation centre. It would appear possibly not, Jess, because there are some cages on site there. If you have your own and your pet is used to it, you might want to do that anyway, just so they're a bit more comfortable, but it doesn't sound like it's a requirement, which is good. And just reiterating that if you do need to go to the Erindale evacuation centre, your pets are welcome to come with you, so do bring them with you is the good news. Anna Vito and Dan Borsha on your radio just at the moment, bringing you emergency updates for the Orroral Valley fire, also keeping a very close eye on the watch and act level fire that has spotted out of it just over the border at Clear Range. All of that information continuing to come to you for as long as necessary here on ABC Radio Canberra. But for the moment, as we approach 4:30 this afternoon, it's time to check in with Andrew Messenger and some news. Hi, Andy.
Thanks, Hannah. A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT ahead of predicted horror bushfire conditions tomorrow. The Orroral Valley fire to Canberra's south, which has already burnt out 8% of the ACT, has been elevated this afternoon to emergency alert level. The fire has spotted into New South Wales, starting the Clear Range fire, prompting warnings for Michelago, the Angle and Royalla. That fire is listed at Watch and Act Alert. There is no immediate threat to Canberra suburbs. The chances of the impeachment trial of Donald Trump wrapping up tomorrow have grown, with the one Republican senator announcing he will vote against calling witnesses. The Republican senator from Tennessee, Lamar Alexander, has announced he will vote against witnesses and documents, with the vote due to take place tomorrow. Republicans control the upper house, and Democrats would have needed at least 4 Republicans to vote with them. They appear to only have 3 votes at the moment. A medical team is on its way to Christmas Island to prepare for the arrival of Australians. The government wants to evacuate from the epicentre of the coronavirus outbreak in China. The Health Minister, Greg Hunt, says members of the the Australian Medical Assistance Team are taking equipment to set up a field hospital. The government is still seeking approval from China to fly vulnerable Australians from Hubei to Christmas Island, where they'll be quarantined for a fortnight. And the Canberra Raiders' new recruit, Curtis Scott, has entered not guilty pleas to all charges he's facing after an incident in Sydney after Australia Day celebrations. The former Melbourne star is facing 6 charges, including 2 alleging he assaulted police. His lawyer, Danny Eade, speaking outside of Sydney's Downing Centre local court, says there is concern over the way police conducted themselves and there's no reason why Scott should not return to training. To the weather, total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT. The ACT forecast the ACT's total ban extended for another 2 days now. The forecast is for a hot and humid night tonight. Tomorrow, hot and sunny with northwesterly winds at up to 30 kilometres an hour, a minimum of 25 and a top tomorrow of 41. For Sunday, showers and 35, and for Monday, mostly sunny and 30. At top today, 41.9 degrees, just over 15 minutes ago. At the moment, still on 41, and I'll have more ABC News at 5 o'clock.
Thanks very much, Andy. Anna Vito with you this afternoon. Dan Borsche here for a moment, but racing off in a minute to go and take care of you for the 7 o'clock news.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to duck out to get ready for our 7 p.m. bulletin. We're obviously going to have a special focus tonight to bring you up to speed. But until then, don't leave ABC Radio Canberra. Anna Vito, you're in very safe hands here on those ongoing situations where I think you've got a new update. Thanks very much and stay safe, Canberra.
Thanks very much, Dan.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And as Dan said, we do have a brand new alert, an emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. There is a bit of a change in the information that we've got in this latest update. It's still an emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. The ESA advises that this bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted past Beaubien Road and Glendale Depot. The fire moving south and east now, so the south bit is new, and has spotted past Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. The fire is spotting heavily in these directions, the ESA says. This fire is also moving north slowly. It's still about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road, so it hasn't moved too much since the last update, but it is still slowly moving northwards. The advice for people in those areas we've been talking about remains the same. You're advised to leave if it is safe to do so if you're in the areas of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you're in those areas and it's safe to leave, please do so. It may soon be, or it will soon be, too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra, because that route's been cleared and it's being monitored by emergency services. If you're not in the area, don't return to the area. If you need somewhere to head to in Canberra, Erindale College at Waniassa on McBride Crescent in Waniassa is open. You can take your pets and you don't have to have them in a cage by the sounds of things, which is good. Conditions are now very dangerous. This fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You shouldn't expect a firefighter at your door, and you should leave now if it is safe to do so. Further afield, for people in Tharwa Village and southern Canberra suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, the advice for you is still to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. This fire is out of control still, and it has continued to grow. To give us a little bit more context around all of this, I'm joined once again by Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. Joe Murphy, it sounds like that sort of intensity of spotting around the Glendale Depot area has really picked up.
Yeah, good day, afternoon. Good day, Anna, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again. Look, that's right. I've just had a bit of a chat with our operational planning teams, and so this fire is driving itself forward with some heavy spotting. It's short-range spotting, they tell me right now, but it's still a lot of spotting going on, so it's dragging itself forward with this spotting, with the heat and the weather it's forming by itself. So it is, as you said, still a very dangerous, very large fire, so we need people to stay safe.
We've had a couple of people being a bit confused about what's happening with the winds and I guess how the fire is able to be travelling south and east and kind of creeping north all in one go. Do you have a sense of how those winds are playing out on the fire ground? Are you hearing anything back from your crews about that?
Oh, look, that would not surprise me at all. And we've seen this every day this fire's been going. So this is what we call, this is a bit of firefighting 101. So this will take about a minute.
Go for it.
Okay. So we've got a prevailing wind from the northwest. This is the prevailing wind for pretty well for Canberra, all of summer. It's the warm, dry wind that comes from Central Australia. This is what we normally see. But down at ground level, when you've got these mountainous country with valleys and gullies and all this, these peaks and the like, we get what's called terrain-driven winds. In other words, the wind gets in there and then is steered by the terrain. And then, so it throws the wind out maybe south or a bit east. So therefore the fire follows that track as well. So up above the range, absolutely northwest. Down in the ranges themselves, we can see some variability in that wind direction. And that's what's going on right now. That's how this fire is spreading so rapidly in all different directions.
That sounds like it's also conditions that make it quite hard to predict what it's going to happen next. How are you attacking it and your crews approaching that attack at the moment?
Yeah, so look, I have to say at this stage we're not attacking it. This is we're watching right now. We've got crews down there. I mean, believe me, there are crews in the area. They're up close. They're keeping on. They're providing feedback into our operational centre, which is fantastic. So what we do right now is you're right. We can't really predict where they're going to go, but these are experienced firefighters out there. They keep themselves safe and they keep giving this information back to us about what's going on. Wind's going this direction. It's going this fast. It's currently this hot. The humidity is doing this. They've got little weather stations they carry on some of the vehicles. So we go to a lot of effort to understand what the fire is doing locally. And then we've got our planning people back here who take all that information in and then all the other information they get and they turn this into something we can work with for the next 12 hours.
Anything else that people on the ground in those immediate areas need to know right now, Joe?
Look, for any resident or landholder who's down that way, I mean, these are people who we've been talking to for a very long time now about this fire. They know what's going. They would understand what is happening around them. But to those who are listening, stay safe. Bunker down. You know what you've got to do to keep yourself safe. Just protect your property, protect your loved ones, and come out the other end. That's the really big part of it. You know what? You've got to come out the other end. That's the deal.
Exactly right. I just want to clarify something very quickly with regard to the southern Canberra suburbs with you quickly, if I can, sure. Without notice. So I want to be very clear, preface this with people in the southern suburbs and also Thawa. At this stage, the information for you is simply that you should be monitoring conditions closely, be ready to act should you need to. We have had someone in Spence asking us on behalf of a friend that there has been door knocking happening today in Wright. Is that one of the suburbs where I know you've been doing this sort of information bushfire planning suburbs? It sounds like that's maybe that project is extended to some of the more bush fringe of the city?
You're absolutely right, Anna, and that's exactly what is happening today. So we have crews on the ground today. So if you think about that western area of the ACT, that's the bushfire. You know, we talked about those northwesterly winds. Well, this is the areas which get impacted by a fire coming from that northwesterly direction. So we're taking the opportunity now to go and meet with those people face to face and just make sure they're thinking about their preparedness, thinking about what their actions are. Not an evacuation. No evacuation for those areas. This is people on the ground working for the ESA who want to come and have a really short chat with you just about what you're thinking about and make sure you are thinking about what this fire might mean and what a future fire might mean as well. So please give them the courtesy of listening, ask a few questions, and then say thanks very much. We're really keen and very, very keen here at ESA to make sure we can keep the community educated and informed, and this is one of the ways we're doing it.
Joe Murphy, thank you.
Cheers, thanks Anna.
Joe Murphy, Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service, with a bit of an update for us there. An update on livestock evacuations too, courtesy of Amanda in Braidwood, and thank you, Amanda. She says there is a Facebook group, ACT and Surrounds Equine Rescue, and it says that Epic, Bungendore Showground, Tarago Showground and Braidwood Showground are all open for horse evacuations. So it looks like there might be an issue with Queanbeyan because of the four-wheel drive show. If we can confirm that, we will. But it sounds like Epic certainly is open. Bungendore, Tarago and Braidwood Showgrounds also open for horse evacuations. And I've just reminded myself, when we were last talking about this a few weeks ago, the New South Wales DPI actually has a hotline you can call to check which horse type evacuation site is open and what times they're open and all that kind of information. I'll give it to you a couple of times. So if you need to grab a pen, if you have a horse that you might need to evacuate and you need to check that, the New South Wales DPI hotline for those sites is 1800 814 647. That's the New South Wales DPI hotline where you can find out which sites are available for large animal horse evacuations. New South Wales DPI 1800 814 647. 1800 814 647. And we have confirmed with the Queanbeyan and Palarang Council that Queanbeyan and Bungendore showgrounds are not available for fire evacuations. So I'm striking Bungendore off the list. Queanbeyan and Bungendore showgrounds are not available for fire evacuations. However, Canberra's Epic and the Braidwood showground are open. We have confirmed that for you this afternoon. This is possibly particularly relevant for people in those areas of New South Wales just to the east of the Monero Highway, where we are also keeping an eye on a watch and act level fire, the Clear Range fire, which has emerged out of spotting from the Orroral Valley fire this afternoon. Joining us once again with another update on this fire is Greg Allen from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. G'day, Greg. What's the latest on this Clear Range fire?
Good afternoon. Yeah, the fire is still at the Watch and Act alert level, so although no immediate threat to properties in that Micalago area, it's important for those in that area, particularly around the Angle and Royalla as well, on the eastern side of the ACT border, to monitor conditions. So what we've seen under these very strong northwesterly winds is that fire in the ACT, the Orroral Valley fire, a spot with embers that have been blown ahead of that main fire front. So the actual main fire has not yet crossed the border, but we have seen these spot fires start separately. So we've called this the Clear Range fire. There's a number of these spot fires in the area. So monitor conditions, take advice from crews in the area. We've got firefighters out there locally along with water bombing aircraft assisting as well to slow the spread of fire and control them as soon as possible. But importantly, have a conversation with those you're with today, whether it's at work or those in your family or on your property, about what you'll do if the situation escalates and you are threatened by fire. So when will you leave? What are you going to be taking with you, and where are you going to go? If you think about at least those three things, think about your bushfire survival plan, have that discussion, and we'll continue to keep you up to date through our website, through our social media, and of course through your local media too.
It sounds like those erratic winds are really starting to cause some trouble over the main Orroral Valley fire. Are you hearing reports back of that same kind of weather situation across the Clear Range area as well?
Yeah, that's right. We are seeing those strong winds and the elevated temperatures. And a quick note as well for tomorrow. These conditions are likely to persist. In fact, we have severe fire danger tomorrow for the main southeast of the state, including the southern slopes, the southern ranges, into the Illawarra Shoalhaven, and then down into the far south coast and Monero Alpine regions as well. Those 5 areas surrounding the ACT are under a total fire ban tomorrow. So please follow the rules of what a total fire ban include. We have those available on our website at rfs.nsw.gov.au, or if you'd like to go through with someone about those rules, the bushfire information line is 1-800-679-737, or indeed you can call that number for details on this Clear Range fire as well.
And you know what? That fire ban is a useful point to remind everyone that the fire ban for the ACT has also been extended through to Sunday midnight. Thank you so much again, Greg. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg Allen from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service with an update on that Clear Range fire still burning at a watch and act level. Spot fires arising out of the Orroral Valley fire. And again, for people, this is if you're in the Micalago area, you should be monitoring conditions, being aware of those spot fires, which may start ahead of that fire front over the border in the ACT. And if you're in areas of the Angle and Royalla, also continue to monitor conditions and enact your bushfire survival plan. You can follow updates and information about the Clear Range fire. And this is where it gets a little confusing. The Clear Range fire is basically the fire that's burning over the border in New South Wales. All of the information and updates for that fire will come via the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on their website, on their social media channels. The original fire out of which spotted the Clear Range fire, so the Orroral Valley fire, because it is within the ACT, all of those alerts and information will come via the ESA website, social media channels. Even if those fires merge at the border, if you are within the ACT, the ESA is going to be the place to go for information that's most relevant for you. If you're in New South Wales, the RFS site is going to be the place to go for information that's most relevant to you. I know this isn't ideal, but it will, if it is, well, it's expected it will eventually be the same fire that will sort of spread towards and cross the New South Wales border. I will reassure you at this point that sort of difference of you need to go to different places applies online, but we here at ABC Radio Canberra are monitoring all of those sources of information, and we'll continue to bring you updates from the ESA, from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service as we get them. So we're going to bring you as much and all indeed of that as we can, as quickly as we can. So keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. At this stage, the emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire, while it's strongly suggesting that some people in the area of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection and at Corrin Road, strongly suggesting that people in those areas do leave now north towards Thawa and Canberra using Nace Road. For people in Thawa Village, at this stage, back on alert if they were ever really off alert after Tuesday's happenings. So to check in again with the community at Thawa, Kevin Jeffries back on the line. He's president of the Thawa Community Association. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm going all right. Thanks for having me back on.
It's great to have you back on. Now, you obviously experienced firefighter yourself, but you've had an influx of assistance arriving today, I understand.
Oh, this is quite amazing. I was just thinking back to 2003 when we had to pull our old Bedford out of the shed, 50-year-old Bedford, to actually fight fires because there was nothing else here. I'm standing around getting run over.
Who's lobbed into town to help you out?
Oh, no, we have ACT Fire and Rescue, a number of vehicles from them. They've brought the aviation truck here with lots of water and very big, powerful hoses. Probably 10 or 15 trucks from Queensland Rural Fire Service, which has been excellent. They're out helping the farmers down towards the Nace Way now, which is really good. I think there's some plant doing some grader work around the village as well. Yeah, so it's a very different place than the last time we had a fire.
It's certainly good to hear. You'd be spoilt for choice support-wise. That's certainly good.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And we had a bit of a community work yesterday afternoon while we were still waiting for stuff because we're doing a lot of waiting here. So we cleaned up a hell of a lot of stuff around the back of the village as well. So, because we may as well clean it up while we've got the chance.
Indeed, absolutely right. The Thawa community had a meeting with RFS to ask you questions, be able to talk through all of that this morning. What were the kinds of things that came up in that meeting?
Well, there was usual stuff about what's going to happen to the fire, what's the likely scenarios. They were answered quite well. There was stuff about what the tactics are and what's happening to attack the fire, which is less important today and tomorrow because it's very hard to attack the fire on a day like today. But the locals are asking questions about backburning and why it hasn't been happening when it was calmer. There was also some questions about whether the units that are here for support might get pulled out if the alert level goes too high, particularly down in the farming areas. There was concerns by farmers to say, well, you've got the vehicles here now, but when we need them, it sounds like you might take them away.
Were there clear answers for you on that one, Kevin?
That one was a bit challenging. There's certainly the principle of life first and property second, and nobody argues that. But the principle of, life for the firefighter means it's so bad that we have to go, but you can exercise your own choice is an interesting one. And I tried to have the conversation that there is actually two different fires here. When the fire's in the mountains, it's a very bad fire. Those dry trees in that forest, it means you cannot get in there and do anything to it. But when it comes out on grass, and when I say grass, I've said this before, I mean dirt.
Yeah.
It moves fast on grass, but you know how fire works? The more fuel, the more heat, the more energy. Well, it's producing almost no energy. You could walk on it in thongs and put it out when it comes on in grass. And so what we're concerned about is if the firefighters are pulled out because you think there's a threat to their safety when they're in grassland that has no more grass than my tennis court, we get a bit concerned about that. So that one's still up in the air. But what I'm looking at here is so much support here, and they haven't been pulled out now. And this, like I said, the Queenslanders seem to be going well down south, so we'll probably be right.
That's good to hear, Kevin. Is it still your plan to stay and defend?
Oh yeah, well I have no trouble here. We have open paddocks behind us, and as I said, a hell of a lot of support. So, but most villages are still here. We've all got our pumps, our tanks, and our water, and we've cleaned up everything we need to clean up. The only thing that's going to attack us at all is spot fires, and spot fires you can work on.
Well, we wish you all the very best in doing exactly that should it come to it. Kevin, I'm so glad you're all not on your own.
One quick one before I go.
Please.
It is travelling west in the mountains a lot faster than I would have expected ever before against the wind, and it's going to keep going because the mountain is so dry. The next place we've got to start watching out for is Corrin. They certainly have to be careful, and it's going to keep going past there and further west. So that's the next thing that needs to be dealt with.
Actually, now you bring that up, Kevin, speaking of this fire moving against the wind, we're hearing now that this fire is moving south and east, but it's also still creeping north. A few people wondering how is it possible for a fire to be moving in all these directions at once? That's just your experience on the ground again, these really sort of circular and erratic winds pushing the fire every which way?
No, it's not to do with erratic winds at all. It's in fact to do with the fact that the trees are so dry in mountains. So wind moves fires by convection, but mostly what's happening in there, because the trees are all so dry, and normally we would expect that the tops of trees, the crowns, don't burn until you get a massive wind, but they are all stressed and almost dead. And so they're actually moving by conduction and short flow convection really close together trees. So the wind isn't even in there down in the tree level. It's just burning, the next tree and the next tree.
Have you seen it do that before, Kevin?
Never seen it as dry as this. So that's a thing that'll happen. What I can tell, and I haven't gone to the fire experts for this, but that's what we're seeing, is that it's because the trees are so close together and they are all almost dead.
Not ideal, Kevin.
No, it isn't.
Not ideal at all. We wish you all the very, very best, and hopefully we might be able to check back in with you a little bit later, but I'm glad you've got that support around you.
No worries. Thank you. Very happy to help.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Kevin Jeffrey is president of the Tharwa Community Association, who, as you heard, about 100 residents from the Tharwa region attended that meeting, the community meeting earlier, but they have been joined by heaps of support, including from Queensland, about 40 firefighters down from Queensland to help out in Tharwa. Wonderful to hear that they're not on their own, and particularly that contrast to 2003. And that's, I think, probably a point worth just dwelling on for a moment, actually, because we did hear, and you will keep hearing, that from the Chief Minister, from the ESA Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, that the kind of conditions that we are expecting, particularly heading into tomorrow, are the most serious that we have seen in our region since that awful day in 2003. But the Chief Minister trying to make the point this morning that they've also learned a lot of lessons from that experience, not least the amount of information available to you. Specifically, they want to give you more information and earlier. And we're going to help you access that information here on ABC Radio Canberra. So keep listening to us. And another thing we've clearly learned, if you listen to Kevin's experience there, a lot more resources on the ground than there were in his experience in 2003, which is certainly very, very good to hear. You are listening to ABC Radio Canberra. We're not going anywhere. We will continue to bring you all of the latest information as we get it. And if you know something we don't, or that your fellow Canberrans, your fellow people across the district should know, 1300 681 666 is the number to call, 1300 681 666. But please make sure you're somewhere safe before you do that.
You're listening to ABC Radio. There's a bushfire in your area.
During a bushfire, it's up to you to stay informed. Some fires may start so quickly that they threaten homes and lives within minutes. Don't wait for a warning to enact your bushfire survival plan. Keep an eye on conditions outside. You may become aware of a fire before the emergency services. You can't rely on telephones and the internet for advanced warnings of bushfires on days forecast as catastrophic fire danger. Your safest option is always to leave early.
You're listening to ABC Radio, and there's a bushfire in your area. We'll bring you the latest information shortly.
In a bushfire, you need a plan in case your house catches fire. Shelter in a space on the side opposite to the approaching fire and ensure you have at least 2 points of exit, including one which allows you to escape the burning building. Never shelter from a bushfire in a bathroom. If your house is alight, move outside to burnt ground and remain aware of rapidly changing conditions. Try to put a solid object between you and the radiant heat from the fire.
You should not stay and defend your home if it's a catastrophic fire danger rating day. Staying and defending your property can be physically and mentally demanding, as the bushfire threat may last for hours. When the fire arrives, it's going to be hot, loud and dark. Shelter in a room on the opposite side of the house from the approaching fire. The room should have a clear exit out of the house. Even if you choose to stay and defend, you must have a contingency plan.
Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Anna Vito with you on ABC Radio Canberra, where we continue to bring you information about the Orroral Valley fire. A couple of people mentioning the whole border aspect again. And look, I will just reiterate, because I know that it's a little bit confusing. And look, I'll be honest with you, I get why you think it's not ideal. I get that. But this is where you're going to be able to get information about the Orroral Valley bushfire, currently at emergency level, and also the clear range fire burning at Watch and Act just over the border in New South Wales. So the Watch and Act fire in New South Wales, the clear range fire, has spotted out of the Orroral Valley fire over in New South Wales. If you are in New South Wales, then the best place to go for updates and information is going to be the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and social media channels, and look for the clear range bushfire. Authorities are expecting the Orroral Valley bushfire to spread towards the New South Wales border through the afternoon, possibly, certainly at some point in the next couple of days, and eventually to merge with these spot fires that have cropped up around Michelego. But even after that happens and it's all one fire ground, if you're in the ACT, the alerts for you in the ACT will continue to come via the ESA and the Orroral Valley fire updates. If you're in New South Wales, the updates will continue to come via the RFS and their website and their social channels, even once that's actually technically the same fire ground. Again, I have heard your frustrations about that. I wish I could fix it for you. But what I can fix for you is to assure you that the ABC here at Canberra is paying attention to all of that information, and we will bring you all of that information from all of those sources as soon as we have it. So whether you're in New South Wales or you're in the ACT, if you're hearing me now, it means you are listening to the right radio station, because we are broadcasting updates and alerts for everyone who is in our little broadcast area, whether you're in the ACT or you're in New South Wales. So we will be bringing you as much of it as we can, as quickly as we can. You are listening to ABC Radio Canberra. Anna Vito with you this afternoon. It's 5 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The ACT government has declared a state of emergency as a big fire to Canberra South has been upgraded to emergency level. More from Alexandra Alvaro.
The Orroral Valley fire to Canberra South has so far burnt through 8% of the ACT. In the case of the worst possible weather conditions, the fire could spot into Canberra's southern suburbs. Chief Minister Andrew Barr says the state of emergency declaration is the first since the horror fire season of 2003.
There is now no higher priority for the entire ACT government at this time than this bushfire threat.
The declaration allows the Emergency Services Commissioner more power to allocate ACT government resources.
ACT Rural Fire Service Chief Officer Joe Murphy says people need to stay alert to what is now a very dangerous situation.
This fire is just going to grow bigger and bigger today, and we've been flagging that for some time, that this fire will grow bigger in unprecedented ways, and it's currently doing that right now. People need to be very alert to what is going on and just keep monitoring and doing what they can.
Across the border, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service has issued a warning for people south of the ACT border after spotting from the ACT started a fire at clear range that's listed as watch and act. People in the Angle, Royalla, Michelego areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. Continuous coverage of the bushfire emergency will continue with Anna Vito immediately after this bulletin of ABC News. Canberra Raiders new recruit Curtis Scott has entered not guilty pleas to all charges he's facing after an incident in Sydney after Australia Day celebrations. The former Melbourne star is facing 6 charges, including 2 alleging he assaulted police. His lawyer, Danny Eade, speaking outside of Sydney's Downing Centre local court, says there's concern over the way police conducted themselves.
There's nothing, in my opinion, that should stop him from going back to training, and I would hope the NRL Integrity Commission would seriously consider the matter properly, not just on a set of police facts which we say is contextually false.
China's government has announced it will charter planes to fly overseas for people who want to return to Hubei province. It comes as European nations move to fly their nationals out, as China correspondent Bill Birtles reports.
China's government says it will send flights to pick up people facing difficulties because of the coronavirus outbreak. But the move to bring people from Wuhan back to the epicentre of the global outbreak comes as Australia and other countries scramble to get foreign nationals out. While the government is yet to lock in plans to fly vulnerable Australians out of Wuhan, the British managed an evacuation flight this morning, while the EU has an A380 en route. The US and Japan have also flown people out. The Australian plan to quarantine people on Christmas Island for 2 weeks appears to be a snag, with many stuck in Wuhan very uneasy about it. Bill Birtles, ABC News, Beijing.
Queensland Ballet has cancelled a tour to Melbourne after its star choreographer Liam Scarlett was accused of sexual misconduct in London. The allegations of inappropriate behaviour with current and past Royal Ballet dancers were reported yesterday in the UK newspaper The Times. Queensland Ballet says it has suspended all future engagements with the choreographer pending an investigation. A Canberra magistrate has told a man who threatened to murder a police officer and his family that he'll be sentenced to time behind bars. Michael Inman reports.
Jordan David Harns Gill claimed he impersonated a police officer to scare off gang members he thought wanted him dead. He was under investigation by police for the incident when he sent the investigating officer a barrage of abusive and threatening emails. Gill pleaded guilty in the ACT Magistrates Court to charges of impersonating police and using a carriage service to make threats. Magistrate James Stewart today said jail was the only appropriate sentence and revoked Gill's bail. Gill will learn his sentence on Monday.
To finance in the All Ordinaries has closed 12 points higher at 7,121. The dollar is buying 67.2 US cents. To sport, and in tennis at the Australian Open in the mixed doubles semi-final, America's Bethany Mattek-Sands and Britain's Jamie Murray have defeated Australia's Astra Sharma and John Patrick Smith in straight sets 6-3, 7-6. Tonight, the men's semi-final will be played between Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev. A total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT. The ACT ban extended for another 2 days. The forecast hot and humid tonight. Tomorrow, hot and sunny with northwesterly winds up to 30 kilometres an hour, 25 the minimum, 41 the maximum. And for Sunday, showers and 35 degrees. The top in Canberra today was 42. At the moment in the city, 41 degrees.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito with you in the ABC Radio Canberra studio, bringing you emergency and bushfire updates for as long as we need to on our station this afternoon and evening. And I will begin with the latest update to the emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. This is issued just a few minutes ago by the ESA. And the ESA advises that this bushfire is still at emergency warning level, that it is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. So again, the ESA advises this bushfire in the Orroral Valley fire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. The fire is also moving north slowly, and it's currently about 1 kilometre south of Corran Road. Sounds like it's been sitting around there for an hour or so, but is still continuing to move north slowly. We've heard a little bit about why that is. We've got some erratic winds. We've got some very, very dry conditions and dry trees, meaning that this fire is behaving erratically. The advice for people in the immediate area is still the same as of 5 o'clock. If you're on the Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, or Corran Road, if you're in those areas, you're still being advised to leave if it is safe for you to do so, because it will soon be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is to head north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. That route still being cleared and monitored by emergency services. If you're not in the area, do not return to the area. There is an evacuation centre open at Erindale College in Waniassa on McBride Crescent. You can take your pets there, and we've heard from someone who was an eyewitness that there are lots of cages there. So we are assuming that means you do not need to turn up with your pet in a cage if you were worried about that. You can take your pets with you to the Erindale College Evacuation Centre. If you have larger animals that you need to evacuate with, there are a couple of places that are open and taking horses, for example. Epic in Canberra is open for evacuations. So is the Braidwood Showground. Now, the showgrounds at Queanbeyan and Bungendore are currently closed for evacuations. So if you do need to evacuate, you have a horse with you, you cannot take them to Queanbeyan and Bungendore. You can take them to Epic and Braidwood, though. For people who are in Tharwa Village itself and the southern suburbs of Canberra, like Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas, you should continue to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. This fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road, still being advised if you're in that area to leave now if you are able to. The size of the fire has grown again. It's currently more than 21,000 hectares, in fact almost 21,500 hectares. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. Power, water, mobile phone service may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. This fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales. Once that happens, and this is where it gets slightly confusing, bear with me, once it crosses the border into New South Wales, it will be known as the Clear Range Fire, but it will still be known as the Orroral Valley Fire in the ACT. But if you're listening to me now across the border in New South Wales, I'll give you also the latest of a Watch and Act alert for the Clear Range Fire. This is a spot fire near Mikalago, which spotted, as you might expect, out of the Orroral Valley Fire. This is a fire burning at the Watch and Act level. And the latest information from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is this, that a number of spot fires have started in the Mikalago area as a result of that Orroral Valley Fire. Water bombing aircraft are working in the area on that fire. And fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. If you're in the Mikalago area, monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires, which may start ahead of the main fire front, because these spot fires may threaten your property. If you're in areas of the Angle and Royalla, you should monitor conditions, enact your bushfire survival plan, know what you will do if the situation changes and you are directly threatened by fire. Of course, follow the directions of any firefighters in the area. If you live somewhere across the border in New South Wales, the RFS website and social media channels and updates for the Clear Range Fire is the best place for you to get information. If you are listening to me within the ACT, then the ESA's social media channels and website are the best places for you to go for information. I realise that can be a little confusing, but I can also assure you that we here at the ABC are monitoring all of those channels, and whether you're in the ACT or the surrounding areas of New South Wales, we will be bringing you all of those emergency updates and warnings as they come to hand. So keep listening to us here at ABC Radio Canberra. On the subject of animals as well, joining us on the line this afternoon is Luke Pope, the Incident Controller, Agriculture and Animal Services based in Cooma. G'day, Luke.
Hello, Anna.
What can you tell us about facilities and options available for people?
Look, there's at the moment there's three main phases, I guess. For those people that are urgent and are evacuating, the information you just gave across is entirely accurate. I'll expand on a couple of little points. EPIC is available, but is not being managed by us in New South Wales. As far as the Braidwood Showground goes, we are actually asking people to ring ahead if possible. And I'll give you a phone number if you like, Anna.
Please do.
The phone number to ring ahead for Braidwood Showground is 0428 243 630. The third option is...
And just before you move on to that quickly, while we're talking Braidwood, when and why should people call that number? Do they need to call ahead?
Just to call ahead to make sure the site is open and someone is going to be prepared to welcome them.
Great.
The third option is Cooma Showgrounds itself, and we have a overflow area into Cooma sale yards for large animals. And Cooma is open and ready to take people in.
Is there a number people should call at Cooma before they head over?
No, Cooma is staffed and has been working up and down for over the previous weeks and is well equipped, ready for people.
Have many people been showing up already?
Look, not lots. We've got across the region 30 to 50 horses, cats and dogs, and a few cattle and sheep, but not big numbers. But obviously people are making those decisions today. And if we base it on recent fires, at times we've had over 1,000 animals in self-care in various evacuation centres.
The cattle question is always an interesting one, Luke. I mean, when we talk about large animal evacuation centres, usually we mean horses because obviously you tend to have a big herd of horses that people need to evacuate. What kind of capacity is there for people to move cattle into these kinds of evacuation centres?
Look, I guess because of cattle, we tend to use more sale yards, and those are set up ready to handle larger trucks.
So that's really more of a Cooma situation than anywhere else that we've been talking about, the showgrounds.
Precisely. Yep.
You're listening to Luke Pope. He's Incident Controller, Agriculture and Animal Services based in Cooma with the New South Wales Government. What kind of advice for people who just might need reminding or just a bit of a check through their mental checklist, Luke Pope, for people who are on those rural properties but who do plan to evacuate?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. So what we encourage is to put animals into safer areas within a paddock, so within a property. So they might be paddocks where there's a little bit lower feed, certainly paddocks where there's water. We encourage people to open gates within the property, but please never open the gates onto public roads. What happens is if animals flee onto public roads, they end up having collisions with either emergency vehicles or with other evacuees. So we ask to keep those animals contained in the property, but open up those gates to give animals as much space to move in within the property. Safer paddocks might be ones where there might have been a little bit of cultivation happen, or where there's already been a bit of fire activity and some fire breaks, or even just shorter pastures.
No, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is that if people are going to start thinking about preparing and evacuating early, most of the facilities where people go to are actually self-care. So we ask people to bring some hay if possible, some buckets to feed their horses. If they do leave horses, please take things like horse rugs and blankets off. They only increase the fire risk. So just think about those practical measures that people can do while they're preparing or making that decision whether to leave or stay.
Water-wise, these sites should all have water sufficient for people who might turn up, I imagine?
Yes, they do.
Just on that subject of feed, obviously, if you're going to turn up in an evacuation centre, you want to be self-sufficient, bring some hay with you. For people who might be affected, though, after the fact, what kind of assistance is available in terms of emergency fodder or veterinary care, or is that something that's decided after the fact?
No, there absolutely is. And the number, I guess I'll keep giving out this one a couple of times, but the important number for that response for people who need emergency care for animals after the fire is 1-800-814-647. That number again is 1-800-814-647. And the different types of assistance I guess we offer is firstly we provide some emergency fodder, which is usually just a couple, 3 days worth of fodder for all the animals, just while the landholders can access their ongoing feed supply. We can also provide some emergency water where water has been removed for firefighting, again, just to get people over the line, and when there is an animal welfare emergency. If animals have been injured at all directly by the fire or while they've been sort of fleeing the fire, in New South Wales we'll absolutely provide some of that veterinary care, and including some ongoing care for those animals. And unfortunately, the other service that we provide is if animals need destruction and burial.
Anything else you think people need to know right now, Luke?
Oh, look, the messages you just gave on that emergency update were fantastic about leaving early, about leaving to the north, making good decisions and protecting themselves.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Luke.
Thank you, Anna.
Luke Pope is Incident Controller with Agriculture and Animal Services based in Cooma with the New South Wales Government. Again, that number to call with the New South Wales DPI. If you do need some more assistance, some information, if you do need some of that emergency care after fires with livestock, and also a number to call, incidentally, if you need to check which large animal evacuation centres are open, that number again, 1-800-814-647. That's 1-800-814-647. Those large animal evacuation points that are open, Epic in North Canberra, Braidwood Showgrounds are open. You are asked to call ahead if you're heading towards Braidwood. The number again to call there is 0428 243 630. That's 0428 243 630. Braidwood Showgrounds and Epic in Canberra. But Cooma is also open, not just the showgrounds, but with overflow capacity into the sale yards there in Cooma. So if you've got cattle, that is the destination. But obviously you want to be very sure you can get there safely. So that is the important thing to check. Listening to us on the line, very patiently, I might add, this afternoon on ABC Radio Canberra from Burra is Alan Schmidt. He's a Burra resident, but also captain of the Burra Fire Brigade. G'day, Alan. How are things looking over that way?
Hi, Anne. Oh, dry and drought-like and a bit smoky, but other than that, not too bad.
Can you see much of these spot fires from where you are?
No. We are on the eastern side of the Mount Campbell ridgeline, which is the area that the Burra Brigade looks after, and we would have to drive, I guess, up and over Williamsdale Road to look across the Murrumbidgee corridor, where I know you can actually see the thing that is now called the Clear Range fire burning in the hills there. But all we can see here is basically the smoke which is being blown over. Yeah.
I know the community has been sort of on alert for most of this week since things first sparked up on Tuesday. What are the community plans for the fire around Burra?
Well, individuals obviously will make their own plans, and all of the information that has been provided through the ABC radio by the New South Wales RFS and through our various community engagement programs, which have been ongoing for, well, almost forever, but obviously more recently, which is to prepare your properties as best you can, and clearly to have a fire plan and to really enact it. And if you plan to leave, and this is obviously standard messaging that you've been providing through the regular updates. If you're planning to leave early, because leaving late is a really bad decision.
As you've talked to your community, Alan, we actually heard from someone at Borough yesterday who was saying they actually had to revisit their fire plan. They had originally planned to stay and defend, but they just have no water in the dams, so they've actually now decided to leave rather than stay and defend. Yep. Have you been hearing those kinds of tough decisions being made by people across your district?
Oh, not explicitly, but people will. We through our planning have gone and over the last several years sort of developed details on the various firefighting assets that are available, which include dams. But our assumption is that any dams that we have registered at the moment will be either empty or very dry. So there is very little water in the dams in the Burra Valley at the moment, and we're relying on, almost effectively artificial water sources to provide firefighting water for ourselves, and residents will have their own plans, and they will have had tanks which they've got prepared, those that have got those sorts of plans available. But it's just the nature of the drought and the dryness of the country has meant the conditions, and you have to adapt your plan to meet those conditions.
How has your brigade been preparing over the last few months, Alan? Because we know it was always going to be dry.
Yes, we did. Well, I guess normally we would simply train 1 or 2 days a month and have our people trained up on various specialist courses. But as it's turned out with this fire season, we've had people deployed to northern New South Wales. We've had 19 or 20 people deploy up north over a number of deployments, and then brigade members have been working pretty much continuously since about the 29th of November on the Talaganda fire, the Currawong fire, the Charlie's Forest fire, the Queanbeyan fire, and various others over the last 8 or 9 weeks. So in terms of preparation for what might happen here, it probably doesn't get much better than that. It's very real training on the fire ground.
At the same time, how's fatigue in the brigade?
I think at this stage we're okay. We've, because of the fire, the Orroral fire and its proximity to our area, we were relieved of having to send, being asked, we don't have to do anything, being asked to send crews down to the fires at Jindon and Charlie's Forest, because they knew that we needed to rest and prepare for that. So we've had, in terms of firefighting activities, about a week or so's reprieve, but in the last day or two, our brigade has been very busy preparing here, re-familiarising ourselves with our district, meeting with the community, making sure that all of our equipment is spruced up after 8 or 9 weeks of hard firefighting.
You trained for this, of course, Alan Schmidt, and you're doing it a lot, as you've just detailed. But nonetheless, a tense time, I imagine, for the community. How's morale in the brigade and in the borough community more broadly at the moment?
Well, I guess I'm the captain of the brigade, and I'd have to say the brigade morale is fantastic. But
great leadership will do that, Alan, clearly.
I mean, that's pretty flippant, but I would say that I have worked with, I think it's 25 or 26 brigade members who've been direct firefighting, and probably another 8 or 10 members of the brigade and the community who've supported us with truck cleaning and support, and not on the fire ground. And people have just really done amazing things and sacrificed, obviously, their work and home and family time, and they've done it willingly and happily, and in the last 2 days they have fronted up to prepare our own community. So if, I guess, performance is an indicator of morale, I'd have to say that it's in pretty good shape. The community, I think, it's a strong community out here, and I've probably said that when you might have interviewed me as a gardener 4 or 5 years ago, that it's a very close community where people look out for each other, and they do that. And we had a community meeting last night, and you could tell, obviously, I think, from the calls you've had from people in our area, that there's a level of, I think, anxious anxiety about what might or might not happen, and that's to be expected, and that certainly manifested itself last night. But people are preparing themselves for that, and they just, I think, need to have confidence to enact their plan and to really to execute it. But nevertheless, it's still an anxious time, and this is on top of people who are still trying to feed stock, look after gardens such as they might exist today, look after their families, and any number of people in the valley have had relatives, friends, and indeed themselves had houses down the coast. So everyone's been impacted over the last several months by fires in our area and even in northern New South Wales. So all of this builds, I think, in everybody's minds.
I think you're absolutely right about that, Alan. Before I let you go, I know you had a meeting there at Burra Community Meeting last night. Are there any plans for further community updates that we should know about or we can pass on?
Not at this stage, Anna. We had the one yesterday evening, which was very well attended, I would say. At this stage, and the advice we've been giving is to listen to you and your colleagues, and we are now focused on making sure that the brigade is prepared to go out and do the things we need to do to protect our community and hopefully keep the fire well away from our local area.
Well, we wish you well, Alan, and so does Amy, who says thanks to all the volunteers from the Burra Brigade. There are many of us who don't live in the valley but along the Burra Road and closer to Royalla. So Amy's best wishes and ours go with you and your crews, Alan.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Anna.
Thank you. You take care. Alan Schmidt is the captain of the Burra Fire Brigade, Burra resident, as you might expect, for the captain of the local brigade there, getting organised, getting prepared, along with many communities in our region this evening. And for good reason. We're keeping you updated about the Orroral Valley fire, still at emergency level, and that fire over the border that has spotted out of the Orroral Valley fire over the border in New South Wales at watch and act level this fire, and it's called the Clear Range Fire. That's the name you're looking for updates if you are also across the border in New South Wales when you're consulting your New South Wales RFS sources of information. For a bit more information about what the weather is doing, we're joined from the Bureau by Gabrielle Woodhouse, Senior Forecaster at the Bureau of Meteorology. What's happening with the winds? The all-important question, Gabrielle.
It is an important question. So currently across Canberra and the ACT, it's quite warm, and we're sitting in sort of west-northwesterly winds at the moment, around 15 kilometres an hour. And over the next couple of hours, we're expecting those temperatures to gradually cool a couple of degrees and the winds to weaken off a little bit, so that overnight winds remain fairly light and variable across much of the ACT. The exception to that is going to be some of the higher grounds to the very far south of the ACT, which may remain just a little bit windier throughout the night. During Saturday, however, we are expecting temperatures to again climb to around that 41, 42 degree mark, similar to what we've been seeing today, and winds picking up as well. So winds are looking to be a little bit stronger than what we saw today, so getting up around that 30 to 35 kilometres an hour, perhaps even getting up to 40 during the latter half of the afternoon. But once we get into tomorrow night, those winds will start to ease off again. The unfortunate part to the heat story that we do have across ACT and Canberra and southeastern New South Wales is we are still sitting in that severe to extreme heat wave conditions, and those really hot temperatures mean that overnight minimum temperatures are going to remain particularly warm. So across the ACT, looking between 20 to 25 degrees tonight, and similarly for Saturday night, Sunday morning. So that means it's going to remain really warm overnight, and it's not until later on Sunday that we see winds shifting a little bit more significantly in sort of turning east to southeasterly, and it'll be late on Sunday, and that's when we'll see conditions starting to cool down a little bit more significantly going into Monday.
Yeah, it's a pretty oppressive and nervous night, I think, ahead by the sounds of things. Certainly weather-wise, not a lot of relief on the way anytime soon.
No, not really until later Sunday. So we do have a fire weather warning out, and I believe there are total fire bans issued across the ACT for both today and tomorrow for those elevated fire dangers, and that's due to the wind as well as the heat that we're experiencing. We're sort of a little bit lucky in the regards that we have a little bit more humidity, and so that means it's not going as extreme as what it could otherwise have been, but it's still going to be a fairly nasty weekend with the heat. But we do see the chance of a shower or two or a possible storm during the middle part of Sunday as the front starts to make its way across southern New South Wales and the ACT.
Gabrielle, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Gabrielle Woodhouse there from the Bureau of Meteorology, Senior Forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon. Anna Vito with you on your radio, bringing you all of those updates as we get them, and we probably are due in the next few minutes a new update from the ESA on that Orroral Valley emergency fire. We will bring that to you as soon as we get it. Also keeping a close eye on that clear range fire at watch and act level just over the border in New South Wales. But it is 5:30 on your radio, and that means it's time to check in once again with Andrew Messenger. Hi, Andy.
Thanks, Anna. A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT ahead of predicted horror bushfire conditions tomorrow. The Orroral Valley fire to Canberra South, which has now burnt out more than 21,000 hectares, has been elevated to emergency alert level. ESA Commissioner Georgina Whelan says the next 72 hours could see the worst conditions since 4 lives were lost and nearly 500 homes destroyed in the 2003 fires.
Our community will be subject to possible road closures, evacuations, and any other action required to keep our community safe. This is as a consequence of the extreme bushfire and heatwave conditions.
There is no immediate threat to Canberra suburbs. Earlier today, ABC reporter Philip Williams was in Namadgi National Park where firefighters were trying to prevent the fire reaching the village of Tharwa.
It isn't under control in any respect, and it is in country that is simply undefendable. It's impossible to safely put in fire crews that could possibly do anything other than put themselves in danger. So it really is, unfortunately, although they have fire trails and they have tried to improve those trails over the last few days, there is unfortunately very little that can be done until it emerges onto ground where it can actually be tackled, and that of course is where people live.
Spotting from the ACT fire has started a separate fire south of the ACT border that's already at watch and act alert. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the clear range fire is out of control, has burnt out around 20 hectares, and people in the Angle, Royalla and Michelego areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. And Anna will have more on the fire situation immediately after this bulletin. The lawyer for the Canberra Raiders recruit Curtis Scott has urged the NRL Integrity Commission not to rush a judgment on standing down the centre. Scott faced a Sydney court today and entered pleas of not guilty to 6 charges, including 2 alleging police were assaulted after an incident after Australia Day celebrations. Outside the court, his lawyer Danny Eade said the NRL should take note of what he described as significant concerns over the actions of police.
I'm concerned that a decision in the short term would be made that may not reflect the evidence that will be borne out in due course.
A Canberra man who threatened to murder a police officer and his family has been put behind bars. Michael Inman reports.
Jordan David Harnes-Gill illegally dressed as a police officer and walked through a Tuggeranong shopping centre on 3 occasions. He then became fixated with the officer investigating the incidents, sending him a barrage of abusive and threatening emails. Gill pleaded guilty in the ACT Magistrates Court to charges of impersonating a police officer, using a carriage service to make threats, and obstructing police. Magistrate James Stewart revoked Gill's bail today, saying jail was the only appropriate sentence. The magistrate will hand down the sentence on Monday.
With the state of emergency declared across the ACT, Cricket ACT has cancelled all junior and premier grade cricket scheduled for this weekend. The women's T20 Tri-Series at Manuka Oval is still going ahead as planned. In today's game, India has defeated England by 5 wickets in the final over. Games will also be played tomorrow and on Sunday. To Canberra's weather now, and a total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT, and Canberra's forecast has been, total ban has been extended for another 2 days. The forecast for tonight, hot and humid. For tomorrow, hot and sunny, northwesterly winds up to 30 kilometres an hour, a low of 25, a top of 41. For Sunday, showers and a top of 35 degrees. At top today of 42 was 14 degrees above the January average. At the moment in Canberra, it's 41. More ABC News at 6 o'clock.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito with you with a fresh emergency warning from the ESA about the Orroral Valley fire. This was issued just a few minutes ago. The information in this update has not changed. And that information is this. The ESA advises that a bushfire moving south and east has now spotted as well in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. So again, this fire is moving all over the place. The fire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. The fire is also slowly moving north, and it's currently about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. It's been sitting in that area for a couple of hours this afternoon. The advice for people in that immediate area also remains the same, which is that you are still being advised to leave now if it is safe for you to do so. That applies to people in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you're in those areas, you're still being advised to leave now if it's safe for you to do so. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. If you're not in that area, stay away from the area. The safest route out is also the same one you've been hearing me talk about, to head north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. So we are hearing of the fire spotting to the west of Nace Road in the Billy Range, but you are still able to get through Nace Road northbound towards Tharwa and Canberra. That route is being cleared and monitored by emergency services. If you need somewhere to go once you get to Canberra, Erindale College on McBride Crescent in Waniassa is open as an evacuation centre. You can take your pets to Erindale College. If you have large animals that you need to evacuate, Epic in North Canberra is open, and so is Braidwood Showground if you do need to evacuate horses, for example. Unfortunately, Queanbeyan and Bungendore Showgrounds are closed for large animal evacuations. Epic and Braidwood Showgrounds are open. The number to call ahead at Braidwood is 0428 243 630. The Cooma Showgrounds are also open, but if you're being affected in this particular area, it may not necessarily be the safest one to go to, given that you're being encouraged to head north. So for people in other places, Cooma is also open at the showground, and there is some overflow into the sale yards there for cattle. That is open as an evacuation centre. For more information about livestock issues and which evacuation centres are open for large animals, you can call the New South Wales DPI on 1800 814 647. This is all relating to the emergency fire burning in the Orroral Valley, still out of control. Properties under threat near Top Nace Road. You're still being advised to leave now if you're able to. The fire continues to grow. It's now more than 21,500 hectares in size. And of course, properties may be affected by embers well ahead of the main fire front. At some point, power, water and mobile phone service may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. This fire is still expected to cross the border into New South Wales. It has already spotted over the border into New South Wales, where a watch and act bushfire alert is current for the Clear Range fire. Greg Bayliss is with me in the studio at ABC Radio Canberra, and he's been checking out the update for the Clear Range fire. G'day, Greg.
Hello.
Oh, I might get you to just move along to this one if that's okay. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry about that.
That's all right, Anna. With my old man eyes, I need to be as close to that monitor as I
fair
can
enough.
be. You're doing a sterling job, Anna, and a number of messages have come in commending you on the timely and clear information you're given. So,
we can only pass on what we get from the emergency services, so it's really all about them. But anyway, what are they telling us about what's happening with Clear Range?
It's at a watch and act level, Anna. Current situation is that a number of spot fires have started in the Mikalago area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. Water bombing aircraft are working in the area. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. For more information, Anna, is available on the ESA website. The advice around this warning is if you are in the Mikalago area, monitor the conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Angle and Royalla should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Follow directions conditions of the firefighters in the area, Anna, and for residents in the ACT, please follow the link to the ESA website for more information. Anna?
And while we're talking about people who are not in the fireground, to anyone who's listening to us from parts of Canberra in particular who are not in the southern suburbs of Tuggeranong, certainly who aren't in these rural areas, the best thing you can possibly do for your fellow Canberrans, fellow capital regionites, is to stay away. Please do stay away. Stephen from Greenway has a possibly too aggressive take for me to read out on the radio, but Stephen's point is that if he sees one more person driving down Erindale Drive to take a photo on a phone as they drive, he is going to be very, very angry with you.
I think he might be angry already.
Yes,
he's just going to get particularly angry.
I think he might be. But Stephen does make a very good point from Greenway. If you are not in one of these southern Tuggeranong suburbs, if you're not in one of the urban fringe suburbs, leave them alone, stay out of the way. Let's keep as much pressure off those roads and as much pressure off emergency services as we possibly can this afternoon. You are listening to ABC Radio Canberra with me, Anna Vito. Greg Bayliss is also here with me. Joining us on the line on 1300 681 666, by the way, if you'd like to, as long as you're somewhere safe and you'd like to call in and tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods. Joining us now is Peter Hendry. He's from the Smiths Road community, representing residents living at the Angle and Clear Range, so both in the ACT and New South Wales. G'day, Peter. What's it all looking like where you are right now?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the fire shed looking out across a number of our visiting fire and rescue trucks from New South Wales, from the Central Coast. They've been helping us here today and yesterday, and I'm just looking at a fairly big sort of pile of smoke just rising up above the horizon. Yeah, it's been like that most of the day.
Not the most encouraging sight. How's everyone feeling? How are you feeling?
Tired. But yeah, no, look, we're in good spirits, and yeah, it's been a long day, a hot day, it's been what I've had from our community members is that they're really pleased to see these trucks going along the road, and they feel supported by that, and they know that they're being looked after. So so that's really good.
That is good to hear. Have you seen any support from the skies?
Yeah, we did, and we have during the day. We've seen some reconnaissance planes flying around, and yesterday and today we had a fire retardant drop from one of the big, large air tankers. So that was quite spectacular with the pink fire retardant coming down. We have seen quite a bit. And if you're travelling to Sarwa, you can see the helicopters dropping into the Murrumbidgee and picking up water and taking it up to Tennant. So there's a lot of action, lots of things going on, and our little fire shed has never been quite so busy.
What is happening? I mean, what kind of preparations have been underway there, Peter?
In the past or today?
Well, both, I suppose. How I know you're sort of constantly working and training and working things out.
Yeah, there is all that too. But over the last month, I suppose, we've been looking at the Duns Road fire, which we thought at the time was our major threat, sort of waiting for that to come across in the Madgie. So we've been putting in lots of fire trails and fire breaks. We've been getting water delivered to people's homes so that we've got water to fight fires. I've been putting up a database of people who are coming and going, so I know where everybody is, and we're able to give that to the police the other day, so they were really appreciative of that. So just so I update that every day, so we know, where people are. And we're working with community members to make sure that they know what they're going to do and understand the seriousness of what might happen.
Is everyone pretty straight on what they are going to do, Peter? And most people, they've thought that through quite clearly now?
Yeah, they have, yeah. Excuse me, I'm getting a message coming through. Okay.
You're a busy man. You're in high demand, Peter, I understand.
So I think we've put a pretty good handle on that. I think most people knew from the word go what they were going to do. Some people have sort of now realised, how things are panning out, and have made a decision to move in. We've got people down here who've been offering beds for people who are further out, because it's further south along our road where you were talking about the clear range fire. That's really rough. Treed, lots of dead trees up there now, and country. So we're hoping that people will feel safe to come down here and take a bed in a neighbouring house if they need to. So yeah, we've had animals at the fire shed today. We've had locals dropping in all day, dropping off bread, milk, fruit, whatever. It's been a real buzz of activity. Every now and again, the shed empties as the trucks go out, and we just sit and have a few quiet moments.
Take them while you can get them.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Peter Hendry, given that the Smith Road community represents residents on both sides of the border, I wonder if that's a particular challenge for you in getting all those bits of information?
Yeah, look, the road does start in the ACT and ends in New South Wales. All the residents are in New South Wales, but we live most of our lives in the ACT. So, yeah, it presents some challenges as a cross-border issue. Yeah, and so it has been good, though, because over the last few days we've had visits from various ACT tankers just making their way down here to have a look at the lie of the land. And so if they do have to come in and help us out, then they've got a bit of an understanding of, what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
But yeah, things like maintenance of roads, half the road is in the ACT and half it's in New South Wales.
How helpful.
Half of it, I know. And so half of it is only ever done and graded properly at one time. So there's those sorts of things that are a bit tricky.
Yeah. Well, Peter, we will continue to scope all of the information sources to continue broadcasting stuff on both sides of the border. So we wish you and the community all the very best.
Can I just ask a quick favour?
Sure.
Because sometimes when we hear the emergency alerts, and I know they come from the ACT, ESA, we hear about Burra and Royalla, but we don't hear about Smith Road. And it's not just for us, but our friends and loved ones like to know what's happening down here as well too. So
no, fair enough too. And in fact, Janet in Williamsdale has a similar concern on our text message line. She says, "Can we talk about Williamsdale? Although we consider ourselves part of the Burra community, we're not officially Burra. And it may be helpful for residents to understand the proximity of fires to them if this difference is emphasised." I will try my best for you, Peter, and for you, Janet. The challenge I have is I don't really want to speculate too much about the information beyond that I'm officially getting. But luckily, I'm about to check in with the New South Wales RFS. So if they don't know, I'll see if they can maybe give us some information on notice. So keep listening.
Yeah, and actually, it was a good update you gave just before, because that helped.
I'm glad.
Things that we were hearing as well. So.
I'm really glad. I'm glad, Peter. Thank you so much. You take care.
Thank you very much. You too.
Thank you. Peter Hendry there from the Smith Road community. Residents living at the Angle and Clear range, definitely in range of that spot fire that has erupted today, as well as, of course, the main front of the Orroral Valley fire. As promised, joining me on the line now from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is Greg Allen, dropping in once again. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm well.
What is the latest on this Clear range fire this afternoon?
Yeah, not much of a change since last we spoke. The Clear Range fire is at that watch and act alert level. Now, this has started from embers that have started and spotted from the fire that's burning in the ACT, the fire that's been burning there for a number of days, the Orroral Valley fire. So it's important for those in the area of the Angle and Royalla to monitor conditions, but particularly for the Michelego area to monitor conditions as well, and be aware that other spot fires could start ahead of that main fire front inside the ACT under these very strong northwesterly winds. That's how this fire has started. And tomorrow we have got a severe fire danger and total fire ban for the area as well. So it's very important that we could see further escalation of fire activity and other fires start from spotting as well.
Of course, Greg, the places we've been specifically name-checking through the afternoon, Michelego to monitor conditions, the Angle, Royalla, Michelego to, in fact, enact their bushfire survival plans. Does that sort of encompass some of those hamlets like Smiths Road, like Williamsdale? And if not, can I ask you on notice if you've got any information for those places?
Yeah, sure. So Smiths Road to the north of the Angle, and I heard your caller before talking about Burra, slightly more to the north east of the area of Mikalago and Clear Range, they should certainly enact a bushfire survival plan and continue to monitor the situation. And of course, that caller knew the fire was there. But if you've got neighbours or family or friends, let them know as well. Let them know that we've got information available on our website, along with social media. And just in the last 5 minutes, we've posted the fire spread prediction for tomorrow, where we may see this fire within the ACT continue to burn. So this may encompass some of those other areas. So you can look at that image that's available on our social media page, New South Wales Rural Fire Service, and indeed we've posted that on the website this afternoon as well, which shows the potential for fire spread and also the potential for where we may see further spotting with ember attack. So that information is available, and if you are in those smaller areas, that might provide some details as to where we're talking about where this fire is currently burning and possibly could tomorrow.
That sounds like a great thing to check out. So that's now on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website. You can see that predicted fire spread. That's rfs.nsw.gov.au, and of course on their social media channels. Sounds like though if you're in that area, so really the places we've been talking about, Mikalago, The Angle, Royalla, Burra, Williamsdale, Smiths Road, that's all kind of in that activate your bushfire survival plan territory by the sounds of what you're saying.
Exactly, and with tomorrow the forecast conditions for severe fire danger and indeed a total fire ban, and not only check your bushfire survival plan, but know what you'll do if fire threatens. Make final preparations now for your property, and we always say that leaving early is the safest option, so don't wait until it's too late, as the roads may be impacted. So if your bushfire survival plan is that you've decided that you're going to leave your property, leaving early is the safest option.
Greg, really appreciate the update. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Greg Allen from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. And a reminder at this juncture, because it is a little confusing, that if you are in New South Wales, even if you're listening to me right now, even if you have been affected by spot fires out of the Orroral Valley Fire, even if, as it is predicted, the Orroral Valley Fire does at some point cross the border into New South Wales, if you are in New South Wales, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and social media channels are going to have the most relevant information for you. If you are within the ACT's borders, if you're looking for information online, the ESA is going to have the most relevant information for you on the ESA website and social media channels. The fire is going to be called the Orroral Valley Fire within the ACT. Across the border in New South Wales, even if it's the same fire ground, it's going to be called the Clear Range Fire because of that border issue. I know that's not ideal for a lot of you in these border communities, but what I can do for you is say that the ABC is monitoring all of these channels, all of these sources of information, and we're bringing you information from all of them. So keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra, and when there are alerts and updates for you, we will bring them to you. We'll also try and answer your questions, by the way. Lucy in Braddon got in touch about the Castaway Music Festival that's meant to be happening tomorrow at Stage 88 in Commonwealth Park. Lucy says, is there any news on if you've heard if it's been cancelled? No word from the organiser. A few people have asked them on Facebook if it's on because people are travelling interstate, etc. Lucy, it sounds like they may have heard you because it looks like they have updated on Facebook. Castaway Canberra is saying that at this stage, the surrounding fires near Canberra have caused some issues with air quality. They're also aware, of course, of the high temperatures forecast for Saturday. But until further notice, Castaway Canberra is still going ahead. If there are any changes, they're going to make those announcements via social media, so stay tuned to their Facebook page. And they say they'll also notify ticket holders via an SMS and email if there is a substantial change or cancellation. And they say, please be assured we are in constant contact with local authorities and our site team, and the situation's being closely monitored. So Castaway at this stage is going ahead, but continue to do what you're doing, Lucy, and monitor their social media feeds for any changes to that. Phil Williams, our ABC reporter, is out towards Mikalago overlooking the Clear Range now, and he's back on the line with us. G'day, Phil. What can you see?
Hey. Well, look, I can tell you I'm pretty close to the range. I'm just probably 500 metres or so from the Murrumbidgee River, and then the range starts after that. And I can, at the spot where I think the fire is, it's over the hill, it's over the top of the mountain there, so I can't see flame, but there is smoke rising. But what I can report is that it's very, very still. Virtually no movement. We just took a little reading, and it was just 3 kilometres an hour, the wind. So there's very little apparent activity, but clearly the conditions are so dry that even a small amount of wind can propel this fire. People in Mikalago, which is probably about 5 kilometres away from here, are clearly concerned and obviously watching and waiting to see what happens. But at the moment, just at the moment, it's quiet, and it seems to have calmed down a little. There have been aircraft bombing it, but we've seen none in the last half hour or so.
I mean, the good news, if indeed we can, grasp for some good news in these circumstances.
Grasp whatever we can.
Exactly right. Is that at least the watch and act status, while it still is in place for that fire, hasn't changed, and the advice for that fire hasn't changed. So it does sound like conditions maybe have stabilised a little, although, of course, you still want to remain vigilant if you're in the area.
I think that's exactly right. And while these conditions stay pretty benign as they are, although, of course, it's very low humidity and very high temperatures still, about 34, 35 degrees, at least we haven't got the corresponding winds. And while we haven't got those, I think this will progress slowly, but it will be slow, hopefully. But as we've seen with the fires, not just in the Orroral Valley, but on the coast, all those fires that we've had near Canberra, things are very unpredictable this season, and what's made it different is the level of dryness and the propensity to just fly through what is absolute tinder dry. And one of the other things that you really notice coming out here is just how many of the gum trees appear to be dead or dying, clearly of thirst. There's just been no moisture. And so that exacerbates the problem also. When you've got no moisture in the leaves, nothing in the trees, it just makes it far easier to rip through quickly through those timbered areas.
Absolutely right. And we were hearing from Kevin in Thawa, actually, that's exactly what he's seeing, that the wind is actually having very negligible impact in his immediate surround on the passage of the fire, and it's just burning because it's so dry. And he certainly says he's never seen it that dry before and behaving in that fashion.
No, and I think this is the story of the fires this year. And part of the story of why they've been so volatile and so destructive is that there's just nothing holding them up. And we only have to look to, Queensland and northern New South Wales, where you had rainforests which never burn, which have burnt, and it's that moisture deficiency that's creating that problem. And, when you look around the country as I am right now, I'm just scanning a paddock with some goats that probably the goannas, I think, have gone out on adjustment. It's so dry and so little to eat here. But it just reflects dreadful, dreadful season and a cumulative effect of many, many months of virtually no rainfall.
Phil Williams, thank you so much for the update, and hopefully conditions remain benign. We shall see. Thank you.
Hopefully, yep. We'll be back.
Indeed. Phil Williams, the ABC reporter, of course, Phil Williams. He's out near Mikalago overlooking the Clear Range, where the advice for everyone in that area, in Clear Range, in Mikalago, in Royalla, the Angle, Burra, Smiths Road, Williamsdale, is to monitor conditions and activate your bushfire survival plan. You need to know what to do if you'll be directly threatened by fire. That fire still at watch and act level. Not the case across the border in the ACT, where the main Orroral Valley fire continues to burn at an emergency level this evening. It's moving south and east and is spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. And of course, what I'm finding is happening is that I start reading you an old alert, and immediately as I do that, a brand new one starts to try and come through from the ESA. So I have, I think, this one here for you. And it looks like it's the same information, actually, so that's good. The bushfire's moving in a south and easterly direction. It has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions remain erratic with heavy spotting, and it continues to move northwards slowly. It's still, though, about a kilometre south of Corrin Road at this stage. The advice for people in the areas we've been talking about is still that you should leave if it's safe to do so. So that's people in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. It may soon be too dangerous to drive, but it's still best to leave if you can do so safely, and you should do that heading north using Nace Road towards Thawa and Canberra, because that's the route that is being cleared and monitored by emergency services. Of course, the Erindale College evacuation centre is open on McBride Crescent in Waniassa. For people in the Canberra suburbs and Tharwa Village, the advice still being that you need to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act should things change. And of course, should that happen, we will bring you those emergency alerts and updates immediately here on ABC Radio Canberra. We are also going to hear from the ESA Commissioner coming up immediately after 6.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The ACT is under a state of emergency tonight as a large fire in Canberra South has been increased to emergency alert level. Peter Doherty reports.
Authorities say the Orroral Valley fire has now crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot and moved into the next range. The fire is creating its own weather system, spotting well ahead of the main front, spreading to the east and the north. The blaze has already burnt out 8% of the ACT. Joe Murphy from the RFS says it's moving extraordinarily fast.
This is a very dangerous situation.
Extra crews have been brought to the ACT from interstate to assist local firefighters over the weekend.
Spotting from the ACT fire has started a separate fire south of the ACT border that's already at watch and act alert. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the Clear Range fire is out of control and people in the Angle, Royalla and Michelego areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. There's no immediate relief from the heat. Weather Bureau duty forecaster Gabrielle Woodhouse says tomorrow's maximum in Canberra could reach 42 degrees.
It's not until later on Sunday that we see winds shifting a little bit more significantly, turning east to southeasterly, and it'll be late on Sunday, and that's when we'll see conditions starting to cool down a little bit more significantly going into Monday.
And there's rolling coverage of the emergency level Orroral Valley fire on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online coverage at news.abc.net.au. Nationals Deputy Leader Bridget McKenzie approved sports grants applications in colleagues' electorates that were lodged 6 months after the deadline. Political editor Andrew Probyn has this exclusive report.
The ABC has confirmed several projects that receive funding and a pre-election extension of the $100 million grants program hadn't sought funding when applications closed in September 2018. A handful of other projects only secured funding after the sporting clubs were encouraged by their local coalition MP to amend their application. All 9 of the new or resubmitted projects were in coalition seats, or those being targeted by the government. A scathing Auditor General's report reserved its harshest criticism for the way some projects got funding outside the guidelines.
The death toll from coronavirus in China has jumped to 213, with at least 9,600 infections on the mainland and 22 other countries affected, including Australia, Italy, India and the Philippines. The World Health Organization has declared a global health emergency, releasing more funding and resources on a global scale in an effort to contain the outbreak. Several countries are working to evacuate their citizens from the city of Wuhan, but British citizen Adam Bridgman says he's been told by UK authorities they're not sure if his Chinese wife will be allowed on the plane flying out.
They couldn't tell me whether or not my wife or my son would be allowed on the plane. They said that's a matter for the Chinese authorities, and the Chinese authorities would decide on a case-by-case basis.
Lawyers are warning those planning on putting Canberra's new cannabis laws to use to do so with plenty of caution. Laws legalising growing and smoking small amounts of cannabis take effect in the ACT from today, but buying, selling or gifting any amount of cannabis or cannabis seed remains illegal. Michael Kikuli-Smith from ACT Law Society says it's not possible to acquire cannabis without a crime being committed.
The person receiving the seeds arguably is not committing an offence, but the person who actually provides seeds would be committing the offence of trafficking in cannabis, which has been unaffected by the changes to the legislation.
To finance in the All Ordinaries has closed 12 points higher at 7,121. The dollar is buying 67.2 US cents. To sport in basketball, a boost for the Capitals with forward Keely Frilling cleared to return against Adelaide tomorrow night at the National Convention Centre after breaking her nose in the game against Melbourne a fortnight ago.
Yep, all clear to play tomorrow, so very excited. The issue was the cheek originally. They were worried about that, and when the surgeon had a look at those, he said that was fine. So obviously if I cop a hit like I did before, the nose will probably get hurt again, but yeah, that's the only risk.
To the weather, total fire ban is in force in and around the ACT, and the ACT's total fire ban has been extended for another 2 days. Hot and humid tonight. Tomorrow, hot and sunny. Northwesterly winds up to 30 kilometres an hour, a low of 25, a top of 41 officially. And for Sunday, showers and 35. Our top today, 42, at the moment 41.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Anna Vito and Greg Bayliss on ABC Radio Canberra this evening with the latest information about the emergency fire burning in the Orroral Valley. This information just a few minutes old, but containing very similar messages to what you've heard so far. So I just want to reiterate those. The ESA is advising that the Orroral Valley fire is still at emergency level. It is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting, and this fire is also slowly moving north. It's still sitting about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. If you're in the areas we've been talking about all afternoon, you're still being advised to leave if it's safe for you to do so. That's for people in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you're in those areas and it's safe for you to leave, do that now. If it's safe for you to do so, it will soon be too dangerous to leave, and the safest route out remains Nace Road, heading north towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route's being cleared and monitored by emergency services. If you're from the area but you're not currently there, don't return to the area. You can head to an evacuation centre at Erindale College. That's in Waniassa on McBride Crescent, if you don't have friends or family who you can go and stay with. And you should leave if you can, because conditions now are very dangerous, and this is a fire that may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property, and you shouldn't expect a firefighter at your door. For people in Tharwa Village itself and in the southern suburbs of Canberra like Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas, the advice for you continues to be to continue to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if the fire does threaten you. So keep listening to us here at ABC Radio Canberra. The Orroral Valley fire is still out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road, from where you should leave now if you're able to. The fire does still sit around 21,500 hectares this evening, and of course properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the main fire, causing spot fires, as we have seen it do, in fact, already this afternoon and this evening into New South Wales. Those spot fires into New South Wales are currently the subject of a watch and act warning from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, and Greg Bayliss has got some more details on that one.
Thank you, Anna. And just for people who don't have access to websites and whatever else, this clear range fire, which is the one that I'm going to talk about, if you imagine going down the Monero Highway, and it's just about the same latitude as Michelego, perhaps a little bit further south. And if you were to then look across to the Namadgi National Park, it's across the Molonglo River, and that's the area where the fire is. A number of spot fires have started in the Michelego area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. There are water bombing aircraft working in the area, Anna. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. The map shows, there's a reference to a map. I should take that away. The advice...
So people can see that map on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website.
Sorry, that's correct, on the ESA website,
yeah.
If you're in the Michelego area, please monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main front. These spot fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Engel and Royalla should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Follow direction of firefighters in the area. And for residents in the ACT, please follow the link to the ESA website for more information.
And the interesting bit of extra value for money, I guess, that we got from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service in our last chat with them in the last hour, because we had heard from people who weren't being name-checked in that Watch and Act. So it does specifically mention Michelego, the Engel, Royalla as places where you need to enact your bushfire survival plan. But in fact, that's really for all of those small communities in and among those places we're talking about. So also for people in places like Burra, Smiths Road and Williamsdale, the advice for you there as well from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service that we've had in the past hour was that you should also be activating your bushfire survival plan this evening. Joining us with an update and also a couple of answers to a couple of questions that we've been getting from you on our text line on 0467 922 666. You can send them through and we'll do our best to answer them for you. 0467 922 666, or you can give me a call. 1300 681 666 is the number to do that. Joining us with an update on the fire itself, but also some of these questions, is Rowan Scott, who's Operations Officer with the ACT Rural Fire Service. Hello, Rowan. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. What can you tell us, or what should we know that you know about this Orroral Valley fire and the situation facing crews and people on the ground?
So the fire is currently at the emergency warning, as you've been broadcasting. It's currently approximately 20,600 hectares, and it's burning under a northwesterly, and so it's pushing the fire down to the southeast, which is where we're getting that spotting into the Michelego area, and also it's spotting ahead of the main fire front, which is causing a bit of a concern for our crews. Our crew's safety is the number one on our mind at the moment, so we're not going into the heavy forested areas. We're just consolidating on some tracks and keeping them safe due to the spotting distance.
And we have heard how challenging it is for crews to actually be able to get access to that fire. Is that improving at all, your ability to access this fire and attack it through the afternoon?
Unfortunately not. Where it's currently located, the Orroral Valley and down further, it's a very mountainous and steep terrain. And even if there was no fire down there, it's difficult to get vehicles down there on a winter's day just to go bushwalking or anything like that. So if people know the area, they'll know that it's very difficult to get into, and which makes our firefighting efforts quite restricted at the moment.
And speaking of that erratic fire behaviour, or just a lot of fire behaviour, it's still continuing to creep northwards closer towards Corrin Road, I understand.
That's correct. There's still some activity to the north and to the northeast up around Mount Tennant, but the main fire front at the moment is down to the southeast, which is where driven by the winds at the moment from the northwest.
At this stage, the advice for people in that area is still to leave if it's safe to do so along Nace Road. But noting that the fire is spotting in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road, do you expect that to stay a safe route out this evening?
It currently is, and we'll continue to monitor that and update where required. But we are still asking people to go along those directions.
Rowan, we've had a couple of questions from our listeners. I hope you don't mind if I put some of those to you.
No, that's okay. Fine. Happy to help where we can.
We appreciate it very much. Rowan Scott, by the way, is the Operations Officer with the ACT Rural Fire Service, so this is a very authoritative source on your questions. Someone's asked where to evacuate to with a caravan.
Good question. They can go to the evacuation centres, or the relief centres as we call them. They're generally located at the colleges, so the car parks there are quite large, so they can definitely take it there. Or if they've got another residence or friend that they could take it to their property where it's out of harm's way.
And of course, if you've got a horse and a horse float, you should go to one of our horse evacuation centres again.
Correct.
Epic.
Epic's our horse evacuation centre, which is a self-monitored, so the horse owners are responsible for the care of their own horse whilst it's in the care of Epic.
And we've also confirmed Braidwood is open, so is the Cooma Showground and overflow into sale yards, although that might be challenging for people in the Orroral Valley to get to. Another question we've had from Albert on our text line, Rowan, who says, the advice always says to move to the side of the house away from fire after closing doors and windows, but I've been trying to get advice as to whether or not aluminium roller shutters are flammable and should be kept up, or if they should be closed down as an ember shield. Can you clear that up for us, Rowan?
Yes, so the roller shutters can be closed and act as a shield for ember attack. Aluminium has got a melting point, and at any direct flame they could melt, but if there's an ember attack, then they will definitely act as a barrier for the embers in that initial stage. And we do ask people to close their windows. So if you don't have the aluminium shutters, your nylon or your plastic fly screens could melt. So the idea is to close your shutters, or your windows, so that the embers don't get through the fly screen and hit the curtains which are behind the glass. So always make sure your glass windows are closed under ember attack. And if you do have the roller shutters, then pull them down as well.
A lot of the advice we hear is if you as a last resort do need to shelter in place, you need to find a place in your home that's the safest place. We're being directed definitely not to shelter in a bathroom. Could you explain why?
To me, any room in the house is safer than being outside. So you go into the room that you feel most comfortable with. You do need to understand, though, once the fire front has gone through, you need to have that egress outside to check your property. The idea of shelter in place is it's the safest place as the fire front comes through, but your house may be engulfed in flames, so you then need that egress out of the property as well. So it comes down to where it is safe to you to leave the house once it has been involved in flames.
Rowan, anything else that people should know or be thinking about, be mindful of this evening?
Just keep up to date with the messaging that we are giving out. If you don't already have a bushfire survival plan, please go and do that. ESA website has the link to that. Sit down with your family and your friends and work out what you're going to do as a family if you are impacted by the fires. It's better to do it now rather than at the last minute trying to work out what your escape plan will be or what your action will be, whether you're going to stay and defend or leave early. And also convey that to other members of your family. Have a location where you can go to and marking that you're safe to your family.
Having said that was the last question, Rowan, something's just popped up on the website, on the text line, which I think you might be good to answer, actually. I'm not sure where this person is, but they say, should we be disconnecting gas bottles and moving them away from the house?
Depends on where they are. Gas bottles they've got a venting mechanism, so they're not going to explode like we see in the Hollywood movies. They're designed to, if they do catch on fire, they've got a release valve on them. If you can move it away from the house, if it's a barbecue gas bottle or something, then definitely do so, because if they do vent, they can then catch your eaves on fire. But you've got to look at someone in heavy suburbia as opposed to a rural property. Rural properties are set up and they've got their own farm firewise plan, and that's all part of it, incorporated into their preparations for the fire season.
They vent, not explode. Who knew? That's excellent news, Rowan. Thank you.
Don't believe what you say on TV.
No, I'm glad not to, frankly. Thank you so much for the update, Rowan. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Thank you. Rowan Scott is Operations Officer with the ACT Rural Fire Service. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra with me, Anna Vito, and also Greg Bayliss with me in the studio this evening. With us on the line, another of our colleagues, ABC reporter Tom Maddox, who's just returning from Banks this evening. G'day, Tom. How's everyone doing down there?
Hey, Anna. Everyone's doing all right. I think a lot of people are trying to stay indoors and out of this heat. Very, very hot, of course. And I think there aren't as many people, say, as a few days ago when the fire did break out, that were sort of milling about outside their homes and watching the smoke plumes in the background. There are some people who come out and have a look every now and then, but mostly it's pretty quiet. The people we have spoken to, some of them are preparing their cats and dogs to evacuate and go to Erindale College, the evacuation centre. Some are kind of just playing the waiting game and waiting to hear if the fire is spreading towards them. So generally, though, people are doing okay.
How's the fatigue level, Tom Maddox? Because it's been pretty high alert for people in banks since, well, Tuesday, certainly, Monday even.
That's right. And, people in Canberra have gone to...
Classic mobile reception issue for our area and our region. It looks like we've just lost Tom Maddox. Sorry, Tom. Thank you, Tom, very much. If you were in Banks, you feel like giving us a bit of a status update as to how you and your street are travelling. I know it's a very close-knit suburb. That was made very, very clear on Tuesday night as you were all gathering together, catching up with each other, checking in with each other, making sure everyone had a plan, everyone knew what everyone else's plan was. And that's really the lovely thing that we're seeing, isn't it, Greg Bayliss? Just these are communities who know what happens when fire comes through. They're prepared and they're in it together.
Notwithstanding that, and you are correct, Anna, of course, but coming off the back of Rowan, I thought it might just be timely. We seem to have been in such a heightened state to just go back to those simple elements of preparing. And of course, Rowan talked about putting your bushfire survival plan together and enacting it. But of course, just reiterating that leaving early is always the safest option. You should only stay and defend if you've planned and prepared in advance, and only do so if your property is well prepared and if you are physically and emotionally well prepared. Ensure you have access to water for firefighting purposes. Electricity and water pressure may be cut in a fire. Have hoses long enough to go around your house. Simple things, but again, we've seen so much coverage. I think it's worth just going back to tours, Anna, and always wear appropriate protective personal clothing, sturdy footwear, clothing, gloves, hat made from natural fibres. Use a mask or cloth to cover your nose and mouth from smoke, ash and embers, and wear goggles. And then, of course, there's some things around experiencing a bushfire. And I've spoken to a number of people who've been involved in the Orroral Valley fire and certainly the fires down the coast, and they are experienced firefighters, and they have just told me how absolutely overwhelming if you think it's a fire, flames as high as your eaves or whatever else, they talk, and they just said, and they're trained, they're there with their colleagues and whatever else, and they said it was really quite terrifying.
And it really underscores, doesn't it, that point that we hear from authorities that if you want to stay and defend, it's really important to know what that means.
Absolutely.
To know what that actually is going to look like and sound like and feel like, to know that you're not just relying on a garden hose which might lose pressure. Do you have a pump? Do you have a water source you can use? And to be really clear-eyed about making those decisions about whether you are not just yourself equipped within yourself, but whether you have the gear, whether you are actually equipped to do that safely.
And they have all spoken of the incredible heat, and this is hard work. If you decide to stay and do that, it will be hard work. And they've just spoken of the absolute extreme temperatures that it's in, that you do tire very quickly, even if you're a person with moderate to good fitness. It's really hard work. And they've all just come back to me and said, and I know a number of them live in rural settings or whatever else, and they said, I have got a different view of defending my property, where they might have felt somewhat confident and whatever else. The fires they've been exposed to have said they've now got a much lower threshold of when it's time to leave.
Yeah, and I've said this a couple of times already this evening, but it seems to be a pretty common story for a lot of people around some of these really dry districts as well. People who knew themselves, they're like, yep, I know what to do to defend, I have the gear, I have the plan, but who have nonetheless had to rethink because they don't have the water, because the dams are just so dry. That's a very confronting decision to have to make, to decide actually we can't, we need to walk away, but that's why you need to think about it before danger threatens. You don't want to be making a confronting decision under stress, under pressure. So now is the time to be making those decisions, and particularly those hard ones, because keeping you safe is much more important in the end than anything else.
And it must be an incredible decision to make. And I know that in a cool light of day, you say it's a possession, and
that's right.
And
absolutely.
I can walk away
it's
from
easy
it.
To say, isn't
and
it?
I really understand that when push comes to shove, people go, well, it's a lot to lose and then question, but yeah, it is just the reports that I've had from people who have been at these fires and the bush is just so dry and it's just igniting at such pace. And
I think you're absolutely right about the questioning too. Once you've made those decisions in the cold, clear light of day, this is what we're going to do. This is when we're going to do it. This is where we're going to go. Don't question yourself later when things start to get hairy. Trust yourself that you made the best decisions when you were the calmest and most rational, and follow through, because that's hard to do too.
It most certainly is, but you're absolutely right. If it seems like the good decision when you are not under pressure, it is clearly the great decision when you are under pressure. Stick by it.
And there are places for you to go if you do need to evacuate. For a start, if you've got large animals, horses, for example, Canberra's Epic is open in North Canberra. The Braidwood Showground is open as well for large horses. You can also take your caravans to those kind of showground options as well. Someone's saying caravans and horses can go to Bungendore Showgrounds. They can in theory normally, but Bungendore Showgrounds is currently not open for evacuations, is the latest information that we had from Queanbeyan Pallaring Council, that Bungendore is not open. If that changes, I'll let you know. Queanbeyan, I know, Showground is also not open, but Epic is, Braidwood is, and the Cooma Showgrounds and the flow-on sale yards also open. If it's just you, or it's just you and your pet, you can go to Erindale College at Waniassa, which is also available to you.
Or you and your pet and your caravan or your trailer or
also
whatever
true.
else.
They have a big car park there. For a bit more information about these evacuation centres, what exactly happens there and all the rest, Christine Murray is with us on the line. She's Acting Executive Group Manager of Inclusion and Participation at Community Services Directorate, in charge of the evacuation centres. Hello, Christine Murray. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm really well. What are these evacuation centres all about? What can someone expect to happen if they walk through the doors?
So as soon as you walk through your doors, you'll find that it's a really calm place. We have a large number of our community partners ready to receive you, whether you want to come in to just talk to the SES about your fire plan and to get some good advice in relation to that rather than just purely evacuating. Or whether you actually just need to sit down and talk to someone. We've got social workers here to talk to. We've got St Vincent de Paul, who provides some great clothes and also some supplies. And we're happy to provide food through the Salvation Army. I'm actually just sitting outside in a really beautifully cooled courtyard with our domestic animal services from TCCS, who are looking after all of the pets here. So there's no need to bring cages, no need to bring food. Just come yourselves.
No need to bring food for your pets even.
No.
That's generous.
We're all sorted out here. So we really just want to make sure that people who are feeling a little bit nervous or a little bit worried can just come into a calm place and just get the support that they need. So it's really a beautiful spot with air conditionings outside, and we've got some lovely dogs here and pets who are just enjoying the cool weather and some nice cold drinks.
It sounds very low fuss, which is exactly what you need if you're trying to evacuate from somewhere. Have you had many people, Christine, taking advantage of the evacuation centres?
So we have had a steady flow, not a huge amount as yet. Obviously, evacuation orders within the ACT haven't been issued as yet, but lots of people are just coming past and checking it out, or some people are just feeling nervous because they carry some personal concerns about previous experiences.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really feeling that anxiety if they've lived through 2003. We're certainly hearing a lot of that here.
Yeah. Well, if you're worried at all, just pop in and we can make sure that you get whatever help you need at any particular time. So we're open and receiving anyone. As I said, nice, calm environment where we'll make sure that we provide, some support to wrap around you and make sure you get exactly the support you need, whether it's just a meal tonight because you're been too busy listening to the radio, or whether it's just someone to talk to or a cool spot for the animals.
Should it come to it, and I want to be very clear as I ask this question, there are no evacuation orders in place. No one in Canberra is being instructed to go anywhere. I want to be very clear about that. Should people at some future point need to evacuate their homes, can you also sleep at these centres, Christine?
So we're really fortunate to be working really closely with the Army, who have supplied some stretchers, and so we do have those facilities. But we've also had some amazing support from all of our local accommodation partners, who have just done a great job saying, if you need to find a place to stay for someone who needs to move on, we can provide accommodation for people in hotels as well. So we try not to hold people too long in rows and rows of stretchers, but it's sometimes nice to just have a place to just rest and relax. We've also got the amazing guys at St John's Ambulance here as well. So if you're just feeling a little bit worried or flustered, or just come in and get a bit of a check out, that's here too.
And even if you're not going to stay there in rows and rows of beds, if you're not sure where your bed is, it sounds like a good starting point to go to.
Absolutely. As I said, we don't try and hold people here. We try and get people settled, particularly families who want to settle in for the evening in their own space. We try and move those into a safe place as quickly as possible.
In terms of locations, Christine, we know that Erindale College in Waniassa is open now. We heard earlier in the week Headley Bear at Stirling and the possibility of others. Can you clarify for us what is open right now? And I guess, is there capacity to extend that if, again, at a future time that might become necessary?
Yeah. So Erindale is the centre that's open at the moment, but we work really closely with the education departments and ready to stand up as many centres, whether they be relief centres or evacuation centres, very, very quickly. So, and they'll depend on the locations across Canberra will depend on where the ESA tell us is the most appropriate spot for those to be stood up.
Christine Murray, thank you so much, and very best of luck to all of you and all your staff helping people to just, maintain, as you say, that calm in the midst of everything else.
No, look, thank you so much. And if I could just also add that all of our evacuation sites will be appropriate for domestic animals and also be disability friendly.
Say that again at the end. Your phone just sort of broke up a bit. Suitable for domestic animals and
will also be disability friendly. So there will be appropriate access for people who require some additional access.
So they are fully accessible. That is excellent news to hear.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Christine. Christine Murray is the Acting Executive Group Manager of Inclusion and Participation at Community Services Directorate. They're in charge of the evacuation centres. That key one at Erindale College, open now, as you heard. And good to know as well that wherever those evacuation centres may be stood up around the city, they are going to be accessible too. So if you do have a mobility issue which might affect your ability to get into buildings that are not accessible, you should not run into that problem at all should you need to evacuate and head to one of these evacuation centres. Again, no one is suggesting you need to evacuate, especially if you're in Canberra. If you are in some of those areas in the Orroral Valley, you are being encouraged to leave. There's no evacuation order. For the moment, Erindale College at Waniassa. There will be others as required. Thank you also to a few people, including Cece and Linda from Bungendore, who have confirmed for us that the reason why the Bungendore showgrounds are not open for evacuation this weekend is because they're having their annual Bungendore Country Music Muster, and the showgrounds will be full of caravans. That is a very good point. A very, very hot and dusty time to be having the Country Music Muster, Greg Bayliss, but we hope that they are all having a happy and safe time.
And I think it's important, Anna, that people go about doing as much as they can, doing the normal things in life. And the Country Muster is on tomorrow. Let's hope the Castaway Music Festival hits the ground tomorrow. And of course, the cricket is being played, and the Brumbies are taking the field out at Canberra Stadium tonight at 7:15. So I think it is important that we still appreciate that the normal things of life must continue on, or should continue on, and it's actually really good for people if they have interests in those areas and they feel comfortable doing so for a few hours, that they go out and just do those things. They deserve it. People have been in a fairly heightened state Not only, well, really, it's from well before Christmas, you know. And if you want to go to the footy and don't feel guilty about it. Go to the cricket or do something nice for yourself, you know. Go to the movies. It's nice and cool in somebody else's air conditioning.
Yes, unfortunately, the problem in the movies recently has been they've also been very smoky.
Well.
But smoke, at least inside a movie theatre, does not mean danger, as we have learned this summer, and so we can't really complain.
And everyone's telling me there's a movie called The Gentleman that I should see, so have you
I haven't seen that one. I've got no idea.
I've not found anybody who doesn't like it.
Personally, I would suggest if you're looking for a comfort movie, you can't go further than Little Women, because it is excellent. And I say this as someone who's not, you know, I'm not an apologist for Little Women. I don't love it in all of its... I like it, but I'm not going to love it regardless. It was a very good film. So if you're looking for a bit of a comfort film across Canberra this weekend,
and
that's my tip.
And a comfort activity, and do it with no guilt, because
Exactly right.
everyone needs a little break, whether you're out fighting the fires or whatever you're doing. So maybe reward yourself with a little bit of away time somewhere through the weekend.
Not the worst idea, Greg Bayliss. I will just, though, at this juncture, update you on the latest emergency warning information.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
We have spent a lot of time, and we will continue to spend time this evening bringing you updates of the emergency warning that is still current for the Orroral Valley fire. This alert, issued just a couple of minutes ago, the ESA advises the bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic, as they have been all afternoon and evening, with heavy spotting. The fire is also slowly moving north, currently about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. The advice for people in the areas we've been mentioning also through the afternoon and evening still remains the same. You can leave if it's safe to do so, and you're being encouraged to leave if it's safe to do so if you're from the areas of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you're not in the area, don't return, because they're still expecting it's soon going to be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area, despite that spotting, is north towards Nace Road, using Nace Road rather, towards Tharwa and Canberra, because the emergency services are working to keep that route open and safe for you to use. Nace Road north towards Tharwa and Canberra is being cleared and monitored by emergency services. As we've just heard, an evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent in Waniassa. You can take your pets. If you forget to bring food for your pets, that's okay. They've got some food there for your pets. You don't have to worry about them being in cages either. Conditions for this fire remain very dangerous, and they may pose a threat to anyone directly in their path. The advice still, if you're in those areas we've been discussing, is to leave now. The advice also for people in other parts of this fire ground or adjacent to it has also not changed. So for people in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs like Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas, you should continue to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if the fire does threaten. Because this fire is still out of control and properties are under threat near Top Nace Road, from where you should leave now if you're able to do so safely. The fire is more than 21,500 hectares in size at this point. And of course, properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire itself, causing spot fires. One of those spot fires has sparked a separate warning today across the border in New South Wales. Our very own Greg Bayliss has been keeping an eye on this Watch and Act fire, Greg.
A number of spot fires, Anna, have started in the Michelego area. These have started, as you said, as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. Water bombing aircraft are working in the area. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon. in the area to the west of the Angle. For more information, have a look at the ESA website if you have access to that. The advice that is being given, Anna, is that if you are in the Mikalago area, monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Angle and Royala should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. We keep coming back to those bushfire survival plans. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Follow directions of firefighters in the area. For residents in the ACT, if they want to find out more about this fire, Anna, they can follow the link to the ESA website for more information. I think that's about, that report is the most recent we have on that fire.
Yeah, and this is as we were saying with Phil Williams a little earlier, you have to sort of find encouraging pieces of news where you can in times such as these. And the one encouraging piece of news with regard to that Watch and Act fire, the Clear Range fire burning just over the border of New South Wales, is that while we're bringing you these latest updates, the kind of conditions on the ground don't seem to be changing all that much. So another place is though now being name checked, actually, as of just a couple of minutes ago. It looks like that, having said all of that, Greg, they've just updated it, but it looks like the information is quite similar to what we've been giving you on that Clear Range fire. Again, the spot fires west of Mikalago area. Fire activity still expected to increase in the area west of the Angle. A new place is being name checked though in this alert, and that's Colinton. The idea that people in the Angle and Colinton should be monitoring conditions and enacting their bushfire survival plan. But that's really in line with what we heard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service about an hour and a half ago when they were talking with us here on ABC Radio Canberra, which is that pretty much anyone in those small rural communities in that area do need to be activating their bushfire survival plan. So that's places like the Angle and Mikalago and Colinton, but also Burra, Smiths Road and Williamsdale as well.
And Colinton is about near enough to halfway between Mikalago and Bredbo for people not of the area. And I do know some people who live down that part of the world, and there is in fact a rural fire service at Colinton, and a lot of property holders there along the Murrumbidgee, and I know that they are in a state of alert and preparedness, Anna.
And we know you're listening to us, many of you, this evening too, so please keep doing that, and we'll keep bringing you updates for your area as we get them. A quick note though on where you're going to get information from. If you're in the ACT, the ESA website is the place to go for information. If you live or your property is within the ACT borders, the ESA website and its social media channels. If you're in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, you need to be flicking back and forth between the two, New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and the ACT ESA website, to make sure that you get all the information that is relevant to you. But of course, here at ABC Radio Canberra, we are also keeping an eye on all of that information, and we will continue to bring you all of those updates from the ESA and the RFS as they apply to everywhere that is listening to us right now, here on 666 AM, on your television, on Channel 25, all over the place. We did also speak earlier this evening with Bureau of Meteorology forecaster Abrasha Bren, who gave us a bit of an update on what to expect, particularly with some of those winds over the next little while. Here's what he had to say.
Winds are not that great, so it's only around 15 to 20 kilometers per hour, but these winds will ease later in the later part of the evening, and then we will get some light winds. But again, temperatures will stay quite hot for the rest of the afternoon, and into the afternoon and overnight temperatures will be quite high as well, so we will still have that uncomfortable night as well. Looking further into tomorrow morning, we will see those conditions, strong wind conditions returning 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, and even up to 50, and even gusting around 50-55 kilometers per hour from around the mid part of the morning, and then continue for most of Saturday with those high temperatures as well, around 41 for Canberra and around low 40s for most of the ACT tomorrow as well.
What sort of winds are we seeing through the afternoon tomorrow, Abra? Because we have been told to expect deteriorating and worsening conditions into Saturday.
That's correct, yes, Anna. We will see those winds quite high into the 40 to almost 40 and 50 kilometers per hour mark, and most of the ACT will be covered. It's coming from the northwest and west-northwest as well, so northwesterly turning westerly and swinging in between those directions, continuing for most of the evening, afternoon and the evening part of tomorrow, then eases off a little bit overnight, still from the same direction, goes around 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers per hour, and then picks up a little bit around the early part of tomorrow morning, especially where that fire is burning in the ACT, and then drops a little bit for a couple of hours, then starts to pick up again around the mid-morning mark, and a bit of stronger winds around the Mount Ginini and the high ground areas. We could even see up to 60 kilometers per hour wind speeds in those areas. That will be the conditions will be very similar across the ACT on Sunday as well. But wind starts to decrease around the later part of the evening, the afternoon and into the evening. So that's when we see that cool change, or the front moving with that cool change.
We know that a cool change can be pleasant for those of us temperature-wise, but they can often spell trouble on the fire ground. Is that likely to be a strong cool change?
So not of a very strong around the inland areas. Temperature difference will be seen from Monday up to around what we are seeing now, around 10 to 15 degree difference to the current temperatures we are getting. So, but wind-wise, there won't be much wind associated with this change. The wind change is only going to be more dominant around the coastal fringe, around the southeast and the coastal strip of New South Wales. So, which is in a way, it could be quite helpful as well, because it won't add to that wind change that we had seen in the past with the fires.
Sounds like we could probably use all the help from the weather that we could get, Abra. Thank you very much.
That's correct. With that, we will see also some thunderstorm activity as the front moves on Thursday. So, in the beginning, when the change comes in, we will see some dry thunderstorm as well, and that can be problematic with dry lightning. But as the front passes, we will see some thunderstorms with possibility of some rainfall as well, some showers, isolated showers.
Abra, we heard from Joe Murphy just a little while ago, and he said that this fire, the Orroral Valley fire, is creating its own weather system. For anyone who's not familiar with what that means, can you explain that and tell us how that impacts on the fire and the ability of firefighters?
Yes, that's correct. So we have seen this in the past fires in New South Wales and around the state as well. In fact, around this fire and few fires burning across the border in Victoria as well, we have seen what happens with this is the hot column of air, the plume rises, and it rises so quickly into the atmosphere, and it develops into a cloud, which we call a pyrocumulus cloud, and then forms into a thunderstorm. Now, some of them do form thunderstorms and have some rainfall as well as dry lightning as well, and some of them, if they are different winds blowing from different directions, they don't form into a thunderstorm cloud. They collapse on the ground as well. So when these systems collapse, they create a lot of wind as well as a lot of embers, as well as it is very dangerous for people nearby those fires as well as firefighters on the ground.
And is it possible at this stage to tell what this particular weather condition will do, whether it will collapse or whether there may be the storms or in fact the dry lightning?
There has been so much heating today, so we might see some dry lightning. We haven't seen that build up, and we are not seeing that vigorous or strong winds at upper levels of the atmosphere as well, and on the surface as well. So the plumes might just rise and form clouds, and good thing is that they might not have for today they might not have those thunderstorms, but tomorrow when those winds return, we might see a worsening condition. So that's something people should, in those fire areas, should be mindful of.
Abrasha Bren from the Bureau of Meteorology speaking with us a little bit earlier this afternoon when Dan Bosher was also in the chair in the studio with me, and you heard his familiar voice too. There's not a lot of sugarcoating what we should expect tomorrow. To be blunt about it, as we've heard from the ESA Commissioner, as we've heard from the Chief Minister today, tomorrow, Canberra and our region is facing the most severe bushfire threat that we have faced since that awful day in January of 2003. They say that, and I say that again to you, not to panic anyone, but because we need to be realistic about what the conditions are going to be like. And this is the time, if you haven't already, to be prepared and make sure you are as prepared as possible, that everyone in your household knows what your bushfire plan is. And as Greg and I were discussing earlier, that you trust yourself. You've made that plan, and so when it comes right down to it, trust the decisions that you made when you're in that cold light of day. You are listening to ABC Radio Canberra. We'll continue with you through the evening, bringing you all of that emergency information and all of those updates. We'll get to some more of those, or we'll repeat some of those for you in a moment. But just quickly, I wanted to clear up some evacuation options for you, because there are a few, and we've heard some different information, but we have now got to the bottom of things for you. So, first of all, if it's just you and your pet, with or without cage, with or without food, Erindale College at Waniassa is the place to go. If you have large animals, specifically a horse, for example, that you need to evacuate, Epic in Canberra is open. I'm going to give you a few phone numbers in this period. So if you want to just scramble around for a piece of paper and a pen, now is the time to do so if you are a horse person. Epic in Canberra is open. You can just lob up at Epic. You don't need to call ahead, is what we understand. Braidwood is also open for evacuations of horses. You have to call ahead though. Just let them know you're coming so they're open, and so you can check they're actually open and receiving you. To call Braidwood Showgrounds 0428 243 630. That's 0428 243 630 to get in touch and call ahead at Braidwood. Cooma Showground is also open, and there's overflow capacity there into the sale yards if you've got cattle, which is not something that's open to you at the other showgrounds. There has been, though, a bit of conjecture about Bungendore, because it is hosting the Country Music Muster this weekend in these very hot and dry circumstances. But luckily, we have Anne Connor on the line, who is caretaker of the Bungendore Showground, because despite the muster, Anne, I understand there are still some sites available for evacuees.
There certainly are. We have a lot of people here for the Country Music Muster Week, but it is an evacuation centre, and I have to say the evacuees do come first above everything else. We have areas here for the horses. At the moment, we have some llamas and Highland cattle in. We have a lot of grounds here at the showground, and because of the muster, the only thing we're limited for are powered sites, but we can certainly get powered sites for quite a few people. And I just ask, because we have this event on, if they give us a ring just before they get here, and we'll meet them at the gate and show them to an area so that we can hopefully get them plugged into power and where they can put their animals.
So again, I'm just going to pad here for a moment while people reach for their pen and a piece of paper so they can write this number down. If people do need to evacuate towards Bungendore Showground, and they can call it, so they can call ahead to make sure that that's all okay, what's the number for them to call?
0455174463.
So 0455 174 463 is the number to call. If you missed that and you have the ABC number in your phone, you can always call us at any time, 1300 681 666. But that's great to hear. What kind of demand have you had, Anne, from evacuees so far?
Well, we've been open as an evacuation centre since before Christmas, and we've had quite a few people in, not a great deal, but quite a few. We've had the kitchen open for use and donations, of course, from wonderful people helping out, and we've had quite a few different animals and that in, but We can. There's no problem accommodating the people, but as I said, it's just the powered sites this time round because we have an event on. We've still got probably about a dozen powered sites we can fill up, but we would never turn you away. So if you need somewhere safe to stay, please come.
And that's such good news to hear. Thank you so much. And very best of luck with the muster. I hope it's tremendous.
Thank you very much indeed, and good luck to everyone else.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anne. That's Anne Connor. She's the caretaker of the Bungendore Showground, where despite the fact that the muster is on, there is still space available for evacuees. And you've heard Anne say they will do everything they can. They're not going to turn people away. So if Bungendore is the best place for you to evacuate to and you need to evacuate, you can. There are limited powered sites, but there are sites, especially non-powered sites available. They just ask that you call ahead to make sure that they can work out how to make all that happen and meet you at the gate. Again, that number for the Bungendore Showground to call ahead, 0455 174 463. And there's sort of an overarching New South Wales DPI number that you can call if you need help, emergency help after the fact for livestock. But also you can find out which evacuation centres are open for which times and when. That New South Wales DPI number is 1800 814 647. 1800 814 647. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra. I'm Anna Vito. Greg Bayliss is with me as well. He's going to be chuffing along for a little while yet. I will be leaving you in the capable hands of Lyndall Curtis very soon. Before I go, I just want to reiterate some of the road closures associated with all of this fire situation, though, because they are numerous now, but they're the same ones that you would have been dealing with if you're in those areas. So, Corrin Road is closed from the intersection at Tidbinbilla Road, Tharwa Drive roundabout at Noak Avenue closed. Angle crossing at the Monero Highway is closed, although the highway is open. I will just note, as we look at some of the predicted fire spread for tomorrow, this fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales. And obviously that means the Monero Highway at some stage. So if you rely on the Monero Highway, be very mindful to keep an eye on road closure information tomorrow. You can, of course, follow the live traffic website for immediate real-time information, and we'll bring you any information should it emerge here on ABC Radio Canberra about the Monero. But it is open. The Monero is open, although angle crossing at Monero Highway is closed. Beaubian Road at the New South Wales ACT border is closed. Tidbinbilla Road at Point Hutt is closed. There's access to the area restricted to residents only. Cooma Road closed between Braidwood and Numarella. Araluen Road closed between Maruya and Araluen. Nace Road at the Smiths Road intersection is closed, and Smiths Road is closed, we understand. You are listening, as I say, to ABC Radio Canberra. I might just reiterate some of that crucial information for you right now, actually.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Before I hand you off to Greg Bayliss and Lyndall Curtis, the latest information that we have, and we will probably get another update in the next 5 or 10 minutes from the ESA, but it has been staying at around the same kind of information for the last couple of hours, and that is that the Orroral Valley fire continues to burn at an emergency warning level. This fire is moving south and east, and it has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic, with heavy spotting. This fire is also moving slowly north. It's about 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road, where it's been for much of the afternoon and evening. For residents in the immediate area, the advice still remains the same. If you're in Apollo Road, Beaubian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubian Road intersection, or Corrin Road, you're still being advised to leave if it's safe for you to do that, and not return if you're not in the area currently. Still expecting that soon it's going to be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out also remains the same, and that's to head north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. So even though the fire is spotting in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road, emergency services are clearing and monitoring Nace Road itself towards Tharwa and Canberra so that you can get out and evacuate as you were advised to do. The evacuation centre at Erindale College is open on McBride Crescent in Waniassa, and as you've just heard, there are a range of options for you if you have large animals, including some limited space at Bungendore. If that's the best option for you, just remember to call ahead. And if you've missed any of the numbers I've been giving out about places or ways to call ahead at various places, you can give us a call here at the ABC, 1300 681 666, 1300 681 666, and we'll fix you right up. The current situation for this fire is that it is dangerous, and particularly for people in that particular area. It's out of control. It's burned more than 21,500 hectares, and properties may be affected by embers well ahead of the main fire, causing spot fires. We are also, though, of course, keeping an eye on this for people in Thawa Village and the southern suburbs of Canberra, like Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas. The advice for you also remains the same, and that's that you continue doing what you are doing, which is monitoring conditions closely and be ready to act if indeed the fire does threaten. I mentioned those spot fires, and they have caused a fire currently and still burning at watch and act level just over the border in New South Wales. This is called the Clear Range Fire, and if you live over the border, then this is the one that's going to probably give you the most relevant information for you. Although if you do live in those border areas of the ACT and New South Wales, you're being urged to continue to monitor both the New South Wales RFS and the ACT ESA for information. Basically, the situation there is that if you are in the areas of Michelego, the Angle, Colinton, Burra, Smiths Road, Williamsdale, Royalla, activate your bushfire survival plan now, and you can go on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and check out their map that they have now published of predicted or possible fire spread tomorrow. It's quite a confronting picture, I'll be honest with you, but if you are in that area, it's very well worth doing, just so you've got that information in your head as well. If you're in all of those areas, you should be activating your bushfire survival plan now, and keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra, because whether you are in New South Wales or you're in the ACT, if you are listening to me right now, that means you are my people, you are our people, and we are going to continue to bring you updates for you wherever you are if you're listening to us right now, New South Wales or the ACT. I will be handing off, as I said, shortly to Lyndall Curtis and Greg Bayliss, who will continue to keep you company into the evening and continue bringing you those updates as they come through. So keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra on 666 AM, on your television, on Channel 25, or wherever you can find us. And you can check us out on our Facebook page as well, if that's more your style. I'll talk to you soon.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. A large emergency fire in the Orroral Valley to Canberra's south has burnt through more than 20,000 hectares. Peter Doherty reports.
A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT, giving the Emergency Services Commissioner more power to allocate resources as a blaze burns out of control south of Canberra. Authorities warn it is fast-moving and unpredictable in mountainous terrain that is restricting efforts to contain it. Rowan Scott from the ACT Rural Fire Service says the fire is spotting across the border close to Michelego.
The main fire front at the moment is down to the southeast, driven by the winds at the moment from the northwest.
There is no immediate threat to Canberra's suburbs.
The Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, has sent a strong message to so-called disaster tourists ahead of the expected increase in fire activity.
They are not welcome as this fire approaches. If you don't need to be in southern Tuggeranong this weekend, stay away.
The New South Wales Rural Fire Service has issued a warning for people south of the ACT border after spotting from the ACT fire started a blaze at Clear Range that's listed as Watch and Act. People in the Angle, Royalla and Michelego areas should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. The Bureau of Meteorology has issued a severe fire danger alert for the ACT tomorrow. Top temperatures in the low 40s and winds up to 40 kilometres an hour have been forecast. Senior forecaster Gabrielle Woodhouse says above average humidity will help ease conditions.
It's still going to be a fairly nasty weekend with the heat. But we do see the chance of a shower or two or a possible storm during the middle part of Sunday as the front starts to make its way across southern New South Wales and the ACT.
And there's rolling coverage on the emergency level Orroral Valley fire on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online coverage at news.abc.net.au. The New South Wales Environment Minister Matt Keane says there are widespread disruptions to the electricity network across the state. Damage to an interconnector in Victoria and problems at coal-fired power stations in New South Wales are increasing pressure on the network. Matt Keane is asking all residents to set their air conditioners to 24 degrees and turn off pool pumps to ease the burden on the system during the peak evening period.
3 of our coal-fired power stations, Liddell, Mount Piper and Bayswater, are experiencing mechanical problems that were not expected and not forecast. We've also lost a key transmission line in Victoria, which means that Victoria is pulling electricity out of New South Wales. So we need to reduce our demand.
Canberra Raiders new recruit Curtis Scott has faced a Sydney court on 6 charges, including 2 of allegedly assaulting police. They relate to an incident in Sydney early on the morning after Australia Day celebrations. The NRL Integrity Unit is expected to decide next week whether Scott will be stood down. Outside the court, Scott's lawyer, Danny Ide, said the charges will be vigorously defended.
The police clearly misunderstood their powers. There is a significant concern about the manner upon which police conducted themselves. We'll flesh it out in due course.
The US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky today in what could be an uncomfortable trip to Kiev. The BBC's Jonah Fisher reports.
This is a potentially awkward trip for America's top diplomat. Mike Pompeo is a key figure in an administration that spent most of the last year rubbishing Ukraine, repeatedly calling it corrupt and, more outlandishly, accusing it of interfering in the last US election, even of hiding a mysterious computer server. They've all been part of efforts to justify President Trump's much scrutinized decision to withhold nearly $400 million of military aid from Ukraine last year.
To sport now in tennis and the men's semi-final between Austria's Dominic Thiem and Germany's Alexander Zverev gets underway shortly at the Australian Open. The winner of tonight's match will play world number 2 Novak Djokovic in the final on Sunday. And in rugby, the Brumbies are at home to the Reds in their season opener at Canberra Stadium starting in 10 minutes. In the early game, the Chiefs led the Blues 34-29 just before full time. To Canberra's weather now, and the total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight, hot and sunny tomorrow with northwesterly winds up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25, a top of 41. For Sunday, showers and a top of 35. The top today of 42 is 14 above average. At the moment, still 40.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Good evening. I'm Lyndall Curtis, and Greg Bayliss and I will be taking you through this evening on ABC Radio Canberra. Our thanks, of course, to Anna Vito for doing such a sterling job over the last few hours. There is still an emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. The latest information from the Emergency Services Authority, they advise that a bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire conditions are erratic, with heavy spotting. Fire is moving slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corran Road. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corran Road. If you live in the area but are not currently there, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using the Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent. There's also evacuation for large animals like horses at Epic, some space at Bungendore if you call ahead, and also at Braidwood. Conditions are now very dangerous and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door. Leave now. What you should do, leave the area for a safer place, listen to local radio for updates, drive with caution in low visibility conditions, and we've had a suggestion from someone, and it's a good one. If you are in low visibility conditions, turn your lights on. If you're unable to leave, bring pets inside, keep smoke out of the house, and fill containers such as your bath. Identify a safe spot to shelter in. For people in Tharwa Village and the southern Canberra suburbs of Banks, Conda and Gordon and surrounding areas, you should monitor the conditions closely and be ready to act. The fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Topnace Road. Leave now if you're able to do so. The size of the fire is currently approximately 21,510 hectares. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. Power, water and mobile service may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. The fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales. Once this happens, the eastern flank will be known as the Clear Range Fire, with the response and public information managed by New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Now, to be clear, if you're in the ACT, you get your information from the ESA website. If you're in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales website, New South Wales RFS website, and the ACT ESA website. And of course, for details on all the fires in the region, keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra. Keep checking our Facebook page. You can also check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au, the ESA Twitter account and the ESA Facebook account. And you can also download and monitor the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Fires Near Me mobile app. There is a map too on the ACT ESA page. Now, Greg Bayliss is with me as well. And Greg, you've been having a look at that Clear Range fire as well. What is the Rural Fire Service saying about that?
I'll give you the latest report that we have from there, Lyndall. Good evening to you. And funny, just being sitting in here for a couple of hours, it doesn't take long in an air-conditioned environment to make you forget how actually hot it is outside. So while the news was on, I just stuck my nose outside and it is still very, very warm out there. A number of spot fires, Lyndall, have started to the West Mikalago area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. They've had water bombing aircraft working in the area, and fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Engel. Now, these are places that we probably don't really know. They're not signposted when you drive to Cooma or whatever else, but they are these little principalities and areas alongside the Monero Highway. If you're in the Mikalago area, and that has now been expanded to include the Engel and Collinton, please monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. People in the areas of the Engel or Collinton, I think Williamsdale got rolled into that also, should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Follow directions of firefighters in the area. And again, a lot of those communities and properties and whatever else, Lyndall, are served only by one road in and out. And I think when your access is limited like that, I know those people are not unfamiliar with their own environment. I'm sure they've thought out their possible routes, access and egress from the area. But if you just have your fire plan sorted out and certainly be in a state of preparedness, and the New South Wales RFS website, that's www.rfs.newsouthwales.gov.au, is providing updates on that Clear Range fire, Lyndall.
Thank you very much, Greg. And there is a lot of information out there about what you should do. I read some of it out from the ESA about what you should do if you're near a fire, in a fire. But Virginia Dixon is joining us in just a tick. She's a Gundaroo resident. She's has a town and a rural property. She used to be with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, used to be their education manager, and she has lots of handy tips on how to prepare for a fire. Virginia, welcome to ABC Radio Canberra. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thanks, Lyndall. It's actually, I was the community manager for ACT RFS.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
One of the RFSs. So there is a lot of information out there. What are the main things that people should do when they're considering their fire plan, considering whether they'll stay or whether they'll go?
Yeah, I think there's some pretty big statements out there about getting prepared and getting your bushfire plan ready, and that's something that is so critical, important, but it's the detail behind it that sometimes the average person just not quite sure what is prepared. And I think things like just sweeping off your veranda, making sure there's no shoes up and no doormat sitting on the front of your veranda. Those sorts of things catch embers, and they're really simple, easy things to do that you can be just cleaning up about, taking your spiderwebs down, things like that. Just little things like that are things you can do on an everyday basis. It doesn't cost money. It doesn't, and they can just do that while they're basically, instead of sitting inside twiddling thumbs, they can be a bit more active.
And even if you're going to leave, just do all of that stuff so you make it easy if the fireys come and try to protect your property as well.
That's correct. Yep. If you can get it prepared, that means that it's so much easier. There aren't things for embers and sparks to settle in. So when you've got houses that are burnt and then the next one beside it that aren't, some of those are just pure little bits of preparation that they've done. They've not been there necessarily put the spot fires out, but they've just cleared out their gardens, particularly gardens underneath windows. Yep. A lot of people tend to put gardens underneath their windows at the front of the house. Your windows are the most vulnerable place, not your roof. A lot of people hose down their roof. Hose down your windows. Get those and your decking, and make sure that there's nothing sort of under your windows, because when an ember lands in your garden, it starts and it's the heat that breaks your window, and that's how embers and fire get inside your house. So just little things like that. Also, you were talking about earlier about the hose.
Yep.
Yes, make sure that your hose can get round to all sides of your house. But if you're in the unfortunate situation where the fire's coming over you, you need to go inside. Take your hose in with you, because your hose will melt and you need that. So as soon as the fire's gone, you grab your hose and you need to get up and check that there's no embers and little fires in your roof. If you've got your hose inside connected to your laundry tap, that means that you're able to get up there and put those things out. If it comes in your window, starts a fire on your carpet, you can hose that down, and then you'll go out and you've got a hose to then put out your spot fires.
So if you've got a spare connector, you could always connect that ahead of time to your bathroom tap. Or your laundry tap.
Laundry tap's really easy, because it still can be connected then, and you can just take it out your laundry door, because usually that's at the back of your house or at the side of your house. So just little things like that sometimes, people think of big things like wood piles and, and pruning their garden back. But it's these little things, particularly on your deck, that makes it very vulnerable. And doormats. Don't worry about the fact that you haven't got the doormat out to welcome your firefighters. Take it inside, because that'll go up like a firecracker.
Yep. And for somebody's just called in from Burra saying if any listeners got a tried and true method to block downpipes from gutter, theirs is all leaked out.
Tennis balls.
Okay.
You can get plugs from Bunnings, but if you're trying to do it now, tennis balls can be a good method of doing that. Make sure your gutters are full, but you don't need to be hosing down your roof unless you've got a really old, cracked or tin roof.
Yep.
Really, your roof is a hard surface. It's your windows, your decking and your garden in front of your house that really should be as wet as possible.
Now, it's one of the confronting decisions whether to stay or whether to go. What's your advice for people who are trying to make that decision?
Look, I'm I was in 2003. I was in Victoria in 2009, and I can tell you now that if I was in I'm here in a rural property. I have my go bag, I should say, 2 of them sitting by my door. The kids know where they are. They're in, they know they can get it, and we will go. On a day of extreme catastrophic, I won't be here. I will be not in the rural area, and I would not want to necessarily be fighting fires. It's a very, very scary thing. Even if it's grass on, it's a very scary thing. Even seasoned firefighters find it difficult. So it's not a negative thing if you want to go. If you can prepare your house, you've really got to, it's a personal decision, but it is very horrendous. It's hot, it's loud, the noise is loud, it's chaotic, it's scary. The one thing I do recommend, and I always recommended is that particularly with people living in rural communities, take the children in and have them somewhere safe, because a mother will always, fathers too, but mothers, research says mothers will always have one ear out for the children. So if you've decided to stay and defend, take your kids in. They don't need to be there because it's a very traumatic thing, really is. So take them in to grandma or to a friend, somewhere where they're safe. Then come back out and you can actually then focus on the task at hand, because you need to be focused. So that means you can both work as a team, and you're not worrying about the kids and things like that. So that's one recommendation that I would make. But yeah, it's very confronting, and I think people don't really understand. I think luckily social media has been fabulous this year in relation to letting people know what it's actually like, and people saying they're going to stay and just going, oh my goodness, this is just overwhelming. And I think that's the biggest thing. It's as bad as they say. You're safe inside if you go out straight after the fire's gone. People in 2000 were killed because they stayed inside and the house fell down on top of them. Do not stay inside, the same as you don't stay in your car. As soon as the fire front has gone, you then come out, start actively putting out your spot fires and things. So it's doable, and lots of people do it, but it is very, very a traumatic experience. So, yeah.
Well, that was all very valuable, Virginia. Thank you very much for joining us.
No problem. Thank you.
And that was Virginia Dixon. She is a Gundaroo resident, but she used to be the ACT Rural Fire Service Education Manager. Before we update you to see if the emergency warning has changed, we might just quickly go to Isaac Naruzzi. Just a reminder, I'm Lyndall Curtis, and Greg Bayliss is with me too, and we're taking you through the evening on ABC Radio Canberra for our fire coverage of the Orroral Valley Fire and the Clear Range Fire. The Orroral Valley Fire is at the emergency warning level, but Isaac Naruzzi, our reporter, has just left the Namadgi Visitor Centre. Isaac, thanks for joining us. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, that's right. So about an hour ago, we got some access into the Namadgi Visitor Centre, and we got a bit of a view of the mountain, and you could really see just by the amount of smoke that was coming from that area and the spot fires that was starting, just how big this fire actually is, and how it's really travelling. You could really tell. It was quite eerie, actually. Constantly there was a dam behind us, and there were helicopters filling up, constantly going back and forth and fighting it. But as they'd start to get a little bit closer into it, you could just see them disappear. It was really, really thick black smoke. We actually got to go a little bit further as well. We were escorted a little bit further, and from there, it was a bit more confronting. Now, it was really strange, a really strange feeling, because you could smell the fire. It looked far away, but it felt really, really close by. You could really feel the heat radiating off it, all the smoke. We saw aircraft that were going to go water bomb it, and like I said before, they just disappear as soon as they get in there. It's a bit scary, actually.
Yeah. And what's the wind like?
So it's picking up and slowing down. So right now I'm actually at the roadblock itself. From this point on, Tathra roadblock, no one is roadblock. No one else is allowed through. So we've just come back to that roadblock, and it's a little bit mild. At the visitor centre, it was a bit mild as well. And then as we went further in, just this really, really strong gust came through, and you could really feel the heat. So it feels pretty unpredictable, because at one second it's pretty mild, and then the next second this massive gust comes through, and then you look up over and you can start to see little spot fires starting and things flaring up as well.
And did you see, were there many people out on the roads as you drove back in?
No, not many people on the roads at all, particularly after that roadblock. Right now where I am, I'm looking at the road and there's not many people, no one coming in this way. We just saw actually a Defence Force personnel's just driven past. But other than that, no, if they're not emergency services, no one's coming through here, and it doesn't look like many people are going back the other way either.
Oh, terrific. Thank you very much for joining us, Isaac.
No worries, thank you.
And that is Isaac Nurizi, an ABC reporter who's just left the Namadgi Visitor Centre. Greg,
I'm struggling with this radio. Now I've got it right. Thank you very much, Lyndall. It's 22 minutes past 7, by the way. Just coming off the back of the chat you had with Virginia, Lyndall, and bearing in mind that I think it's on the ESA Facebook page, the possible fire pattern map for tomorrow.
Yes, they've also sent it out on Twitter. We'll hopefully talk to the ESA soon about that because it's a little bit confronting.
It is, and it brings with it the distinct possibility that people might be driving and inadvertently find their way where there is smoke on the roads and whatever else. And I just thought I'd go over the tips about vehicle bushfire safety, if I may, Lyndall.
Yes, that's very valuable.
Never try to drive through thick smoke or fire. Park the vehicle off the road in an area clear away from trees. Turn off the motor, close all doors, windows and air vents. And again, it's going to be one of those things that in the situation would feel quite foreign and probably not the right thing to do, but it's what you have to do, Lyndall. Leave the headlights and hazard lights if possible, and in smoke beep the horn so that other people will possibly know that you've pulled off the side of the road. Lie down below the window level and cover yourself with a blanket. Cover your mouth with a damp cloth. If you are able to, it's an appropriate time to make a 000 call and advise the emergency services of your situation. And again, the good advice, Lyndall, is once the fire has passed to get out of the car because it may be hot and it will have a lot of heat inside. And again, but that is once the fire has passed. So that's really going back to the advice that we were putting out very, very early, even before summer, and just this sort of fire safety. But I just thought with the way things may be tomorrow, people might find themselves in their vehicle encountering smoke unexpectedly and very much not deliberately or planned, and that's what you should do if that occurs.
Now, we might go to a special guest caller in a moment, but we've had some texts on the text line about what works to block downpipes. Somebody called in to say tennis balls don't work on rectangular downpipes.
No, I thought there was a flaw in that, but I didn't want to...
But there are other suggestions: nappies soaked in water, heavy plastic bags with dirt or sand, and another one saying nappies soaked in water. So if you got some nappies hanging around, and I know I still have some from when my children were very young because they're extremely good at wiping up spills. So another use for nappies. Somebody else is asking, where's the Brumbies? We are on ABC Radio Canberra broadcasting on both the analogue and digital radio channels tonight. The Brumbies are on the Grandstand digital channel, so you can hear them and... hopefully, if I remember, so do call in and remind me. We'll update you with the scores.
I'll do my very best to help you with that,
Greg.
Lyndall, all right? I'm from this side of the desk, I might be able to.
It's 24 past 7. It's still just a tick under 40 degrees, 39 degrees. And joining us on the phone is someone called Justin Bayliss. He's from Collerton. And Greg, I understand you might know Justin.
I know him very, very well. He's my youngest brother, Lyndall. Hi, Justy.
G'day, Greg. How are you?
Good. How are you going?
Oh, look, we're just preparing ourselves for the onslaught that's going to come at some point in the next couple of days, I imagine.
So you're looking at the Clear Range fire, which is at a watch and act level.
Yeah.
How close is it to you?
Okay, so, Lyndall, we are on the western side of the Murrumbidgee, and we've got 600 acres, and basically our block goes from the Murrumbidgee up to the ACT border. So our top boundary is Namadgi and the Clear Range Fire Trail. So looking on fires near me, it looks like it's sort of between us and Mikalago. So I would say there's a property down there owned by a historic family, the Cotters. I'd say it's up the back of Cotters, somewhere up in there. It's a little bit hard to tell, really, because looking back towards Canberra, So if we're looking directly west, there's fire over the back, but I would say that's probably maybe a range or two back into Namadgi. But looking towards you guys, it's just pitch black. So that would be Michelago, Royalla. Look like they're sort of probably getting peppered fairly well, I would say.
And what's the smoke like? Like, is it very smoky where you are?
No, it's actually quite bizarre because if I look towards Cooma, it's blue sky. so it's slightly surreal. You're sitting here and the sun's going down and it's quite a nice sunset, except for the fact that if you look to the east, all the smoke from your Orroral fires sort of going down that side, back over the Tingri Ranges, heading out that way, sort of out towards the coast. So, yeah, it's a little bit surreal. It looks like there's a big storm on that side and then there's a bit of blue sky on our side. So it's all a bit odd.
Like so many of the rural communities around the ACT and New South Wales areas around us, just when I was down having a look at your place the other week, obviously a lot of fire preparedness by you and the other property owners there.
Yeah, look, Greg, we've done, well, everybody's doing more every weekend because, you know, it's just an inevitable thing that you're going to get it at some point. So we've been on hold for the Adamitabi complex fire, which was sort of down to our southern boundary to the west. But now it's this one that's the problem. So everybody's cleared around their places. Everybody's got water sources, pumps. Certainly in our community, in our valley, we've got 2 privately owned trucks that have 6,000 litres of water and 5,000 litres of water, which everybody sort of knows how to use and whatever else. We have our RFS brigade straight across the highway at Collington. So, you know, we've done as much as we can do, and now we're sort of a bit in the hands of the gods, really. But the SES were here today, and they basically were doing the, are you staying and fighting or are you going to leave? And they gave some really great advice, stuff that I hadn't thought about. But the guy from the SES, when we said that we were staying, and I told him that we had sprinklers on the roof of the cabin and 30,000 litres of water, and we were pumping from the river up as well. He said, you know, just put buckets around with a mop. So he said, when you get the ember attack, you don't have to start a pump. You don't have to run a hose. You can basically just get a wet mop and whack out the ember, the small ember attack straight away.
So, sometimes the old-fashioned way is actually the best. Low tech.
Yeah, well, you're right, Lyndall, but it's one of those things that when you're doing your checklist on what you need, if you're going to stay and fight, and you're going, yeah, I've got this and I've done that and I've done that, and you just think, after he goes, you go, man, that's such a simple idea, and it hadn't even been on the radar, you know? He said, buckets, wheelbarrows, anything that'll hold water, fill them up, put them all around the place. He said, so you can just grab a bucket of water and throw it on a you know, a burning leaf, if that's what it is. Because we're getting that now. We're just getting showered with black leaves now.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we've had our brigade, you know, our brigade gives us a lot of education and training on preparedness and what to do and whatever else. So everybody's in the brigade, you know, in the valley. So, you know, things like PPE.
Yep.
When we stay and fight, we'll just put on our RFS PPE
and for those not familiar, PPE is personal protective equipment.
Yes, yeah, your yellows and your helmet and whatever else. You know, and I'm not being disparaging at people, but you see it far too often where people are on the TV and they're going, yeah, I'm going to stay and fight, and they've got a pair of shorts and thongs, and you're going, man, you're crazy. You know, like, and this thing comes, you need to hunker down and be ready to go properly. So.
That Lyndall from a fellow who likes wearing his shorts and thongs as much as any man. I know him that well.
Well, you know it's serious.
All right, bro. You and Lynette look after yourself and everyone in the valley, I'm sure. And I don't know, you'll be getting a lot of sleep tonight, but anyhow.
No, and I'd just like to say to anybody sort of in the firing line, because, yeah, it's a strange thing because we've seen very little aerial appliance here at all.
Okay.
In fact, we've seen none. So I'm not quite sure whether whether the other end of town's not real worried about this end of town.
Well, we're talking to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service after the news headlines, so we'll ask them.
Yeah. So, but anyhow, and I'd like to just say to everybody who's in the firing line this weekend, stay safe and just look after yourselves.
Absolutely.
If you're not up for it, folks, just get out and go.
All right.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Justin.
Take care, Justin.
Lovely to chat. See you guys.
See you, mate.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
And that was Justin Bayliss, brother of Greg, calling in from Collerton. Of course, if you want to talk to us, you are part of our eyes and ears as part of this emergency coverage on ABC Radio Canberra, 1300 681 666, or text us 0467 922 666. And now, waiting patiently with the news headlines is Andy Messenger.
Thanks, Lyndall. The ACT remains under a state of emergency tonight as the big Orroral Valley bushfire burns at emergency level. The fire to Canberra South, which has now burnt out more than 21,000 hectares and is threatening properties near Top Nace Road. It's moving south, east and north in different sectors, with the fire likely to cross Corran Road tonight. The fire has spotted into New South Wales, starting the Clear Range fire, prompting warnings for Michelego, the Angle and Royalla. There is no immediate threat to Canberra suburbs. Up in Queensland, the local fire and emergency service has declared an end to their state's bushfire season. It began last August and saw major blazes on the Southern Downs, Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast in September. 6.6 million hectares of land was burnt out in Queensland. 49 homes were destroyed, but no lives were lost. Scientists at the CSIRO's high security laboratory in Geelong are on a tight 16-week deadline to develop a test vaccine for coronavirus that can be used on humans. The Director of Health and Biosecurity at the CSIRO, Dr. Rob Grenfell, says his organisation's task has been made more achievable due to the work already done by Chinese researchers and international researchers during the SARS epidemic. And a new study says cervical cancer could be eradicated across the world within the next century. The majority of cases are caused by the human papillomavirus, which can be vaccinated against. Studies published in the Lancet Medical Journal by the World Health Organization's draft measures to eliminate the cancer could save 62 million lives in the next 100 years. To sport in rugby, and the Super Rugby season is underway with the Brumbies at home against the Reds. After just over 12 minutes, the Brumbies lead 7-0. In the early game, the Chiefs defeated the Blues 37-29. To the weather, and the total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight, hot and sunny with northwesterly winds tomorrow, and winds up to 30 to 40 kilometres an hour. A low tonight of 25, a high tomorrow of 41. For Sunday, some showers, possible storms expected, and 35, and then for Monday, mostly sunny and 30. Today's top of 42 is 14 above the January average. At the moment in Canberra, 39, and I'll have more ABC News at 8 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Andy. It is 24 minutes to 8.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
I'm Lyndall Curtis here with Greg Bayliss on ABC Radio Canberra, and the latest emergency warning update on the Orroral Valley fire from the ESA. This is an emergency warning level bushfire warning. The ACT Emergency Services Agency advises that a bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed the Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corran Road. If you are not in the area but you are from the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent, and they do take small animals and they have food for them and cages if you can't grab food in cages. The ESA says conditions are now very dangerous and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door. Leave now. Some of the things you should do: leave the area to a safer place immediately. Listen to your local radio. Keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra in your car for updates. Drive with caution in low visibility conditions. Please put your lights on. If you are unable to leave, bring your pets inside. Keep smoke out of the house by closing doors and windows, sealing the gaps under doors and screens with wet towels. Fill containers such as baths, sinks and buckets with water so you have access to drinking and firefighting water. Identify a safe spot to shelter in, which should be a place with more than one exit, preferably inside a brick building away from windows and doors. The safest spot is the place that will keep you furthest away from intense heat from the fire. As the fire approaches and passes, the safest spot will change, so be ready to move. Listen to local radio for updates, and of course we had some advice. If you're staying and you go inside, take your hose in with you. For people in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Conda and Gordon and surrounding areas, you should monitor the conditions closely and be ready to act. The fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Topnace Road. Leave now if you are able to do so. Increased fire activity in the southwest, moving towards Cotter Hut. Firefighting crews sheltered and secured the old Gudgeonby homestead, and all crews are safe. So that's some good news. Fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Coram Road. The size of the fire is currently approximately 21,510 hectares. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire causing spot fires. Power, water and mobile phone service may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. The fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales, and once this happens, the eastern flank will be known as the Clear Range Fire. If you're in the ACT, get your information from the ESA website. If you're in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and the ACT website. And of course, for all details of fires in this region, keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra, keep checking our Facebook page. Greg Bayliss, you have an update on the Clear Range Fire.
I do, Lyndall. A number of spot fires have started to the West Michelego area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Valley Fire, which is burning in the ACT. Water bombing aircraft are in the area. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. There's reference to a map there that if you were looking at the ESA website, you would be able to see. However, the advice that is being given is that if you are in the Michelego area, monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. People in the area of the Angle, Bumbalong or Collinton should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. And I think in one of the earlier discussions that Anna had, I think Williamsdale and other places in that area got bundled into the job lot, Lyndall. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire, and that goes right back to your bushfire survival plan and what you intend to do. Follow the directions of firefighters in the area, and again, if you want to find out more about that Clear Range Fire, go to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website, Lyndall.
And we are about to speak to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, but just before then, some traffic closures. Coram Road from the intersection at Tidbinbilla Road is closed. Tharwa Drive round is closed at the roundabout at Noak Avenue. Oh, a little cough. Angle Crossing at Monero Highway. Beaubian Road at the ACT New South Wales border at Shannon's Flat, Tidbinbilla Road at Point Hut. Access to the area is restricted to residents only. Cooma Road is closed between Braidwood and New Morella. Araluen Road is closed between Maruya and Araluen. Nace Road is closed at the Smiths Road intersection, and Smiths Road is closed as well.
Just going off the back of that, Lyndall, I also noticed when I was looking at that live traffic in New South Wales, just how many of the roads through the Snowy Mountains still remain closed for the fires there. And I know a lot of people, we were all talking about visiting some of the fire-affected areas and trying to help them in their recovery and whatever by just going into town and whatever. Do have a look at that Live Traffic New South Wales, because you'd be surprised how many roads still remain closed, Lyndall.
We've just had someone send us a text message, 0467922666, saying lots of RFS trucks heading south from Sydney currently. Well, Ben Shepherd joins us now from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Ben, welcome to ABC Radio Canberra. Do you know if there are lots of trucks heading south towards us?
Yeah, look, there will be, obviously, because we do have a fair amount of fire activity in the southeast of the state, not only just for that one obviously burning near Canberra, but we're likely to see a bit of an increase of activity tomorrow around just north of Admiralty, but also just a little bit further south as well, just to the east of Bombala. So all those fire grounds we are expecting to move in tomorrow's weather. So further resources are just being sent down from Sydney. We had about 18 strike teams that moved south today, and the strike team basically is made up of 5 trucks. So there's a considerable amount of resources that are moving down there, and they'll be further supported by water bombing helicopters and planes. So a big effort moving south in anticipation of what will be a difficult day tomorrow.
And we did speak to Greg Bayliss is here give me a helping hand. We did speak to his brother Justin, who's down at Colleton, who said he hadn't seen any aerial support. Do you know if there will be aerial support down there soon?
Yeah, obviously, the Colleton is still a bit off from the fire at the moment. It is still burning within the ACT border, but look, as it's and when it's needed, it will be called in. We have seen the 737 do a number of runs this afternoon on that fire ground for the ACT, and that's likely to continue tomorrow. So it is assessed consistently, and obviously the aerial water bombing will try and actually hit some of the spot fires ahead of the main fire front, where they may put in that retardant lines as well. So they're likely to see, as that fire moves a little bit further towards that border and towards the Monero Highway, they're likely to see an increase of aerial resources and fire trucks as well.
Now, the Clear Range Fire is currently at a watch and act. Are you expecting that to change at all this evening?
Yeah, look, what we're holding that fire for is obviously just a decrease of activity, especially on obviously the southeastern edge of that main fire in the ACT. It is throwing a lot of embers out ahead of it, and that's what the reason that watch and act is in place for those areas, especially really between Mickleago, and in some aspects you could actually see even spots down towards as far as Breadbow. So we're monitoring that very, very closely. But we should actually start to see the winds just die off a little bit into the evening. We should see the temperature drop, but they will be up quite quickly tomorrow morning as well. By about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we can expect those west-northwesterly winds to start gusting upwards of even 40, 50, and maybe even up to 60 kilometres an hour. So whilst there might see a reduction in the alert level this evening, it is likely we will see it rise again early tomorrow morning. Because
the latest fire spread prediction map for tomorrow to look at is fairly confronting. It there's a possibility the fire may spread and embers may spot even to kind of join up with the good fire, which is reasonably far to the east of what we're looking at now, and also certainly in the ACT skirt quite close to at least the southern suburb of Banks. What are you looking at when you look at that fire spread prediction map?
Yeah, look, and as you've indicated there, that the most difficult thing with fires once they get up and start moving like they have against this afternoon is just actually having those spot fires developing so quickly ahead of the main fire front. Now, thankfully, what we have seen, though, is as that fire has entered grassland areas, just due to the reduced fuel loads in a couple of these areas, it has, reduced itself in activity. So it's really the bushland areas that are really carrying this fire. The risk is that in those winds tomorrow, we could see spot fires developing 5-6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front. And then it is just whatever bush it then can establish itself in to then keep on moving to the east. So that's why we've produced those maps, to try and give people a bit of an indication of the potential spread. So they're well aware that, if they're going to make a decision early tomorrow morning, some people might choose to, I don't want to be in this particular area, and move into maybe either into Canberra or into Coomera itself, especially if you're along that Monero Highway. So it's just giving the residents and the people in that area some kind of indication of what that potential spread might be, so they can make that informed decision. But there is all likelihood we will see that fire obviously expand quite quickly tomorrow, and there is that risk obviously of spot fires developing well ahead of those main fire fronts.
What concerns you most about tomorrow?
Look, it is that wind. It is that extraordinary strong west-northwesterly wind. And with that fire now that we've seen each afternoon build quite quickly, we're likely to see the wind just a little bit earlier tomorrow. So it is then seeing further homes once again coming under threat, and it is then an escalation of that fire. But it's also, I guess, the unknown. With a number of these fires still in the area that we've been dealing with over the last few weeks, the Adaminaby complex, there's still the risk of that fire spreading and running. It's all these fires, especially that we're still continuing to deal with also down on the south coast, that have the potential in these winds to still flare and run. So it's just been an incredibly testing time, and tomorrow will be an equally testing day.
Yep, it's far from over. Ben Shepherd, thank you very much for taking...
Just before you go, with the resources that are in place, the brigades and whatever around the ACT, and these new crews coming in to assist and whatever else, if people have a need to travel along the Monero Highway tomorrow, we'd like them to be pretty careful, because you might be moving some of these crews around fairly quickly from the way the fire behaviour may be. Yeah, 100% right. And the other thing that we may see is that road closed at short notice. If a spot fire does develop near that road, it might reduce visibility and people's access along that road. So it is constantly keeping yourself up to date. And if you have to travel really between Coomera and Canberra, is checking live traffic for the latest, but being of the understanding as well that it may be closed at short notice and you may have to double back. So just keep yourself abreast, keep the radio on, make sure that you've got Fires Near Me on, have a look at where the fire is up to, but most importantly as well, have a plan in place and know what you're going to do, especially if you live along that road, what you're going to do in the event that a fire threatens.
Well, Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, thank you very much for your time. I wish you all the best of luck tomorrow, and we'll hope for the best, although we're preparing for the worst.
Exactly. Good,
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. That was Ben Shepherd, who's with the Rural Fire Service. And a little earlier this evening, just after 7 o'clock, Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer with the ACT Rural Fire Service, gave an update on the Orroral Valley Fire.
Give you a quick update on what the Orroral fire is doing today. So the fire is growing in size. It is currently over 20,000 hectares. So this morning was 15,000 hectares. It is now beyond 20,000 hectares. It is putting out enormous smoke plume driven by these strong northwesterly winds that we're experiencing down in the Nace Valley. For those people down in the Nace Valley, there is an evacuation order in place, an emergency warning. We're asking those people to evacuate safely now, head north through Thawa to the Erindale College, which has been set up as an evacuation centre. We need you to do this now safely. The roads have been cleared for your access. For everybody else who's in Canberra or southern Canberra, there is no evacuation order in place. So from Thawa north, no evacuation order in place. But we need everybody else to stay monitoring the situation, stay connected to the ESA website so you can stay up to date with the latest information to make sure that you are prepared, as ready as you possibly can be. So the fire is growing right now. We can expect overnight that the fire will continue to burn. The conditions will stay. Yes, it will get slightly cooler, but this fire is big enough now that it's creating its own weather. The fire will get bigger and continue to burn towards the eastern border of the ACT towards New South Wales. We should also mention the fire is moving west towards Corrindam as well. So for those people out of Corrindam there now, start monitoring the situation, be aware of what is going on, start considering your options and your actions. For those who've done their bushfire survival plans, look at your triggers. If you've reached your triggers, please enact your plan. For those in the southern suburbs of Canberra, and particularly those in Banks and Gordon, which are in the far southern suburbs of Canberra, we need you to be very actively monitoring the situation. Stay connected to the website, ESA Facebook, ESA Twitter. Follow your local media, listen to the radio, watch TV. Stay connected to what is going on. This is an unfolding situation today, tonight, and tomorrow. Please stay safe stay informed.
That was Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer with the ACT Rural Fire Service, giving an update on the Orroral Valley Fire. That was just after 7 p.m. this evening. It is now 10 minutes to 8 and the Orroral Valley Fire is still at an emergency warning level. It's moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range and to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed the Bobian Road at Glendale Depot and fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. And the last advice we have, residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Bobian Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Bobian Road intersection and Corrin Road. If you're not in the area, do not return, soon it will be too dangerous to drive. People in Thawa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. And we did hear from Ben from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service having a look at the fire spread prediction map, which has gone out certainly on the ESA Twitter account, and I assume it's also up on the website. I will look at that in a minute. That tomorrow is going to be challenging. It's going to be hot again. It's still dry. There are concerns that the fires may throw embers 5 to 6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front and certainly spread to the east and to the north. Now, please do join us this evening on the phone 1300 681 666 or on SMS 0467 922 666. As I have said before, you are part of our eyes and ears as well. You are part of our fire coverage. If you are if you see something happening that's happened and or you have some advice and it's safe for you to hop on the phone or hop on the text, please do so. We did have some advice a little while back saying if you're in a car and you pull over to the side of the road, please don't park in the long grass because a hot exhaust can start a grass fire. And Sue has called saying, can we please have the fire area in kilometres as well as hectares, which is hard to work out. It is too hard for me to work out, so I've left that brain power activity to Greg Bayliss.
Well, it's great news. I hope I can simplify this for you and Sue Lindell for as long as we're reporting this stuff. Essentially, 20,000 hectares is 200 square kilometres. So you just drop the last two digits off the back from the hectares and that'll give you square kilometres, Sue. So translating that into what we're talking about means that the Orroral Valley Fire is in fact burnt somewhere in the order of 200 square kilometres. Now, Lyndall, you were talking about Williamsdale, came up on one of the texts. Williamsdale has essentially been earlier on, we were talking to someone, and it's in the same really condition as everybody else, which is that you need to be preparing for tomorrow. So, but I thought with the possible impact on rural areas and people likely to have livestock and whatever, I thought we might just run over those numbers again, Lyndall, if
that sounds
you think
very
it's
good.
Timely to do so.
Yes.
There are large animals can be taken to Exhibition Park in Canberra. I think that is self-managed when you go up to Exhibition Park in Canberra. Braidwood is also the showground. They would like you to ring in advance. That's 0428 243 630. That's the Braidwood Showgrounds. Give them the courtesy of a call, please. 0428 243 630. Cooma large animals can be taken to the showground there, and that spills around into the sale yard, so there's additional capacity there. Bungadore Showground is devoting itself in large part to the country muster that's on this weekend, but if you do have large animals and you need somewhere to put them, you won't be turned away. I think that was the advice that we got from out there. There's a number there also, Lyndall, 0455 174463. So that's to park your large animals at the Bungadore Showground and stay with them. 0455 174463. For general assistance in that regard, Lyndall, the New South Wales Department of Primary Industry has a free call number, 1800 814 647. So we've got all those numbers there. If you only got a part of them or whatever else, we'll be repeating them through the evening, but people can always give us a call on 1300 681 666 and we'll get the numbers to them that way.
It is 5 minutes to 8. It's just dropped under 38 degrees. It's 37.8 degrees. And the winds, certainly in Canberra, north-northwest, 13 kilometres an hour. An overnight low of 25. So it's going to be very uncomfortable for those who are staying up watching the fires. Extremely uncomfortable for the rest of us, uncomfortable weather-wise. A top tomorrow of 41.
Wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra. If you're having a staycation, you can catch us on AM or digital radio, as well as Channel 25 on your TV. If you're out and about, you can hear all your favourite ABC Radio Canberra programs on the ABC Listen app. And remember, during a bushfire event, you can always hear us on a battery-operated radio on 666 AM. So wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra.
4 minutes to 8, I'm Lyndall Curtis, and Greg Bayliss is with me as well, taking you through the evening on ABC Radio Canberra for the coverage of the Orroral Valley Fire, which is at an emergency warning level, and the Clear Range Fire just over the border in New South Wales at watch and act level. Just a reminder where you get your information from. If you are in the ACT, you can get fire information from the ESA website. If you are in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and the ACT ESA website. And of course, here at ABC Radio Canberra, we will be checking everything and bringing it all together for you. We are speaking both to the ESA and to the New South Wales Fire Service regularly. We're keeping in touch with road closures in New South Wales and in the ACT. So keep listening to us on digital radio, on analogue radio, at 666 online, abc.net.au/Canberra, on the ABC Listen app. We're also keeping a weather eye on the Brumbies, which you can hear if you want to on Grandstand Digital Radio, or with the score now, Greg Bayliss.
How warm is it out there, by the way?
37.
37. Well, it's got cooler for the chaps as they approach half-time. After 33 minutes, Lyndall, Brumbies are flagging in the heat. They are now trailing 7-10 to the Queensland Reds, but that's all right. They've got a strong second half in them, okay?
Yeah, the Queenslanders may be a little more used to the hot weather. Although we've had quite a lot of it. Maybe
playing into their hands. Want to just give out the address, and we'll run through this again, I think, probably after the news, but the situation with the evacuation centre at Erindale College.
Yes.
Lyndall? That's located on McBride Crescent. They're not really designed as a sleeping arrangement. That's not their perfect purpose. But if you are not able to sleep where you normally do, the people there will try and sort. So no one will go away without their needs attended to. If you have got something else that you want to move from the place, a caravan, trailer or whatever else, being a college car park, it's very, very spacious, so you could certainly do that. And I was wondering, Lyndall, if people are thinking that the situation may deteriorate through the day tomorrow, that whilst they may not want to use the evacuation centre at this time, I think you could do worse than go up and just if you think that you're going to be in an area that may be affected tomorrow and your decision is that you're not going to stay, you could do worse, I think, than just go up and get the lie of the land, so that when you do, if you choose to use the centre tomorrow, it's something that's familiar to you and the family.
Yep, have a look at a map tonight at the very least. Know where you go, how to get there. It's very good. It's also good if you're not going to use your evacuation centre, have a plan for where to go anywhere. If you're going to stay with people in the north side of town, maybe, the lovely north side of town, I say, speaking as a born and bred north sider, or someone else. Know where you're going to go. Make sure they know that you might be coming along. But have it part of your bushfire plan.
They'll always rise to a north v south fight, you know that, Linda.
Well, they will, and that will absolutely ease the tension. More coverage on ABC Radio Canberra after the news, but we are coming up to the news. It's 8 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The ACT remains under a state of emergency tonight as a large fire continues to burn to Canberra's south at emergency level. Peter Doherty reports.
Authorities say the Orroral Valley fire has now crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot and moved into the next range. The fire is creating its own weather system, spotting well ahead of the main front, spreading to the east and the north. The blaze has already burnt out 8% of the ACT. Joe Murphy from the RFS says it's moving extraordinarily fast.
This is a very dangerous situation.
Extra crews have been brought to the ACT from interstate to assist local firefighters over the weekend.
Spotting from the Canberra fire has started a watch and act alert fire at Clear Range near Mickalego, south of the ACT. Alerts are out for Mickalego, the Angle and Royalla. Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales RFS highlighted their biggest fear for tomorrow.
It is that wind. It is that extraordinary strong west-northwesterly wind. And with that fire now that we've seen each afternoon build quite quickly, we're likely to see the winds just a little bit earlier tomorrow. So it is then seeing further homes once again coming under threat.
And there's a rolling coverage of the emergency level fire on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online coverage at news.abc.net.au. Nationals candidates were the big winners in a pre-election extension of the Commonwealth's scandal-plagued sports grant scheme. Political editor Andrew Probyn has this exclusive report.
A scathing Auditor General's report on the Coalition's handling of the $100 million program reserved its harshest criticism for the way some projects got funding outside the guidelines. The ABC can now reveal more details about those projects. An investigation has found 5 clubs that received funding hadn't even applied when applications closed in September 2018. A handful of other projects only secured funding after the sporting clubs were encouraged by their local Coalition MP to amend their application. All 9 of the new or resubmitted projects were in Coalition seats or those being targeted by the government.
Scientists at the CSIRO's High Security Laboratory in Geelong are on a tight 16-week deadline to develop a test vaccine for coronavirus that can be used on humans. The Director of Health and Biosecurity at the CSIRO, Dr. Rob Grenfell, says his organisation's task has been made more achievable due to the work already done by Chinese researchers and international researchers during the SARS epidemic. He says the ambitious timeline is made possible as a result of international collaboration.
The fantastic efforts of the Chinese scientists in fact, actually sequencing this virus very early on in the piece has been a great jumpstart for us.
The United Workers' Union is concerned about the health of airport staff amid the coronavirus emergency. It says guards and cleaners have been told by major airport operators they can't wear masks or protective gear because it would make travellers feel uncomfortable. Spokesman Damien Davey has flagged industrial action if the issue isn't sorted out.
United Workers was quick onto this and said straight up that our workers need to be provided with a decent level of health and safety in the workplace, and if they're not, work won't take place.
Former Senator David Leyonhjelm has been ordered to pay all the legal costs of Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young after a defamation case. In November, Federal Court Justice Richard White found Mr Leyonhjelm defamed the senator over comments he made, suggesting she was a misandrist and a hypocrite. To sport in tennis, and the men's second semi-final is underway at the Australian Open between Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev. The winner will play world number 2 Novak Djokovic in Sunday's final. In the first set, Thiem is leading 2-1. In rugby, the Super Rugby season is underway with the Brumbies at home against the Reds. After 39 minutes, it's 15-7 in the Reds' favour. In the early game tonight, the Chiefs defeated the Blues 37-29. In cricket, India has had a 5-wicket win in the first match of the International T20 clash played at Manicka Oval today. And in tonight's Big Bash League match, the Melbourne Stars won the toss, sent the Sydney Sixers into bat. And in the 11th over, the Sixers are 2 for 84. To the weather, total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight, hot and sunny tomorrow, northwesterly winds, a low of 25 and a top of 41. Our top today was 42, and at the moment in Canberra it's 38 degrees.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Good evening at 8:05. I'm Lyndall Curtis. I and Greg Bayliss will be taking you through the evening on ABC Radio Canberra, on your radio, digital and analogue, online and on the ABC Listen app. We will be bringing you everything you need to know about the Orroral Valley fire, which is still burning at emergency warning level, and also the Clear Range fire, which is burning at watch and act level. We are expecting to shortly take you to the Bureau of Meteorology, because tomorrow, while today's conditions have been challenging, tomorrow's will be challenging as well. As you heard Andy say in the news, 25 overnight, a top tomorrow of 41, and both the ESA in Canberra and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service are expecting that the fires will spread tomorrow, and they have put out a prediction map. It's not this will happen, but it is their best prediction about what will happen for tomorrow. So we will get a look first at the weather conditions, and joining me in a minute will be Rosemary Barr, the senior forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology. Rosemary, welcome to ABC Radio Canberra. Thank you for joining us. Can you tell us what the conditions for tomorrow will be?
Well, yes, we're going to continue to see these strong and very, very warm northwesterly winds impacting the ACT throughout Saturday. That is resulting in severe fire danger across the ACT, and we're expecting maximum temperatures to climb to an extremely uncomfortable 41 to 42 degrees. So extremely warm conditions expected tomorrow. The only thing in our favour is that we will continue to see relatively high moisture around, so humidities will remain higher during the day than we have seen on quite a lot of the worst fire days that we've seen in the past. So for that reason, we haven't seen the fire danger escalate even further.
And will conditions ease tomorrow night?
Unfortunately, we continue to see these west to northwesterlies continue on throughout Saturday night and into Sunday. Now, they do ease somewhat in terms of their strength, but we're just not seeing the decrease or significant changed air mass across the ACT. That means that we're expecting minimum temperatures only to reach around 25 degrees or even a little higher across the ACT on Saturday night into Sunday. So a very, very warm night expected both tonight and tomorrow, associated with these very warm winds.
Not just for the fires and those fighting them, but for others as well. Any relief?
Yes,
on the way?
Thank goodness. We are seeing some relief. So it's a fairly broad cold front that's moving across the state during Saturday and into Sunday. But we see temperatures start to ease during Sunday, with maximums dropping back to the mid-30s. And then overnight, Saturday into Monday, we see minimums dropping significantly into the mid-teens.
Well, that sounds very good. Are you expecting, what sort of fire weather rating are you expecting for tomorrow?
So for Saturday, there is a severe fire danger expected across the ACT, associated with this really warm air mass. Into Sunday, we see the winds decrease fairly significantly, and as I say, a drop in temperatures. That means that we may end up seeing more like very high fire danger. However, it's worth noting that the fire danger ratings aren't just decided by the Bureau. They also get significant input and, in fact, the final say from the ACT ESA and associated agencies. So they will also input things like community preparedness and that kind of thing into the final decision.
Rosemary, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for the update on the weather.
Not a worry, Lyndall. Thank you.
And that was Rosemary Barr, the senior forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology. And of course, there is a total fire ban for the whole of the ACT through Saturday until midnight on Sunday.
ABC Radio. Bushfire information.
This is an emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. Latest update as of 10 minutes ago from the Emergency Services Authority. The authority advises that a bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed the Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. The fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road. Leave now if you are able to do so. Increased fire activity in the southwest, moving towards Cotter Hut. Firefighting crews sheltered at and secured the old Gudgeonby homestead, and all crews are safe. The fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corran Road. The size of the fire is approximately 21,510 hectares, a little over 200 square kilometres, and properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corran Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. As we've been telling you, an evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent. You can take large animals, horses. I think maybe some llamas have gone, I'm not sure, to Epic. You can also take them to Bungendore Showgrounds, but call ahead. Braidwood is also open. So conditions are now very dangerous, the ESA says, and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door, and leave now. For people in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Condor and surrounding areas, you should closely monitor conditions and be ready to act. Keep up to date with the ESA website at esa.act.gov.au. You can follow the ESA Twitter account or Facebook account. You can download the New South Wales Fires Near Me mobile app. Road closures will go through in just a minute. I'll get Greg to update you on the Clear Range fire. Stay tuned to ABC Radio Canberra. We will be covering everything that's happening in the region, in the ACT and just across the border in New South Wales. And Greg, the Clear Range fire, that was at Watch and Act, is it still there?
It remains at that status, Lyndall, and this, the latest update we've had is about 7:15. So I appreciate it's an hour old, but this is the latest information we have. A number of spot fires have started to the West Michelago area. These have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. There have been aerial working of the fire with water bombing. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Angle. Reference to a map again, if you go to the ESA website, you'll be able to see that, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, I should say. If you are in the Michelago area, monitor conditions. Be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong or Collinton should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Please follow directions of firefighters in the area. And that's about the end of the other information. Of course, if your life is at risk, Lyndall, call 000 immediately. So we might anticipate an updated report of that fire fairly soon, I would have thought.
Yep, and if you're in the ACT, get your information from the ESA website. If you're in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales Rural Fire Service and the ACT ESA website. And, as I mentioned, for all the details for fires in our region, stay tuned to where you are at the moment at ABC Radio Canberra. Now, it is worth looking at either of those websites for the predicted fire spread for tomorrow. The weather conditions will not be kind. It is a little bit confronting, but it will give you a good idea of what might happen. The prediction isn't saying what will happen, but it's what might happen, and it might help you prepare for it. One of those who will no doubt be preparing and has called in on 1300 681 666 is Graham Williams. He's a Borough resident. Graham, what's happening where you are?
Look, it's actually quite mild, I've got to tell you. We actually...
It's Willow. I know that voice.
Yeah, we get an easterly that comes through more or less every summer night here, and it drags moisture from the actual coast here. And you guys get it in Canberra, but we get it a bit earlier, and it's just on the change now. You can feel it in the air. It's got cooler. Really, it drops really dramatically. So this fire will actually get that weather probably in the next hour or something. We've already got it. It's swung now. I can feel it now. So today isn't our problem at Borough. Tomorrow is our problem.
Have you had a look at the predicted or the potential fire spread map?
It's coming, and that's our problem.
Yep.
It's direct in line with us, but at the moment it's going towards Mikalago and out that way, and they've had a few spot fires, but at the moment it's pretty calm. You can see that it's not, going crazy because, well, it's still going crazy, but it's going to change in the next hour or so.
Yep.
It will slow down.
And And what kind of preparations have you been making?
I think everyone's been preparing for weeks, haven't they? Here, I think in a rural property, it's just always prepared in dry time. I'm actually pretty lucky. I've just had, about 30 mils of rain, and it's greened up here. I've got grasshoppers of 80, I think. So there's not much, and cows and roos and stuff. So really, and I haven't got eucalypts hanging in the house or anything. So me and my neighbour talked the other day. We're pretty well, okay. The hills around are reasonably green to our west, but there is dry stuff, on around as well. So there will be stuff that will burn. But I'm really confident that we're pretty good here. There will be spot fires. That's our problem. And, embers.
And I think those... G'day, Willow. How are you, mate?
How you going, Bella?
Good on you. I'm really well, Graham. And I think
we're just having a little reunion.
Oh, no. Well, but I think when we look at the... and I think Ben from the Rural Fire Service, when you spoke to him and you talked about the projected or the possible fire patterns, of course, I think he made it clear that does include the extent that embers rather than a single fire. So
yeah, he was saying they might spot 5 to 6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front.
You've got to remember, we haven't got large forest around. There has, but parts of Borough have, and people should be a bit more probably, aware there. They're up in the hills. We are, basically in a kangaroo paddock. And the fire would be sort of mosaic, at the moment. We haven't got any long flares. The cows have eaten all that. We're pretty well prepared. That's all I'm saying. And everyone is here. Everyone knows fires, It's just that you are alert that if you get alarmed, it's going to be not good,
Yeah.
And you stay... Look, I'm still alarmed in a way, I try to keep it down. I'm trying to get from work to here today. I'm thinking, geez, what's left? But then I'm thinking, no, it's all good. You just got to sort of take a breath. And you think, if I'm not comfortable fighting this thing, I've got to get out of here. And that's our plan. We're going, even though I know this place will be sort of standing, I'm wetting the deck down. I haven't got much water, Bala, you know that.
I think that's a bit of a problem right around.
But I am using some of my good water to just wet the deck up. And that's my weak point in my deck. I'm pretty sure if Amber got in there, it possibly... Now, I can't get in there to clean it.
Yeah.
No access to it. So, really, that's my fault. I built it.
Well, keep enough water for a shower in the morning and in your preparedness.
We probably smell a little bit. Anyway.
Onwards and upwards. you'll be with Adrian Francis, all going well tomorrow morning. Saturday gardening.
Not going, mate. I've got to stay here. It's a D-Day tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Taking animals out of here. We'll be out of here, mate, I think, in the morning.
Okay.
I think that's right.
To be safe. I don't think we've got a problem, but, everyone's got a different sort of feeling. I mean, I've been a firefighter. I'm pretty sure it's all good here. I'm comfortable by myself. My wife isn't, so I go with what she's not comfortable with. But that's, if it's anxious, you shouldn't be here.
Exactly. No. Sage advice, Willow.
Thank you, Willow. And I will end by telling you that Greg just made me a cup of tea. I don't know if he ever did that for you.
I tell you what, he did, and he makes a bloody good cup of coffee. I haven't tried his tea.
I can report it's excellent.
And he does make good scones too.
All right. See you, Graham.
Excellent. Thanks, Willow.
Thanks,
it was very much a Mrs. Bayliss, my mum moment, while we're all in here and it's all going on, Lyndall. I thought, well, I think we need a cup of tea.
Well, that is a very good thing.
I just got to leave in a hurry because I need to get a cup of tea out to the Brumbies. They're still down 17-7 with 3 minutes played in the second half.
Oh, not good.
Someone give them a cup of tea.
You're listening to ABC Radio. There's a bushfire in your area.
A neighbourhood safer place or bushfire place of last resort is a designated area of relative safety when all other bushfire plans have failed. They're signposted areas, like an open space at a local sports field, or they might be located within a community building, such as a hall. They're a place of last resort if all other fire plans have failed.
If you're caring for children, the safest option for you and your family is to leave early, well before a fire arrives. On days forecast as a catastrophic or extreme fire danger rating, this may mean leaving very early in the morning or even the night before. If you choose to stay and defend your home, children should be kept well away from the threat. Be aware they may be frightened and behave in unexpected ways.
Most homes are not designed or constructed to withstand fires in catastrophic conditions. Extremely dangerous gale force winds may even damage your home well before the bushfire arrives, making it unsafe to shelter in. These winds can be so strong that they may blow your roof off or cause structural damage to your home, allowing embers to start fires inside your home. If these conditions are forecast, your safest option is to leave early, well before a fire threatens.
You're listening to ABC Radio, and there's a bushfire in your area. We'll bring you the latest information shortly.
If you or a family member has a disability, you may be more susceptible to the impacts of bushfire. Know your risk and be prepared to activate your bushfire survival plan well before a fire threatens. Prepare to leave early with your emergency kit and anything you need to manage your health or disability. During a bushfire emergency, we all need to rely on each other. When giving or receiving help, take a moment to find out how you can best assist.
The safest option in a bushfire is always to leave early, and you should consider what you'll do with your animals to keep them safe. When you're relocating, remember to pack for your pets. Large animals should be moved to a well-grazed area around your home and sheltered away from the winds. If your plan is to stay and actively defend your property, keep your pets safe by locking them in a room like a toilet or laundry and ensure they have access to plenty of water.
We'll bring you the latest information shortly. For updates on bushfire conditions in your area, keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
It is 24 minutes past 8, and with a little bit more information on what you do to prepare for a fire, Greg.
Thanks, Lyndall. And we're going right back to, as I said, material that the ABC was putting out, from even before the start of summer. So it's old, but it stands the test of time. We talked about vehicle bushfire safety. Let's talk about when a fire threatens. When a bushfire threatens, enact your bushfire survival plan. So it's all built around the principle that you've actually done some planning and thinking. So if you haven't done that, it doesn't take long. I think you can download the app. It takes about 5 minutes, I think, to work out a survival.
Lots of good information out there.
My word. As the fire front arrives, move inside the house or property. Patrol inside the house, including the roof space for sparks, embers and spot fires. Shelter in a room which is on the opposite side of the house from the approaching fire, but one which has a clear exit outside the house, and that's very important. Stay hydrated and ensure you and your family continue to drink water. You might, in fact, make some water available should the mains or tank water or whatever you've got be lost. It's nice to have some spare. Ensure you have torches and a little transistor radio if you can, so that you can stay in contact that way. Batteries and whatever, of course, are required for the torch and the radio. Stay inside while the fire front passes. If you can't extinguish a fire after the front has passed, call 000. Leave the house when it's necessary and safe, and for whatever, do not re-enter a burning building. So that's some salient points, Lyndall, about when a bushfire threatens your house.
Yep, and here is the latest information.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Latest information on the emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire. The ACT Emergency Services Authority advises that the bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed the Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corran Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent and can take animals. Has food for animals and cages as well if you don't have one. Conditions are now very dangerous and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door. Leave now. What you should do, leave the area to a safer place immediately. Listen to local radio in your car for updates. Drive with caution in low visibility conditions and put your lights on. If you're unable to leave, do those things that Greg just talked about. Bring pets inside, keep smoke out of the house, fill containers with water so you've had access to drinking water and firefighting water. Identify a safe spot to shelter in. For people in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Conda and Gordon and the surrounding areas, monitor conditions and be ready to act. The fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road. Leave now if you're able to do so. Increased fire activity in the southwest is moving towards Cotter Hut. The fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corran Road. The size of the fire is approximately 21,510 hectares. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. Power, water and mobile phone service may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. The fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales. You can keep up to date. The ESA also says drones are not permitted to operate anywhere near the fireground. Also, if you want to go and have a look, do not. If there are plenty of vantage points in the ACT that are nowhere near that fireground, Mount Ainslie, Black Mountain, Red Hill, go up any of them and have a look. You can keep up to date with the ACT at the ESA website, esaact.gov.au. Follow the ESA Twitter account or Facebook account. Download and monitor the New South Wales Fires Near Me app. Stay tuned to ABC Canberra. There is also a smaller fire at a Watch and Act level burning in just over the border.
Just over the border and at about the latitude of, I think, around Michelago is near enough. And it's in, if you were going to Cooma, if you could imagine being around about Michelego and looking across to the right-hand side, looking to the west, it's in that area there. It's known as clear range, and it is at Watch and Act status, Lyndall. Bit of information about the situation. Number of spot fires have started in that area. They are commenced as a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT, of course. From quite early on, they've said they've had water bombing aircraft working in the area, Lyndall. Fire activity is expected to increase this afternoon in the area to the west of the Engle. I never knew there was a place called the Engle there. I knew there was Engle Crossing, but there you go. Willow, as he just reported that there's a nice little easterly zephyr blowing in, which would be welcome for so many reasons, Lyndall. But the advice around that fire is if you are in the Michelego area, monitor conditions, be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. People in the areas of the Engle, Bumbalong or Collinton, being further south than Michelego, and Bumbalong essentially being at about the same place as Collinton but going over towards the Murrumbidgee River, should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes and you are threatened by fire. Follow the direction of firefighters in the area, and if you want to keep across that fire, it's being updated on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Lyndall. And again, just a reminder, and I know the people who live down there, they would be very familiar with their own environment, whatever else, but a lot of those properties are accessed by a single road in and the same road out. Try and, in your planning, I would think about an alternative, an alternative route to get you out of the place should you choose to leave. Yep.
Thanks, Greg. Greg Bayliss and I, Lyndall Curtis, are with you through this evening on ABC Radio Canberra, and joining us with the news headlines, waiting patiently, is Andrew Messenger.
Thank you, Lyndall. And can I just say it's lovely to hear Greg back on air again.
Hello, Andy. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You're putting in a long innings today, Andy.
That's right. We'll get it back at some stage in the future. To the news, and the big bushfire in the south of the ACT remains at emergency alert level tonight. The Orroral Valley fire has so far burnt out more than 21,000 hectares. Properties are under threat near Topnose Road. There's also increased fire activity in the southwest moving towards Cotter Hut. Fire crews sheltered at and secured Old Gudgeonby Homestead. The fire has spotted into New South Wales, starting the clear range fire, prompting watch and act warnings for Michelego, the Angle and Royalla, and there is no immediate threat to Canberra suburbs. Canberra Raiders new recruit Curtis Scott has entered not guilty pleas to all charges he's facing after an incident in Sydney after Australia Day celebrations. The former Melbourne star is facing 6 charges, including 2 alleging he assaulted police. His lawyer, Danny Eade, speaking outside Sydney's Downing Centre local court today, said there is concern over the way police conducted themselves and there's no reason why Scott should not be able to return to training. The United States and Japan are the latest countries to warn their citizens not to travel to China because of the coronavirus outbreak. Hundreds of foreigners have taken special chartered planes out of the city of Wuhan, where the virus first emerged. Hong Kong has announced major restrictions on ferries and trains linked to the mainland. And a quick look at sports scores around tonight. In rugby, the Reds lead the Brumbies by 17-12 in the 55th minute of that game at the Australian Open semi-final being played in Melbourne. Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev. Zverev has won the first set 6-3. And in the Big Bash cricket game against the Melbourne Stars, the Sydney Sixers were sent into bat. In the 16th over, they are 5 for 115. To the weather, total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight. Tomorrow, hot and sunny. Northwesterly winds at up to 30 kilometres an hour, possibly 40 kilometres an hour. A low of 25 and a top of 41. And then for Sunday, showers and possible storms and 35 degrees. 42 was the top today, 14 above the average. At the moment, 37. More ABC News at 9 o'clock.
Thanks very much, Andy. It's going to be a hot one again tomorrow.
For so many reasons, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people sleeping well tonight. No. If it's not that you're in an area where you probably want to remain a little bit alert and on top of things, 25's not optimal sleeping number.
That's about my favourite maximum.
Isn't that funny? I'm with you on that. That's perfect maximum.
Yep. And we have had on the text line, which is 0467 922 666. Michael from sunny Isabella Heights said, I had my sprinkler out for a weekly tree watering. The family of magpies appreciated it. Perhaps people should have a bit of water for the wildlife for the next few days. That is excellent advice, Michael. I remember I was on air a couple of weeks ago and someone was, when it was the last time it was stupidly hot, had someone on saying, leave out water for the wildlife. I went home and I did that, and my family of magpies appreciated it in the front yard, put some water in the backyard for the lizard family who's been living in our house for quite some time, and they appreciated the back as well.
How lovely, Lyndall.
Yes. I have a magpie that comes down and chats to me whenever I have a cup of tea on the front patio.
How very nice.
Yes. That's very good. If you have anything you'd like to share with us, because you are part of our emergency coverage, you are our eyes and ears looking at what is happening. If it's safe to do so, do give us a call, 1300 681 666. Send us an SMS, 0467 922 666. If you have a question, we might be able to answer it, or put it in front of people who might be able to answer it when they get them on. We would love to hear from you. We will be here, Greg Bayliss and I, for quite some time this evening with covering the emergency, the Orroral Valley fire and the Clear Range fire, which is at a watch and act.
You mentioned the animals there.
Yes.
As did Michael in his text. I think we might repeat those numbers for people who are now thinking that tomorrow may require them to move large animals if they're on properties. And again, be mindful also of what Ben said, that from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, that in conditions such as we expect tomorrow, the Monero Highway may be subject to closures if those fires spot across it. So just thinking that if you do want to move some of your animals tomorrow, rather than planning to go south, although there is an animal care place at the Cooma Showground that spills over into the sale yards, but if travelling south is not possible, you might head out to Braidwood. The showground there is open to accept animals. They would appreciate the courtesy of a phone call. That's all, 0428 243 630. Exhibition Park in Canberra is open, of course, and that is a self-care arrangement. If you want to know more at all over the weekend, the New South Wales Department of Primary Industry have an assistance number, Lyndall, which is 1800 814 647. And also, whilst the Bungadore Showground is in large part given over to the Bungadore Country Muster tomorrow, they do appreciate that it is a place where a lot of people do take their animals in fire situations, and they will not turn anyone away. Again, if you could give them a call if it's most convenient to take your large animals to Bungadore, they'll just make sure that if you need a power site, they've got a few of those. If you don't, they'll set you up somewhere else and you'll coexist with the country muster. The number at Bungadore for that arrangement is 0455 174463. And just a reminder, Lyndall, that the evacuation centre, which is now operating at Erindale College on McBride Crescent, also will accept domestic animals and even feed the domestic animals if you decide to leave your place in a bit of a rush. A large car park there, so that if you do have things like caravan, camper trailer or something that you want to move, they won't stop you parking that in the Erindale College car park, Lyndall.
So there are lots of information there. If you missed one of the phone numbers, we'll be repeating them again, but you can also just give us a quick call, 1300 681 666, or SMS on 0467 922 666. And in just a minute, I think we will hear again from Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service after this.
In an emergency, turn to a source you can trust. At the ABC, we're dedicated to helping you during natural disasters and extreme weather events, and to making sure the ABC is part of your safety checklist. Follow your local ABC on social media, find and save your local ABC radio station. And for more ways to be prepared, visit abc.net.au/emergency. ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Lyndall.
Yes.
Better news from Canberra Stadium.
Oh, excellent. We need some better news.
20 minutes to go and it's 17 all. So the Brumbies have come back from a few points down. That is good news. And Anna and I were making light of it earlier on. But Lyndall, while we just got a moment before we go to Ben from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, unless, I think if the opportunity arises for you to do something nice for yourself this weekend, or nice for you and some of the family or all of the family, I think it's important that people do. Whether that's a movie or a meal, or go and watch one of the cricket games tomorrow, or go and watch the Caps or whatever else. It's been quite when I say it's been relentless pressure on people, I'm not at all overlooking the people who are directly affected by the fires that have been everywhere, but I think it's a moment to make sure you do stop and find some minutes or a little bit of time for yourself and those close to you to just do things that you like doing.
It can be very stressful.
My word, and it doesn't mean you don't care, and it doesn't mean that you're not a good person or whatever else, but I think it's really important that just in terms of things that make you feel nice, you still try to fit those in with everything that's happening.
I'm in fact, hopefully, we're going to see the DreamWorks exhibition at the National Museum before it goes, because my family has a history of going to all these things very late.
My family history is that it seems to become a good idea about 3 days after it's gone, which is really not good if you've got kids, Lyndall. But
yes.
No, and that's a wonderful thing to do, and you should, and enjoy it.
But before then, we have chatted in the last hour to Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. We think it's worth you listening to again, because we talk about some of the things that might be happening tomorrow.
We're likely to see a bit of an increase of activity tomorrow around just north of Adaminaby, but also just a little bit further south as well, just to the east of Bombala. So all those fire grounds we are expecting to move in tomorrow's weather. So further resources are just being sent down from Sydney. We had about 18 strike teams that moved south today, and the strike team basically is made up of 5 trucks. So there's a considerable amount of resources that are moving down there, and they'll be further supported by water bombing helicopters and planes. So a big effort moving south in anticipation of what will be a difficult day tomorrow.
And we did speak to Greg Bayliss is here give me a helping hand. We did speak to his brother Justin, who's down at Colleton, who said he hadn't seen any aerial support. Do you know if there will be aerial support down there soon?
Yeah, obviously, the Colleton is still a bit off from the fire at the moment. It is still burning within the ACT border, but look, as it's and when it's needed, it will be called in. We have seen the 737 do a number of runs this afternoon on that fire ground for the ACT, and that's likely to continue tomorrow. So it is assessed consistently, and obviously the aerial water bombing will try and actually hit some of the spot fires ahead of the main fire front, where they may put in that retardant lines as well. So they're likely to see, as that fire moves a little bit further towards that border and towards the Monero Highway, they're likely to see an increase of aerial resources and fire trucks as well.
Now, the Clear Range Fire is currently at a watch and act. Are you expecting that to change at all this evening?
Yeah, look, what we're holding that fire for is obviously just a decrease of activity, especially on obviously the southeastern edge of that main fire in the ACT. It is throwing a lot of embers out ahead of it, and that's what the reason that watch and act is in place for those areas, especially really between Michelago, and in some aspects you could actually see even spots down towards as far as Breadbow. So we're monitoring that very, very closely. But we should actually start to see the winds just die off a little bit into the evening. We should see the temperature drop, but they will be up quite quickly tomorrow morning as well. By about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we can expect those west northwesterly winds to start gusting upwards of even 40, 50, and maybe even up to 60 kilometres an hour. So whilst there might see a reduction in the alert level this evening, it is likely we will see it rise again early tomorrow morning.
Because the latest fire spread prediction map for tomorrow to look at is fairly confronting. It there's a possibility the fire may spread and embers may spot even to kind of join up with the good fire, which is reasonably far to the east of what we're looking at now, and also certainly in the ACT skirt quite close to at least the southern suburb of Banks. What are you looking at when you look at that fire spread prediction map?
Yeah, look, and as you've indicated there, that the most difficult thing with fires once they get up and start moving like they have against this afternoon is just actually having those spot fires developing so quickly ahead of the main fire front. Now, thankfully, what we have seen, though, is as that fire has entered grassland areas, just due to the reduced fuel loads in a couple of these areas, it has reduced itself in activity. So it's really the bushland areas that are really carrying this fire. The risk is that in those winds tomorrow, we could see spot fires developing 5-6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front. And then it is just whatever bush it then can establish itself in to then keep on moving to the east. So that's why we've produced those maps, to try and give people a bit of an indication of the potential spread. So they're well aware that, if they're going to make a decision early tomorrow morning, some people might choose to, I don't want to be in this particular area, and move into maybe either into Canberra or into Coomera itself, especially if you're along that Monero highway. So it's just giving the residents and the people in that area some kind of indication of what that potential spread might be, so they can make that informed decision. But there is all likelihood we will see that fire obviously expand quite quickly tomorrow, and there is that risk obviously of spot fires developing well ahead of those main fire fronts. What concerns you most about tomorrow? Look, it is that wind. It is that extraordinary strong west-northwesterly wind. And with that fire now that we've seen each afternoon build quite quickly, we're likely to see the winds just a little bit earlier tomorrow. So it is then seeing further homes once again coming under threat, and it is then an escalation of that fire. But it's also, I guess, the unknown. With a number of these fires still in the area that we've been dealing with over the last few weeks, the Adaminaby complex, there's still the risk of that fire spreading and running. It's all these fires, especially that we're still continuing to deal with also down on the south coast, that have the potential in these winds to still flare and run. So it's just been an incredibly testing time, and tomorrow will be an equally testing day. Yep, it's far from over. Ben Shepherd, thank you very much for taking...
Just before you go, with the resources that are in place, the brigades and whatever around the ACT, and these new crews coming in to assist and whatever else, if people have a need to travel along the Monero highway tomorrow, we'd like them to be pretty careful, because you might be moving some of these crews around fairly quickly from the way the fire behaviour may be.
Yeah, 100% right. And the other thing that we may see is that road closed at short notice. If a spot fire does develop near that road, it might reduce visibility and people's access along that road. So it is constantly keeping yourself up to date. If you have to travel really between Coomera and Canberra, is checking live traffic for the latest, but being of the understanding as well that it may be closed at short notice and you may have to double back. So just keep yourself abreast, keep the radio on, make sure that you've got Fires Near Me on, have a look at where the fire is up to, but most importantly as well, have a plan in place and know what you're going to do, especially if you live along that road, what you're going to do in the event of a fire threat. That was Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. We spoke to him about an hour ago. Now, just to make sure you know where you're getting your information, apart from ABC Radio Canberra, where we will cover the ACT and the border, New South Wales near us. If you're in the ACT and you want to get fire information, go to the ESA website. If you're in New South Wales, near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales RFS website and the ACT ESA website. And of course, listen to ABC Radio Canberra. Now, Greg, Jan in North Canberra has texted us on 0467 922 666 saying, my daughter tells me they are door knocking in Benithan, Greenway, Canberra, Duffy and Wright. Is this correct? Which parts of Canberra? Yes, I know they were door knocking in Wright, Canberra, Duffy and Greenway today.
It's not to tell you to evacuate. They're just coming around, knocking on the door, chatting to you about a fire plan, maybe giving you some help, answering some questions, just to make sure you're okay. They did the same thing in the southern parts of Canberra.
And Justy, when he rang from Bumbalong, said that the SES had done the same thing down there. So, in fact, what we haven't done, Lyndall, and I know, is we haven't actually said a cheerio to all of the people who are out there attending to the fires and related stuff, the people doing the door knocking, the SES people proactively visiting, the teams of firefighters that are, I don't know what time shift change is. I expect you might have just started if you're on a night shift and also all of our normal first responders, you know, they're all in a heightened state of alert, and there's people out cooking food for them and everything. So, and I know that a lot of people do listen to the ABC as the constant source of information. So if you are listening and you are one of the people involved at the front line of the emergency, we just want to say have a safe night and thank you very much for looking after our community.
Yep, and thank you for what has already been a long haul and is set to continue. So it's,
Well, it's quite, we've still got, in any normal sense, 4 weeks of summer left, Lyndall. It just, you're right, it just has been such a slog for some of these people. And I know, and you know, we talked earlier on, and I know many of them from rural fire services. They were heading up to northern New South Wales when those fires started, southern Queensland. It's just been relentless for them. So to all of them and to all of those who support them and the people who are throwing open the evacuation centre and the people who are throwing open the places where you can take your livestock and your big animals and whatever, just thanks to all of you because it's fantastic.
It is fantastic. And it is still for a few more hours at 10 minutes to 9. It is still January. This has been the longest year this month we've had so far.
I'm sort of building a bit of a movement that around about Canberra Day, I think we should declare a second start to the new year.
That's fantastic. I've been looking for a reset button.
Well, I reckon we make somewhere around Canberra Day the reset button, and hopefully we'll be moving into autumn and it'll be lovely and just starting to cool down or whatever else. It'd be nice if we got a bit of rain and the place had a good drink by then, and that can be the start of our new year.
We'll make it 2020.1.
What a quarter.
And now we might hear from ABC reporter Isaac Noruzi, who we spoke to an hour or so ago. But just to go through the road closures, Corrin Road from the intersection at Tidbinbilla Road is closed. Thawa Drive, the roundabout at Noak Avenue. Angle Crossing at Monaro Highway. Beaubian Road at the ACT New South Wales border at Shannon's Flat. Tidbinbilla Road at Point Hutt. Access to the area is restricted to residents only. Cooma Road is closed between Braidwood and Numaralla. Araluen Road is closed between Maruya and Araluen. Nace Road at the Smiths Road intersection and Smiths Road. Now, a little earlier this evening, we spoke to ABC reporter Isaac Noruzi after he left the Namadgi Visitors Centre to hear about the conditions there.
So about an hour ago, we got some access into the Namadgi Visitor Centre, and we got a bit of a view of the mountain, and you could really see just by the amount of smoke that was coming from that area and the spot fires that was starting, just how big this fire actually is and how it's really travelling. You could really tell. It was quite eerie actually. Constantly there was a dam behind us, and there were helicopters filling up, constantly going back and forth and fighting it. But as they start to get a little bit closer into it, you could just see them disappear. It was really, really thick black smoke. We actually got to go a little bit further as well. We were escorted a little bit further, and from there, it was a bit more confronting. Now, it was really strange, a really strange feeling, because you could smell the fire. It looked far away, but it felt really, really close by. You could really feel the heat radiating off it, all the smoke. We saw aircraft that were going to go water bomb it. And like I said before, they just disappear as soon as they get in there. It's a bit scary, actually.
Yeah. And what's the wind like?
So it's picking up and slowing down. So right now I'm actually at the roadblock itself. So from this point on, past the roadblock, no one is roadblock, no one else is allowed through. So we've just come back to that roadblock, and it's a little bit mild. At the visitor centre, it was a bit mild as well. And then as we went further in, just this really, really strong gust came through, and you could really feel the heat. So it feels pretty unpredictable, because at one second it's pretty mild, and then the next second this massive gust comes through, and then you look up over and you can start to see little spot fires starting and things flaring up as well.
And did you see, were there many people out on the roads as you drove back in?
No, not many people on the roads at all, particularly after that roadblock. Right now where I am, I'm looking at the road, and there's not many people, no one coming in this way. We just saw actually a Defence Force personnel's just driven past. But other than that, no, if they're not emergency services, no one's coming through here, and it doesn't look many people are going back the other way either.
And that was ABC reporter Isaac Naruzzi, who had just left Namadgi Visitor Centre about an hour and a half ago. So we've had lots of reports of what the conditions are like.
And fabulous support from clearly the ESA and whatever, that they'd let Isaac and some of the other media teams go, escorted, of course, but beyond the road closure point. So,
for those who don't know, the media, if you're a journalist and you're going to, camera operator going to go to the fire ground, you have to do fire training, and the services, Rural Fire Service and the ESA offer fire training several times a year, but if you haven't done it, they don't let you at the fire ground.
It's very responsible.
It's very responsible of them, and a very valuable service, because I've done that fire training a few times.
All right, if people need a smile on their face, I don't want to get too carried away, but with 3 minutes to go out at Canberra Stadium, the Brumbies have moved into the lead, 27-17. Linda.
Excellent. Can we just stop the game now?
Someone pull the fuse out. No, but 3 minutes to go. That's a fabulous comeback from them in very, very warm conditions.
Excellent. It is 4 minutes to 9.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Now, just quickly, the latest information from the Emergency Services Authority. They issued an update about 15 minutes ago, but it was not changed from the 8 o'clock update. The Orroral Valley Fire is still at an emergency warning level. The ESA advises that the bushfire is moving south and east and has spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. The fire has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. Soon it will be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. The evacuation centre at Erindale College on McBride Crescent is open. People in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Conda and Gordon and the surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. Now, we are expecting another update just after 9 o'clock, so just after the 9 o'clock news. We'll provide you with a full update, and also Greg might check in. Has there been any update to the Watch and Act for the Clear Range fire?
No, Lyndall, but it's still worth taking a minute to let people know what's happening there. There are a number of spot fires that have started to the west Michelago area. They've started as a result of the Orroral Valley Fire, which is burning in the ACT. These fires started this afternoon. Waterbombing aircraft are working the area. I expect they've retired them with darkness. Fire activity is expected to increase, although the evening would appear to be quite benign, and let's hope it stays that way. However, if you are in the Michelago area, monitor conditions, be aware of spot fires which may start ahead of the main fire front. These spot fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Engle, Bumbalong or Collinton should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. Know what you will do if the situation changes changes and you are threatened by fire. If you've given any directions from firefighters in the area, please follow them. And if you want to know more about that, again, we're giving you the latest information we can, but it was it produced at 20 to 8, I should say, Lyndall. www.rfs.newsouthwales.gov.au.
We are coming up to the 9 o'clock news. Please do call in if you want to chat about anything, 1300 681 666, or send us a text 0467 922 666. It is time for the news at 9.
Get the latest news
anytime and anywhere,
whenever you want, wherever you are. With the ABC News app. Top stories from your state, Australia, and around the world. Plus, get the latest breaking news with live notifications.
ABC News. ABC News. ABC News. ABC News.
Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. A large emergency bushfire in the Orroral Valley to Canberra's south has so far burnt through more than 20,000 hectares. Peter Doherty reports.
A state of emergency has been declared in the ACT, giving the Emergency Services Commissioner more power to allocate resources as a blaze burns out of control south of Canberra. Authorities warn it is fast-moving and unpredictable in mountainous terrain that is restricting efforts to contain it. Rowan Scott from the ACT Rural Fire Service says the fire is spotting across the border close to Michelego.
The main fire front at the moment is down to the southeast, driven by the winds at the moment from the northwest.
There is no immediate threat to Canberra's suburbs.
A fire near Michelego is burning at watch and act level, but is likely to intensify tomorrow. The Clear Range fire started from spot fires out of the Orroral Valley blaze. Alerts are out for Michelego, the Angle, Bumbalong and Collinton. Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales RFS says conditions will ease tonight but will worsen tomorrow.
By about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we can expect those west northwesterly winds that to start gusting upwards of even 40, 50 and maybe even up to 60 kilometres an hour. So whilst there might see a reduction in the alert level this evening, it is likely we will see it rise again early tomorrow morning.
And there's rolling coverage on the emergency level Orroral Valley fire on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online coverage at news.abc.net.au. The US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky today during what could be an uncomfortable trip to Kiev. The BBC's Jonah Fisher is in Kiev.
This is a potentially awkward trip for America's top diplomat. Mike Pompeo is a key figure in an administration that spent most of the last year rubbishing Ukraine, repeatedly calling it corrupt and, more outlandishly, accusing it of interfering in the last US election, even of hiding a mysterious computer server. They've all been part of efforts to justify President Trump's much scrutinised decision to withhold nearly $400 million of military aid from Ukraine last year.
A Canberra man who threatened to murder a police officer and his family has been put behind bars. Michael Inman reports.
Jordan David Hans Gill illegally dressed as a police officer and walked through a Tuggeranong shopping centre on 3 occasions. He then became fixated with the officer investigating the incident, sending him a barrage of abusive and threatening emails. Gill pleaded guilty in the ACT Magistrates Court to charges of impersonating a police officer, using a carriage service to make threats, and obstructing police. Magistrate James Stewart revoked Gill's bail today, saying jail was the only appropriate sentence. The magistrate will hand down the sentence on Monday.
A new report says that within the next century, cervical cancer could be eradicated across the world. With the details, here's the BBC's Emily Haller.
Most cases of cervical cancer are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. It's an infection that can be passed on through skin-to-skin contact, but it can be vaccinated against. The World Health Organization has a draft plan to eliminate the cancer, and 2 studies published in the Lancet Medical Journal say that if this strategy is followed, more than 62 million lives could be saved in the next 100 years. The WHO plan requires 90% of girls to be vaccinated by 2030, along with introducing more cervical screenings and treatments worldwide. Cervical cancer is still the fourth most common cancer for women.
To sport, in tennis, the men's second semi-final is underway at the Australian Open between Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev. The winner will play world number 2, Novak Djokovic, in Sunday's final. Zverev won the first set 6-3. In the second, Thiem is ahead 5-4. In rugby, the Super Rugby season is underway and the Brumbies have won their first game at home against the Reds. The Brumbies coming out victors 27-24. In the early game, the Chiefs defeated the Blues 37-29. And in cricket, India had a 5-wicket win in the first match of the International Women's T20 clash played at Manica Oval today. And in tonight's Big Bash League match, the Melbourne Stars won the toss and sent the Sixers into bat. The Sixers have set the Stars a target of 143 to win. A total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight. Tomorrow, hot with sunny conditions, northwesterly winds up to 30 kilometres an hour, a minimum of 25, a top of 41. 42 is the top today, at the moment 35.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
I'm Lyndall Curtis and I'm joined by Greg Bayliss, and we're taking you through the evening to talk about the emergency warning issued for the Orroral Valley fire. We've also been keeping our eye on the fire just over the border, the Clear Range bushfire, which is at a watch and act level. There is a new emergency warning that has come out from the Emergency Services Authority. But instead of me talking about it, Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service, is joining us now. Joe, welcome to ABC Radio Canberra. What's the latest?
Yeah, g'day, Lyndall. Greg, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. So look, the latest is that the fire continues to be very active. It's had a very active day. It's grown substantially in size. It's now over 21,000 hectares. It continues to be active right now. And look, for the people in southern Tuggeranong, they will be able to see coming down the flanks of the slopes facing towards them now some active fire. So it's quite an obvious looking fire now. But I just want to assure people right now, we do know about it. We're well aware of where that fire is coming down the slopes. At this time, though, there is still no evacuation order or danger for those people in southern Tuggeranong.
Is it possible to say approximately how far away that fire is from southern Tuggeranong?
Oh, look, so it'd still be around that 12, 13 kilometres. So it's slowly, what we call backing down or trickling down the slopes towards the base of the mountain, basically.
And what are the wind conditions like? Because Michael Bowers, who's chief photographer for The Guardian and also hosts Talking Pictures on Insiders, has just sent us a photo saying of the Orroral fires viewed from Monero Highway at Williamsdale. He said there's not a breath of wind down there.
Yeah, so and that is quite interesting, isn't it? There's been a report every now and then throughout today where it's been the speeds on the ground have been quite low. But anybody who's looking at the Bureau of Meteorology radar would see a large plume of smoke, or what looks like rain coming from that fire, which is actually smoke. So the winds are still up in that area. So there's still plenty of fire activity. And what we've seen over the last few days with this fire is the very low wind speeds are still causing very erratic and very dangerous fire behaviour, because the ground and the fuel, which is the trees and all those shrubs and the ground litter, is just so dry that it's erupting in flame. It just keeps on burning and burning and burning.
Joe, you mentioned the fire is trickling down a slope. Does that bring it to a place where the services would look at getting appliances and people to it?
Yes, it does. So once it is, in the forested areas, our containment options are limited in forest areas. Once we get them into the more open grass areas or open woodland areas, containment options become much more feasible. That's where we can really start using a lot more aircraft, use people, dozer lines alike. So, but look, we've got a fantastic planning team working 24/7 at the ESA headquarters. They will be looking at this and they will be planning for it as we speak.
Can people expect to see, say, more sirens, fire trucks moving through South Canberra tonight, or are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Look, I would suggest that it's been the same as what it's been every other night.
Yep.
So they will continue to hear helicopters. So the Australian Defence Force is supporting us with overnight operations by being overnight observers over the fire. So we have a very clear understanding of the fire each night. And people can still expect to see and hear tankers, trucks, vehicles, flashing lights south of Tuggeranong right through the entire evening. And actually, we are staging out of the Caldwell SES station down south. So from there south, people can expect to see a lot of movement of fire trucks and firefighters, that's for sure.
Joe, Little and I were talking earlier on about expecting that crews would just come on. What kind of rosters do the firefighters get assigned? How long can you put them in action for before you withdraw them?
Yeah, good question. Thanks, Greg. So we've got them on 12-hour rotations right now. So in regards to Parks and Conservation Service, they've got a set roster system that we work with. Same with Fire and Rescue. With the volunteers give their time when they work with the 12-hour roster. So we put them out there for 12 hours. And I would assume that the ADF, the Australian Defence Force folk, would work within our rosters and our timings, simply due to the movements of people around different areas. So it's typically 12-hour shifts, and those 12-hour shifts can be a little bit varied as well, depending on what we're trying to achieve with the firefighting at the time.
Now, we've spoken about the predicted fire spread map that was put out for tomorrow. I have said to everybody, it is a little bit confronting. What is concerning you about tomorrow?
Look, concerning me about tomorrow is that today was a big day. Anybody who saw the fire today, it punched up that enormous plume well into the atmosphere. I think I was talking to one of our risk people. They said it was between 4 and 6 kilometres high, that smoke plume. Now, that's just a long way up. And that was with wind conditions. And that was with what we call, just moderate wind conditions today. Tomorrow, the wind conditions are supposed to be between 30 and gusting to 50 kilometres an hour. So it's a significantly worse day tomorrow compared to today. So no sugarcoating it. Today was a big day. Tomorrow's a bigger day. And we really need people to be really on top of their game, well connected to the ESA website, listening and heeding our warnings, and just keeping themselves well informed and just getting themselves ready. So we've been really clear about this. Please be alert, not alarmed. Don't overreact. Respond to the alerts as we issue them.
We spoke to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service almost an hour and a half ago, and Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales RFS was saying the fire might spot 5 to 6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front. That means that it could move quite fast, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Look, the fire has taken a few small runs today, and that was due to the spotting. So we saw some spotting today out to a kilometre ahead of the fire front today. And so each time a spot goes out and gets a good fire going, the fire drags itself forward. So this is how it so rapidly moves forward. And we saw a bit of that today as well when we had those slightly stronger winds. We will see that again tomorrow, without a doubt.
So on a day like tomorrow, Joe, are you able to place crews that far ahead of the fire in anticipation of that spotting activity?
So, look, I was talking to our ops team today. We're quite fortunate with those, with some of the low wind speeds on ground, that we're able to get the crews working some of the spot fires today. Not all of them. Some of them grew too rapidly and became too dangerous. But some of the crews were able to work the spot fires today and actually extinguish some of them, which is just fantastic where we can. But I do need to point out to everybody, for me, as the head of the Rural Fire Service, and Georgina Whelan as the Emergency Controller certainly supports this, our firefighters are our number one priority, because without them, we can't look after our other number one priority, which is the people of Canberra. So, we keep our firefighters safe so they can keep our community safe. Life comes first.
What are you expecting conditions to be like tonight and overnight?
Yeah, so tonight we expect the fire to still remain active. It will calm down a little bit. It's going to keep burning. It's going to keep going tonight. So we will continue the firefight. The fire may get downgraded tonight. depending on how those conditions do abate. But we ask people to be very aware of what's going on. We won't be downgrading until the conditions do warrant it. But right now, the fire conditions are still too high. They're still too erratic, and the fire behaviour is still too strong for us to do that.
Okay, and will you be doing more door knocking
over the coming days?
Yep.
Yes, we will. So, actually, I should say, let me just check I believe we are doing that. So we did door knocking today down the western edge. So, sorry, I'll say I'm not aware of any door knocking today, but I would think we would.
Yep.
But I'll have to find that out to confirm that for sure. And look, for those people who have been door knocked, thank you for taking the time to listen to our door knockers, to ask the questions and heed their advice. But please be aware at this stage that the door knock is for information only, and just to have that chat with people and provide a touch point for them.
Joe, before we let you go, and you started the conversation by pointing out that the fire has moved in such a way that it's probably visible to a lot more people. It's not a great deal closer, or not a lot has changed, but the fact that it is visible, it's a bit like knowing that there's a spider in your garage somewhere. If you don't see it, it doesn't really worry you. It's when you do see it that you become a bit concerned. You might just, you were very reassuring at the start of our chat, you might just reiterate that reassurance that whilst the fire is more visible, that's not something that is concerning you excessively.
So that's right, not excessively. But what I'll say to people is, this is a very large fire in the landscape. We've seen erratic fire behaviour. Right now the winds are from the northwest. If we get a significant wind change, say from the southwest, that will change immediately. Now, that is not predicted this time, but what I'm saying to people is they need to stay connected and informed with the ESA website. But for those people in South Tuggeranong, they will see that fire trickling down those slopes. It looks close. It's about that 12 kilometres away from the southern points of Tuggeranong there. So be aware of it, be alert, be prepared, stay connected.
Excellent advice, Joe Murphy. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'm sure we'll keep in touch, particularly during tomorrow. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
See you, Joe.
And that was Joe Murphy, the Chief Fire Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service, keeping us up to date. And with that fire trickling down the hill in Tuggeranong, a reminder, please don't go down there and have a look at it. You might get in the way of people who are trying to fight fires. Yeah. Just stay, don't go towards fire, basically.
No, there is nothing that you're really going to bring to the situation in a constructive and positive manner. Interesting, Lyndall, I noticed that through... Well, in fact, I wonder what the air quality is like in South Canberra with the fire as it is. It seems ironic that when the fires were 200 kilometres away from us, the impact of the smoke in our place seemed to be more than when the fire is 20 kilometres. Yes. And I know it's all got to do with wind and a whole lot of other stuff, but if you are listening and you're down in South Canberra, pop through a text if you wouldn't mind, 0467 922 666, just letting us know what it's like outside, the air quality. It's, I mean, I just went out when the news was on here and it's no impact at all, Lyndall. So I just wonder what it's like down closer to the fire.
Yes, excellent. Yes, do text us, 0467 922 666. We may get some further guidance on that because Rose Barr is a senior forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology and she joins us now. Thank you again for joining us. Any update to the weather conditions for tonight and for tomorrow?
Well, we are starting to see those winds really easing off. So where before we were seeing winds well above the 20 kilometre an hour mark, we're now sitting well below that. So average winds across, especially northern and central parts of the ACT, are generally sitting at around 10 to 15 k's an hour, and more from the north. So we are seeing most of that smoke travelling off towards more like the southeast rather than up towards Canberra.
So that will also, yes, hopefully keep us smoke-free for some time at least.
Well, since we do have a significant amount of smoke around, even small breezes, especially downslope breezes, can end up bringing smoke impacts in, especially around the southern parts of Canberra. But more generally, we are expecting these north to northwesterly winds to persist over the next few days. So it is keeping the smoke out. Unfortunately, though, those northwesterlies are bringing with them very warm temperatures. So during tonight, we are expecting temperatures to be extremely warm in the overnight period. So we're looking at minimum temperatures of only around 25 to 26 degrees. So a very, very warm night.
That's the minimum temperature.
Exactly. So what you might expect for a reasonably breezy, warm day in spring is what we're seeing as the lowest temperature overnight. So, yeah, very, very warm temperatures and quite a lot of moisture around, so humidity is remaining quite high overnight. And then heating up into Saturday with temperatures hitting around 41 or 42 degrees across the northern parts of the ACT. And we do have a severe fire danger, a fire weather warning out, and an associated total fire ban across the ACT.
Yes, there is a total fire ban until midnight on Sunday night. Rose, do you know if the day will heat up quickly tomorrow?
Since we are seeing such warm temperatures in the overnight period, it's really not got very far to go. So we will start to see temperatures heating up quite rapidly in the morning and reaching those high 30s to low 40s by the late morning and early afternoon period. So we do have quite a lengthy period of extremely high temperatures during tomorrow. That means that it's a really, really good idea to keep cool, keep safe, and to check on vulnerable members of the community, because I know that we're all focusing very hard on this fire, but heatwave conditions are no joke either, so it's really, really crucial to keep yourself safe on multiple axes.
And I know I asked you this question the last time we spoke. Relief on the way on Sunday?
Yes, that's right. So while we will see another very warm night Saturday night into Sunday, during Sunday itself we see temperatures reach the mid-30s, so a little bit cooler than during Saturday. And then in the overnight period we start to see things cooling much more dramatically. So Sunday night and into Monday we'll see temperatures getting down to around those mid-teens, so a lot more comfortable sleeping weather.
Might have to get out the electric blanket.
Revel in the cool weather, rather.
I certainly will. Rose Barr, Senior Forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology, thank you again for joining us. We do appreciate all you do for us.
Not a worry, Lyndall. And have a lovely evening as much as you can with the weather like this.
We will. That is Rose Barr, the Senior Forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology. And Greg,
Well, a couple of things that I'd like to pick up from there, and it was a really good conversation for me to eavesdrop on, Lyndall, because with our focus being on what it is, I think we'd probably pushed aside a little bit the total fire ban for both days of the weekend, and that's really, really important. And also, Rose, and again, the fire seems to be distracting us from what would otherwise be a heat wave by any definition for this part of the world. And Rose touched on, people who are vulnerable and may be affected by the hot weather, let alone any other anxiety they might be having. But certainly older people with medical issues, and little tackers, infants, whatever else. There's a lot going on, and we can all, in a really meaningful and positive way, get caught up in it. But we just need to. I just thought that was some really salient advice and reminders from Rose. So
now, Greg, your request for information on air quality has been answered in spades. Someone from Gordon, air quality is good, no problem. Lauren in Benithan is watching the fire trickle down the slopes. The air quality is perfect right now, which is fairly odd, seeing as the fire is 10 kilometres away. Lisa from Banks, the air quality in Banks is pretty good despite the smoke. Today's air was better than yesterday. Somebody else from Benithan, air is perfectly fine in Benithan. So bizarre, nothing like late November. And Joanna from Gordon, the air quality is really still and fine to breathe. The fire feels so much scarier as you come home. You see it more from a distance. And we also have phoning in on 1300 681 666, Mark in Gordon.
Oh.
Mark, What's it like in Gordon?
Yes, just to give you feedback, and I can been out with my little dog and confirm that visibility for smoke-wise, you can see from IGA all the way up through the top end of Gordon, all the houses, so the visibility smoke-wise is extremely clear, and yes, the air quality is probably better than it has been for most days for a long time, and you can see that fire, the great stretch of it, and there's more people getting down there to take photographs and videos than you poke a stick at.
I don't know that was in the perfect AAA plan of fire and emergency services, but let's hope people are not getting to the point, Mark, that they're actually making pests of themselves and getting in the way. But throughout the day, certainly the ESA have been asking people to stay away from areas close to the fire, just in the event that they need people movement and traffic movement and whatever else.
Yeah, they're just gathering around. That seems to be a good clear point to see straight through up to the open end of Gordon, over towards Point Hutt Crossing and all around to the left where the fire's coming down over the hill. But there was easily 20 or 30 as I walked past with my little dogs.
All right. My friend Dr. Archinall would be very happy that, Mark, you delayed your walking of the dog. What's the dog's name?
Basil.
Well, that you didn't that you let the streets cool down a little bit before Basil's little paws had to pad them.
Exactly. We didn't rescue him from the pound to take him out in the stinking heat.
All right. I think his life might have turned around the day you picked him up from the pound, Mark.
More so his mummy. He reckoned he looked at her and said, "You better take me home," and she reckoned, "Okay, I will."
That's a lovely story. No, it was meant to be. Thanks, Mark.
All right, thanks, Mark, and stay safe. And we've also been joined on the line, on the phone, 1300 681 666. That is the number. I keep forgetting it. Daryl in Tuggeranong. Daryl, you have an air quality monitor at home.
Yes, I live in Chisholm, Lyndall, and I have a purple air quality monitor in my home. It's outside, and it measures air pollution, PM2.5, in real time.
Yep.
So the measurement at the moment, I just checked it, is 6, which means that the air quality down here is very good. So if anyone wants to check the air quality in the Tuggeranong Valley, all they have to do is go to the Purple Air website, go to the map, and then click on the air quality monitor. There's a coloured dot there on the map in Chisholm, and they can check the air quality in the Tuggeranong Valley in real time.
At Daryl's house.
5 at my place.
Have you been doing this for a while, Daryl, or did this start when our air quality became an issue with the fires in different parts of New South Wales and Victoria?
No, I've been doing it for a number of years, but lately with the bushfires, I've been following it very, very closely. And when we had the smoke blowing in from the south coast, I was getting readings of around 730, and then it would just go right off the scale.
And tonight it's 6.
Tonight it is 6. But when we were having all that smoke blowing in from the far south coast, as I said, I was getting readings of over 700, and that was PM2.5 real-time readings, and it was just going right off the scale.
Now, where can people follow that over the weekend with wind changes and whatever else? We may not be this fortunate for all of the next couple of days. Daryl, what was that website again?
It's called Purple Air, and the monitor that I have is from Purple Air. Purple Air is a air quality monitoring group based in the United States, but it has a lot of organisations a part of it. The University of Utah, Weather Underground, and quite a few other air quality organisations. And if you look at the map, you'll see that there are thousands of these monitors all over the world, not only in Canberra, not only in Australia, all over the world. And I've been following the monitors that have been down on the south coast and up in Sydney and in northern New South Wales throughout this bushfire season. And some of the readings that you're seeing there are just mind-blowing.
Well, thank you very much for calling in, Daryl.
Good.
Get out and eat that air while it's this good, I'd suggest. Yeah, don't. If you're down south, don't stay indoors. It's cooling down a little bit and the air is wonderfully clear and well to breathe. We're back above Mumbai for air quality. That's good news, isn't it, Lyndall?
Now, Cass says she's in Monash and the air is clear here. I can even see the stars, she says, so long as she doesn't look south. And Sandy, good evening. Air quality in Corwell is quite good. 31, no smoke, but still very hot.
I think we should encourage the community to set up outdoor slumber parties tonight. While the air is nice and clear, the temperature is going to come down. It's only getting to 25. What a nice night for a camp out.
Yes, although
in your neighbour's backyard or something or other.
If you're in Banks or Conda, maybe just not asleep so much as a company of people in a similar situation.
My word, but it is good news that the air is clear. But I think that is dependent on a lot of things. But it's a nice change.
Now, just before we go to the news, I'll just update you on the emergency warning. It's an emergency warning level bushfire at Orroral Valley. The ACT ESA advises the bushfire is moving south and east and is spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot. Fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting, and residents in the following areas are advised to leave if safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corran Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north, using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. People in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. It is 9:30 and it's time for the news with Andy Messenger.
Thanks, Lyndall. The big bushfire in the south of the ACT remains at emergency alert level tonight. The Orroral Valley fire has burnt out more than 21,000 hectares. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road, and there's increased fire activity in the southwest moving towards Cotter Hut. Fire crews sheltered at and secured Old Gudgeonby Homestead. The fire has spotted into New South Wales, starting the Clear Range fire and prompting watch and act warnings for Michelego, The Angle, Bumbalong and Collinton. There is no immediate threat to Canberra suburbs. The Queensland Fire and Emergency Service has declared an end to the state's bushfire season. It began last August and saw major blazes on the Southern Downs, Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast in September. 6.6 million hectares of land was burnt out and 49 homes were destroyed, but no lives were lost. Scientists at the CSIRO's High Security Laboratory in Geelong are on a tight 16-week deadline to develop a test vaccine for coronavirus that can be used on humans. The Director of Health and Biosecurity at the CSIRO, Dr. Rob Grenfell, says his organisation's task has been made more achievable due to the work already been done by Chinese researchers and international researchers during the SARS epidemic. And a quick look at the sporting scores tonight. In rugby, the Brumbies have started the new season with a 27-24 win at home over the Reds. In the Australian Open semi-final, Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev are one set all. In the third, Thiem is ahead 2-1. And in the Big Bash cricket, the Melbourne Stars are 2 for 25 after 4 overs. They need 143 to defeat the Sydney Sixers. Total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight, although the humidity at the moment is only 24%. Tomorrow should be hot and sunny. Northwesterlies up to 30 kilometres an hour officially, although we have heard that they could be up to 60 kilometres an hour according to the RFS. 25 to 41 is the expected temperature range tomorrow. For Sunday, showers and 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30. 42 was today's top. At the moment, 34. More ABC News at 10 o'clock.
ABC Radio. Bushfire information.
It is 28 minutes to 10 on ABC Radio Canberra. I'm Lyndall Curtis with you, and Greg Bayliss is with me. And you are part of our team as well, 1300 681 666 or SMS 0467 922 666. While Andy was reading the news, the ESA did issue an update to the emergency warning for the Orroral Valley fire, essentially the same as the one I was reading you before the hour, but the size of the fire has increased. It's now approximately 24,060 hectares. So that's an update from the last. I think it's probably they've just had time to gather that information rather than it moving that size very fast. We spoke to Joe Murphy from the ESA in the last half hour, and he says the fire was moving pretty slowly. There is also a Watch and Act fire at Clear Range, and with us to update us on that is James Morrison, the spokesperson for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. James, welcome to ABC Radio Canberra. What can you tell us about the Clear Range fire?
Look, good evening to both you and Greg. That fire was a spot fire from the Orroral fire burning, obviously, within the ACT today. We saw that fire burning very quickly towards the east, towards that New South Wales border. Now, that fire did produce a significant amount of embers, creating spot fires well and truly ahead of the fire. Now, that Clear Range fire at this stage only remains very small, at this stage just in excess of 10 hectares. But we obviously know that tomorrow conditions are going to deteriorate very quickly. We are likely to see those winds pick up again from sort of 9 or 10 a.m, which will obviously continue to push not only that fire, but obviously the fire still burning within the southern parts of the ACT across to the east towards the Monero Highway and places like Michelego, and we've also got places like the Angle and Collinton and Bumbalong as well. So there's a lot of areas there tomorrow which could potentially come under threat if we see these conditions come forth.
Is it in an area, that fire, James, that you can actually get people and appliances to it this evening, or is that not the strategy for it?
Look, unfortunately not. We did have a lot of aircraft working in that area today, but we know the very likely chance with the fire prediction models that the fire behaviour analyst team have run, that even if we do manage to contain and extinguish the Clear Range fire burning in that rugged terrain at the top of the escarpment there, we know well and truly that the ACT fire will continue to burn across and over the top of that tomorrow either way. And obviously we know, given the size of that fire, it's just not easy or practical to be able to simply just extinguish that fire overnight. So what we're doing is we put strategies in place to protect homes. We've obviously had the large air tankers and other aviation assets working over the last 24 to 48 hours, undertaking retardant drops in and around properties to try and protect some of those more rural and isolated locations. But we know that tomorrow is going to be a dangerous day, and people need to make the decision early tonight and very early in the morning as to what they're going to do if they're not physically or mentally prepared to be able to protect and defend their home, and especially if their home isn't prepared for the onset of fire. Now is that time to make sure you pack your car with all your important documents, identification, your fire kit, which obviously should have things like a torch, batteries, blanket, battery-powered radio, food, and the likes, and go to a safer location until those conditions do ease.
We did talk to one of your colleagues a couple of hours ago, and he was talking about the kind of potential for embers to spot 5 to 6 kilometres ahead of the main fire front. Looking at the fire spread prediction map that's been put out this evening for tomorrow, there are real dangers of some of the fires that have been burning for a while joining up to the Orroral Valley or Clear Range fires, aren't there?
Oh, look, there's well and truly that potential tomorrow. As you mentioned, those fire prediction spreads are at this stage a best case and potentially even a worst case scenario that they've put forward. We know sometimes it doesn't occur, but as we saw a few weeks ago, certainly around New Year's Day and early January, we know those fires on the south coast burnt well and truly in excess of the predictions and forecasted models that we did have, and that just goes to show the kind of fuel loads that we're talking about, especially in some of these areas. We've got some very dense grassland that's obviously cured, that's dead, that these fires are running through very quickly. We're seeing spot fires starting in excess of 12 to 15 kilometres in some instances, well ahead of these fire fronts. So we're not talking about our typical bushfire conditions that we've seen in past years. This year is very different. We've seen fires behave well and truly in excess of what we're used to seeing across a number of these areas. And residents and farmers who have been in these areas for decades have said that these fires this season are well and truly the worst that they've ever seen. So it just goes to show the potential that a lot of these fires do have until we get significant and substantial rain.
Yes, and it doesn't look like there's any sign of that really on the horizon. So just finally, your advice to people is to make the decision really early tomorrow at the latest, what they'll do, and then put that plan into action.
That's exactly right, and that plan should include where you're going, what you're going to take, and how long you're going for. But it's important as well to make sure you follow things like live traffic, follow the app, because they do keep that very much up to date. A lot of people have their plan of where they're going to go, but then all of a sudden it gets cut off due to a fire or to an accident or the like. So it's important that your escape route or your exit path has multiple routes of getting to a number of locations should your main access path, your area that you're choosing to go, gets cut.
James, before we do let you go, and thanks for your time this evening, and I know you're very busy, the retardant stuff that is dumped from the aircraft, when it's let go and lands in front of the direction of the fire, how long does it remain effective for?
Look, it really depends on what chemical compound we use.
Right.
Now, retardant is generally the one that we typically use 90% of the time here in New South Wales, depending on what it's in and the weather conditions. But that could last up to a few days, so that's 3 or 4 days at its best. We know that obviously tends to, depending on winds and weather, that can start to subside. But essentially, it should last at least 2 or 3 days at its optimum. But we know that it's not always going to slow the spread of the fire. Grassland, it works very, very well and pulls fires up. But we know certainly in forested areas, it is hard because it depends on how thick the canopy is, whether it does penetrate through that canopy into those lower fuels and those ground fuels. Because as we know, fires burn both through the ground and through those canopies. And unfortunately, the thicker the canopy, the less likely that is to penetrate through, and that fire will just run underneath and continue to burn. So these are some of the things that we look at as, it's not going to stop the fire, but it may just slow it down enough that we can get firefighters into those locations and either slow the spread of fire down or protect properties a little bit more than what we could if we didn't see that retardant on the ground.
Okay, thank you, James.
Yes, thanks, James. We do appreciate your time and all the information you've been giving us.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time this evening. And
that is James Morrison. He is a spokesperson with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Couple of texts from Chris in Calwell. Hi there, air quality in Calwell is remarkably good. And Chris also saying, doing a great job, ABC.
People in the south have said that forever and a day, that it's God's own country and the air's better there than in the north and all of that stuff. So still holding their ground. Good on you, Chris.
Okay, and we might just... there was an update a little while ago from the ACT Emergency Services Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, so we might play some of that now.
The Orroral Valley Fire is currently at emergency warning due to spotting into the Billy Range to the east of the Boybian Road. The fire has crossed the Boybian Road at the Glendale Depot. The Glendale Depot is being impacted by fire and may be damaged. The old Gudgeonby homestead is experiencing ember attack and is being protected by firefighters who have sheltered there. It is expected to be saved. Fire conditions are very erratic, with heavy spotting to the south of the main fire. The western flank of the fire is becoming more active and is expected to cross containment lines at the Lick Hole Creek. The Orroral Valley Fire is currently 21,508 hectares. Our urban strike teams will remain in place at the South Tuggeranong station this evening for rapid response should the need arise. The Australian Defence Force has also resourced and is staged and ready to assist as required. As night falls, the fire may calm and the alert level may be downgraded to watch and act. But this will only occur if conditions are suitable. Currently, fire conditions and fire behaviour remains volatile, and there's no foreseeable time frame for a downgrade. Our residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it's safe to do so: Apollo Road, Boybian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nass Road, south of the Boybian Road intersection, and Corrin Road. Now, the safest route out of the area is north using Nass Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open at Airedale College on McBride Crescent. We have had over 50 residents visit the evacuation centre, and we have provided accommodation to nearly 20 personnel who have required evacuation as they have left their residence in the rural setting. Conditions are now very dangerous, and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. My fire crews may not be able to protect you or your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door in those areas. Please leave now, should you choose to do so, because you have decided you're not going to stay and protect your property. For those who are choosing to stay, please ensure you have your bushfire survival plan and you understand what steps you are going to take to protect yourself and your property. People in Tharwa and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, we just want you to monitor the conditions very closely and be ready to act if required. If you have a bushfire survival plan, be prepared to activate it if you need to do so. If you do not have a plan, please leave early if an evacuation is recommended. People in Tharwa, Banks, Gordon and Condor are advised to leave the area early tomorrow if you feel unsafe. Again, you are more than welcome at our evacuation centre at the Airedale College. The ESA, we continue to work with our Community Services Directorate and ACT Health to identify community members who may need extra assistance to leave. Those community members may receive an additional door knock either later this afternoon, if you've had one, or if you haven't had one, you should expect to get one tomorrow. That door knock is just to ensure we understand what your needs are should we issue an evacuation order. The ACT Community Services Directorate and ACT Health are being assisted by our ADF colleagues who are providing additional transport over and above ACT Canberra buses for those members who may be challenged in being able to physically relocate. Stay up to date on all these issues via our website, Twitter and Facebook, New South Wales Fires Near Me, local radio, and contact Canberra Access on 132281 for additional information. Now, some of you may have noticed that our website went down for approximately 8 minutes this afternoon. Our providers have been working very hard to reinforce our website. I recognise this is the second time it's gone down in 2 weeks. To that end, we are undertaking some additional technical servicing this evening. The times for that will be posted on Facebook and our website very shortly. The website may be down for about 5 to 8 minutes this evening to undertake the technical refresh that will increase the capacity for our website and improve its resilience into the future. If our website should go down again, please remember Facebook, Twitter, our emergency broadcasting partner, the ABC Radio, and all media across our domains within the ACT will be kept up to date on as much information as possible. Our colleagues in New South Wales are working to develop some redundancy for us. New South Wales Rural Fire Service is looking to link our Facebook updates onto their website in the event our website goes down into the future. More details on that to follow. I'd like to thank my colleague Shane Fitzsimmons in the New South Wales Rural Fire Service for reaching out to offer that assistance to us this afternoon. In line with the work that we're doing with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, we have updated our prediction maps for tomorrow. This is a common prediction map, and when I say common, what I mean is one prediction map to cover the ACT and New South Wales to ensure a consistent, reliable and more fulsome picture of what is happening in our region. This map shows the fire spread and is now available on our website and also on Facebook. I'd just like to point out a couple of things with that map. The dark red areas show locations where fire may spread. Currently, there is potential for fire to spread, as I've outlined earlier this evening. This does include potentially as far north as Tharwa and spotting close to the southern suburbs of Canberra, including Banks. If you are in one of these areas, you may be impacted by fire within the next 12, 24, 36 or 48 hours. Now, it is a 24-hour prediction map. I will point that out. And I've said prediction 3 times now because I do want to be very clear. It is not what is happening, it is what is predicted, which is why maintaining up-to-date information and having your bushfire survival plan and knowing what you will do on our worst bushfire day is very important. The red dotted areas on this map shows locations which may experience embers. These areas could be, again, as far north as Tharwa and close to the southern suburbs of Canberra, including Gordon. Members of our southern suburbs will see an increased presence of ACT, Fire and Rescue and Rural Fire Service. In fact, we have a number of assets pre-positioned in Tharwa, including health assets, to ensure we are ready to support the protection of life and property as best as we can within the circumstances. Now, embers may be blown from fires or from fires as they spread. Watch out for spot fires and be ready to take action. If you choose to stay and are impacted by fire, you may not be able to leave. Stay up to date on our prediction maps as they will be issued every 24 hours for the next couple of days to keep you informed. So there's been a lot happening right across the territory today and into New South Wales. Our incident management team is operating 24 hours and is constantly monitoring what is happening on our fire ground. It has been a tough day for the ACT and a very tough day for our colleagues in New South Wales. Tomorrow, unfortunately, it doesn't get much better. The fire index rating for tomorrow is severe. And what that means is fire can move very quickly and again, like today, very, very difficult to control. However, we will be out there doing the best we can with our international firefighting colleagues, our interstate firefighting colleagues, ACT police, the whole of ACT government services and the ADF working very hard to keep Canberra safe. When you go to bed tonight, just think about have you got your bushfire survival plan? Have you packed up those things that are precious to you? How are you going to remain connected with your family so that if we issue evacuation orders in the coming days, you are prepared to leave if that is what you have committed to as part of your bushfire survival plan? Should you choose to stay and protect your property, we will work very hard to support you in doing so. However, again, I just want to reiterate, I cannot guarantee that I will have a fire truck on every corner. I'd like to finish this evening just with one message. Thank you, Canberra, for staying committed to supporting the men and women of the ACT Emergency Services Agency. I can assure you they are working very hard to keep you safe. And if you see an emergency service member from our community walking through the community, just stop and for 30 seconds say thank you and wish them well.
And that sounds like a very good sentiment. That was the Emergency Services Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, giving an update about particularly what tomorrow may look like. I'm Lyndall Curtis. With me is Greg Bayliss on ABC Radio Canberra. We will be with you for another 6 minutes. We're upping stumps at 10. Kyle Brown will take over with updates every half an hour after 10. And Adrian Francis will be with you from 6 a.m. And it'll be pretty much all hands on deck, I think, tomorrow, Greg, because of the predictions. Hopefully they don't come to pass, but
it would be a great day for the forecast to have been far in excess of what happens. But
yes.
I think something that I'm certainly taking out of the last few hours with you, Lyndall, is there are very, very skillful and good people managing the situation. Not only are they good at what they do, the compassion and the care that they have for the community, for their people who they're deploying and whatever else, just all of the guests we've had have exuded that. So for them, I hope, I know they'll do an excellent job tomorrow, and I hope it plays out as they would want it to.
Yes.
A couple of texts came in, Lyndall. People going up to Mount Ainslie to get a view of the fire. Christine in Downer was doing so, and they witnessed a kangaroo being struck by a car. So just a reminder to take care. There's a lot of people out and about and hopefully staying away from down south, but there are hazards everywhere. So if you're out and about, just take care.
And particularly at this time of night, the roos do come out and also come down from Mount Ainslie to basically eat the grass at the War Memorial, which is nice and green.
I don't know that we're overreading their intelligence to say they probably know that things are just a little bit different to normal also. Yes. And a stunning photo has come in from Kate down in Collington. That's one of the towns, one of the areas, I should say, that has been identified as an area to be prepared, certainly, with this clear range fire, Lyndall.
Yes. And one more text for you, Jamie, here living on the Gold Coast now, but listening to ABC Canberra online. Canberra is still in my heart and home.
Thank you, Jamie. And how ironic that today South Queensland has declared their fire season over. Let's hope that we have a weather event that enables us to do so in the next couple of weeks. It'd be delightful.
Just a reminder, the Orroral Valley fire is still at emergency warning level. The clear range fire at Watch and Act. The clear range fire is just across the border in New South Wales. There are evacuation centres open if you choose to leave. And as the New South Wales Rural Fire Service told us not so long ago, make that decision either tonight or early tomorrow morning. So there's evacuation centres south side at Erindale College and the Headley Bear Centre, and also for large animals at Epic, Braidwood and Bungendore. Call ahead at Braidwood and Bungendore. And Cooma is also open as an evacuation centre. The weather, Greg, tomorrow? It's not going to be great, is it?
Lyndall, I think it's today with just an ounce or two more, really. A maximum expected tomorrow, I think, is around about 42. And we should anticipate that those winds will come through. It's been a lovely, calm evening. Let's hope that if we must have winds through the day tomorrow, that later in the day it settles as it has done today, Lyndall.
Yes, and as you've been saying, for those who aren't in fire-affected areas, it will be hot. So look out for yourself, look out for your family and neighbours and some animals. You can put out a bowl of water for the magpies and the other animals that
Maggies
are around
out the front and lizards out the back is Lyndall's recommendation.
That's the split of animals in our households, and the cats are annoyed by the maggies at the front and the lizards out the back because they're inside cats.
All right. Also, as we mentioned earlier on, if you do find a couple of hours for yourself and the family or whoever is special to you over the weekend, it might be a nice opportunity to take in a movie or go and have a nice meal or go and do something that makes you feel good. No one will think any less of you for doing so, Lyndall.
Yes, the weather conditions are not going to be good tomorrow. So stay safe, have your bushfire plan ready, and as you said, Greg, take some time out for yourself because these can be quite stressful circumstances. As we mentioned, Adrian and Francis will be with you from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and other people throughout the day. But thank you, Greg Bayliss, for your company.
Thank you, Lyndall.
Thanks to Zoe Helsted for producing us as well.
Zoe.
And it's now time for the 10 o'clock news.
If you live in or around bushfire-prone areas, authorities would like to remind residents to review your bushfire plan. It's important to be prepared this bushfire season and to practice your plan in different conditions. For information on how you can prepare, go to abc.net.au/emergency and click on Get Ready and Survive. And stay listening to your local ABC radio station for updates in your area.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The Orroral Valley fire burning to Canberra's south remains at emergency level tonight. Isaac Nabrusi reports.
The fire has grown to more than 24,000 hectares, and residents in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, Top Nace Road and Corrin Road are urged to leave if safe to do so. The Rural Fire Service's Joe Murphy says some residents in Canberra South will be able to see the fire more clearly tonight.
They will be able to see coming down the flanks of the slopes facing towards them now some active fire. So it's quite an obvious looking fire now.
The RFS says they are aware of where the fire is moving down the slopes and there is no immediate threat for residents in southern Tuggeranong.
A fire near Mikalago is burning at Watch and Act level tonight but is likely to intensify tomorrow. Alerts are out for the Mikalago, the Angle, Bungalong and Collinton. Ben Shepherd from the New South Wales RFS says conditions will worsen tomorrow.
By about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we can expect those west or westerly winds that to start gusting upwards of even 40, 50 and maybe even up to 60 kilometres an hour. So whilst there might see a reduction in that in the alert level this evening, it is likely we will see it rise again early tomorrow morning.
China is the latest country to announce evacuations because of the coronavirus, but in reverse. Beijing plans to send planes to collect people from Wuhan who are abroad and then fly them back to the epicentre, as China correspondent Bill Birtles reports.
The EU has an A380 en route to Wuhan to evacuate Europeans. The Japanese and South Koreans have flown out their nationals. Australia is still working on plans to do the same. Now China's joined the scramble, announcing it will send planes to pick up people from Wuhan and Hubei province who are facing difficulties abroad because of the quarantine lockdown. It will fly them back to China, a country most foreigners are now seeking to leave. The number of confirmed cases is rising fast, almost 10,000 confirmed in China and more than 200 deaths. Bill Birtles, ABC News, Beijing.
The CSIRO says Australia could soon be at the forefront of an ambitious plan to develop a vaccine for coronavirus. The CSIRO's Australian Animal Health Laboratory has become become the first in the world to receive a copy of the newly grown coronavirus. It's keen to develop a vaccine that can be tested on humans within 16 weeks. Director of Health and Biosecurity at the CSIRO, Dr. Rob Grenfell, says the lab will only be responsible for early stages of the trials conducted on animals.
If everything goes well, we might find in around about 4 to 6 months we are starting human trials, which is an incredibly rapid process.
A new study says cervical cancer could be eradicated across the world within the next century. Studies published by the Lancet Medical Journal say the World Health Organization's draft measures to eliminate the cancer could save 62 million lives in the next 100 years. Canberra Raiders new recruit Curtis Scott has entered not guilty pleas to all charges he's facing after an incident in Sydney after Australia Day celebrations. The former Melbourne star is facing 6 charges, including 2 alleging he assaulted police. His lawyer, Danny Eade, speaking outside of Sydney's Downing Centre local court, says there's concern over the way police conducted themselves.
There's nothing, in my opinion, that should stop him from going back to training, and I would hope the NRL Integrity Commission would seriously consider the matter properly, not just on a set of police facts, which we say is contextually false.
To sport now, and in tennis, Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev are 1-set-all in their Australian Open semi-final. In the third set, it's 4-all. The winner will play Novak Djokovic in Sunday's final. In cricket, India had a 5-wicket win in the first match of the International Women's T20 clash played at Manica Oval today. In tonight's Big Bash League, the Sydney Sixers are in all sorts of trouble, 6 for 58 after 11 overs, chasing 143 to defeat the Melbourne Stars. And in rugby, the Super Rugby season is underway, and the Brumbies have won their season opener, scoring 4 tries to 3 to defeat the Reds 27-24. Brumbies captain Alan Alalatoa says it was a good result in temperatures of up to 39 degrees.
We came out and we started really well, and the momentum shifted in the first half. But I was proud of how the boys came out in the second half and just continued to build on that, and just proud of the effort and most importantly coming away with the win.
Total fire ban in and around the ACT continues tomorrow. Hot and humid tonight, hot and sunny tomorrow, 25 to 41 the range. At top today was 42 degrees, at the moment 34.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Good evening, Kyle Brown here from the ABC Emergency Broadcast team with this evening's latest bushfire information. The following warnings concern people in the ACT and southeast New South Wales. We'll start with the emergency level warning south of Canberra. The ACT Emergency Service Agency advises a bushfire is moving south and east and has been spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed Beaubien Road at Glendale Depot, and fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it is safe to do so: Apollo Road, Beaubien Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre has been opened. That's at Erindale College on McBride Crescent. Conditions are now very dangerous and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. You should not expect a firefighter at your door, so please leave now. People in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should consider monitoring the conditions very closely and be ready to act. The current situation on the ground, the fire is out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road, and leave now if you are able to, please. Increased fire activity in the southwest is also moving towards Cotter Hut. The fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. This fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales, and the eastern flank is being called the Clear Range Fire. Stay up to date on the latest information on this fire. You can check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au. In New South Wales, there are 3 Watch and Act level fires in place. Firstly, a Watch and Act warning for the Clear Range fire is in place. A number of spot fires have started in the West Michelego region. These have been a result of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. If you are in this area, monitor conditions and be aware of spot fires, which may start ahead of the main fire front. These fires may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong and Collington should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. New South Wales South East region has 3 major watch and acts in place as well. These the Big Jack Mountain Rocky Hall fire in the Bega Valley, the Crewa Road Glen Allen fire in the Snowy Monaro area, and the Bondi Snowy Monaro area, previously named the Snowy Complex fire near the Bondi Forest. A bushfire is burning firstly in the Big Jack Mountain Road Rocky Hall, New South Wales area. This fire is currently at over 2,000 hectares in size and is out of control. Current situation on the ground, a fire is burning in the area northwest of Big Jack Mountain Road around Carcath Trig. The fire has crossed the Mount Durra Road west of Mount Durra. This fire has continued to spread and is predicted to continue to do so over the coming days. Severe fire danger is forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday. The fire spread prediction map for Saturday, 1st of February 2020, shows the areas where these fires may spread or experience embers if fires flare based on the forecast conditions. The Postman's Trail fire is burning to the north of this fire, and the Crewa Road Glen Allen fire is burning to the northwest of this fire. If you're in Mount Durra, conditions are changing and the fire activity has increased. Please check and follow your bushfire survival plan and prepare for a bushfire in your area. If you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Leaving early is your safest option. For those in Rocky Hall, New Buildings, Burragutta and Wyndham, under forecast conditions, your safest option is to leave early. Consider relocating to coastal towns before conditions deteriorate. Know what you will do if the fire threatens you, and also monitor major fire updates for Postman's Trail fire and the Border fire. There is also a fire in place for the area of Bondi. This was previously called the Snowy Mountain fire as well. This is worrying for the people who might be in or around the Bondi State Forest. A bushfire warning is also in place for the Crewa Road area in Glen Allen. This is also attached to that Snowy Monaro area. The bushfire has burnt more than 3,500 hectares and is currently out of control. This fire is burning in the area of the new Line Road and Crewa Road intersection in Glen Allen. Fire activity has increased north of Carcath near Dragon Swamp Road. Fire activity continues in the vicinity of the Crewa Road and the Bombala River to the east of Potty Hut Road on the western side of the fire ground. Severe fire danger is forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday, and the Postman Trail fire is burning to the east of this fire. If you are in the areas of Dragon Swamp Road, Crewa Road, New Line Road, Narrowness Road and Glen Allen Road, please monitor conditions and know what you will do if the fire does threaten. If you are threatened by fire, do not be in the path of the fire. Protect yourself from the heat if you can by wearing protective clothing and footwear, and cover all exposed skin. If the fire impacts, please seek shelter in a solid structure to protect yourself from the heat of the fire. And if your life is at risk, please dial 000. If you are in the area that has already been affected by fire, there may be small areas of active fire burning for some time. Be aware of the dangers of trees and falling branches. You can find more information on all of these fires on the New South Wales Fire Service website. We'll be back in half an hour with more information on these fires, but for now, we'll return you to the program.
Mental as anything there with Come Around, and thanks to everyone who's already started texting in long song ideas. Song for Guy by Elton John. James of Q sent that in. That comes in at 6 minutes 30. Had a couple of people, including Jason the Truckie, suggest all 3 parts of Evie should give me enough time to get to the hospital. It's a very good point. Tubular Bells. Now we had people saying we want Tubular Bells and a couple of people saying we do not want you to play Tubular Bells. So the debate will rage over Tubular Bells on whether that's the long song I can play. Keep them coming in. 0467 922 702. Well, listeners, it's the end of January. How are those New Year's resolutions going? Did you perhaps commit to learning something new this year? A language, a skill? Maybe you've thought about a new career entirely. But can you really learn new things at any time in your life? Can you overcome those very steep learning curves regardless of your age, regardless of circumstances and ability, and perhaps most importantly, regardless of time? How did you do it if you've successfully done it? Did you do it step by step? Did you immerse yourself in the new field? Did you scour YouTube videos to get the latest on your new skill? Well, tonight we're looking at how we learn, how much motivation can overcome learning hurdles, how best to attack the task of acquiring new skills and knowledge, especially perhaps later in life. And so we'd love to hear your stories of learning something new during your life. 1300 800 222. 1300 800 222 is the number to call. Perhaps you've switched careers completely well beyond your youth, or you've taken up a new pursuit away from work and found techniques that have worked for you. Text in as well, 0467 922 702. And our very special guest this hour, organisational psychologist, Professor Mark Wiggins, is from Macquarie University's Centre for Elite Performance, Expertise and Training. Mark, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Mark.
And also coming from Brisbane, Dr. Nancy Pahana is a clinical neuropsychologist, and professor in the School of Psychology at the University of Queensland, and also co-director of UQ's Ageing Mind Initiative. Dr. Nancy, thanks so much.
Happy to be here.
Hello. Well, Mark, I'll begin with you. In a recent piece for Macquarie University's Lighthouse, you argued that anyone can learn the violin, master a language, learn to even fly a plane if you want it badly enough. But are there limitations to certain people at certain points in life?
Well, Mark, certainly there are limitations, and this probably reflects, or it does reflect, an interesting debate that's been going on for about the last 10 years in psychology between people who believe that if you present a number or undertake a number of tasks over a period of time and you deliberately practice, that eventually you'll master a task. And then there's another group who suggests that, look, there's a combination of individual capability and time, and I think probably it is somewhere in the middle there, that technically, theoretically, you can learn anything. It will, however, and it may, however, take an extended period of time, and you might have to have the right circumstances. But theoretically, it's possible.
And so this idea, I think Malcolm Gladwell popularised that idea of 10,000 hours, however many hours.
Yes.
Is there from a scientific perspective, does that mean anything, or is that more something for the headlines?
That generally is something for the headlines. Anders Ericsson formulated that idea, and Malcolm Gladwell obviously took it up and popularised the idea that 10,000 hours reaches mastery. The fact is it's a bit more complicated, as you've alluded to. There's an individual capability, there are circumstances. Malcolm Gladwell also talks about in his book Outliers the fact that you can have someone who has an inherent ability but not the right circumstances might fall by the wayside.
Okay, Dr. Nancy, I'll bring you in here. Now, you work in the field of is it geropsychology? Is that right? Am I saying that correctly?
That's right, geropsychology.
Geropsychology. So that's, of course, working with an ageing population. So what is your experience of older people when they decide to take on a new skill? What are the additional challenges people in a later stage of life face?
Well, there's some challenges in that, as it's already been alluded to, sometimes people need to take a little bit more time than they think to learn a new skill. They may underestimate the amount of practice that it might take to master a new skill, for example, playing an instrument. But here's where perseverance really is the key, and also allotting yourself enough time to practice.
Okay, and so I suppose to some of the people that you work with in your work, is the time, maybe it's someone who's a retiree and that's a time when people do have these hours to commit to learning a new skill. Would you say that's fair to say?
I think so. I think a lot of people look forward to retirement, having some extra time to pursue something. For example, learning how to paint, something that may have always been an ambition, but they haven't felt that they've had the time to really devote to that skill. And so it's something that really, I think, is necessary to think about what sorts of new ways you're going to stretch your mind if you're cutting down hours of work or if you're retiring.
Apart from literally having more time, do you think there are some benefits for older people taking on a new skill? To being older, I mean, when you decide to do it.
I think when you're older, you have a sense of, what your priorities are, and you have a sense of, what really gives you a sense of meaning. And so, for example, if it's always been something that you've wanted to do, say to play an instrument, then being older can really help you say, yes, I think that I really want to do that, and it's going to really give a lot of meaning to my life.
Mark, some people just appear to have a natural ability with things. They seem to be able to pick things up. Maybe they have an X factor. Musical instruments is one I probably focus on. Do you think you need to have that essential ingredient of a natural aptitude to pick up a new skill?
Yes, they are irritating, aren't they? These people who just take up a new skill and seem to master it in no time at all.
I remember when I was at high school, I was trying to teach myself guitar, and I spent months and months and months playing, and I got okay. And my mate said, "Show me the chords," and within 5 minutes, he was where I was.
Yes, I know the feeling. I know the feeling well. Nancy's right in the sense that perseverance is the key, and I think the other aspect of learning later in life is you get a sense of what your capabilities are, in other words, what you're good at. And perhaps that interest in learning an instrument comes from the fact that you feel as though it's something you could master, but you've never had an opportunity to master, and it's only in the context of retirement where you have the time to do the practice, to undertake the practice, as Nancy suggests, and so that might be another aspect of it. But there is this definite X factor that's very clear in the literature, that some people just have an incredibly interesting ability to recognise patterns, implicit patterns in the environment, and recall and retain those patterns and then use them.
And does that mean that there are people for whom learning guitar is something they can pick up very quickly, but they have something in their brain that also means they could learn painting watercolours or things like that, like other skills are just as easy for them to pick up?
Look, that doesn't appear to be clear at all. Okay. In fact, what it suggests is that people with an inherent ability tend to be highly focused on a particular task. So, for example, it might be the case that if you're skilled at, Ash Barty's a good example where she's skilled at cricket and also skilled obviously at tennis. There are some people who are able to generalise some skills, but there might be an inherent ability that she has in recognising the moves of an opponent or the ball in each case. Both involve hitting a ball, and so there might be some general capabilities there. But we do find that expertise is highly domain specific. That you become very skilled in one domain, it's very hard to generalise across different domains. That may be just a function of the fact that people have concentrated on that particular task for so long, and therefore they've never had an opportunity to generalise. But it seems that capacity in one area doesn't necessarily always generalise to capacity in another area.
What about people for whom they've been banging their head against the wall the whole life trying to get a certain type of skill and it doesn't seem to happen? I'm thinking, well, take my dad. And Dad, if you're listening, I'm not having a go, but my dad loves music. He's a huge music fan, but he can't play an instrument. And probably every few years he thinks, I really would like to, and he might get a lesson, or he might buy one and he might try, and he can get okay, but he never really is able to progress to that next level. What kind of advice would you have for someone like my dad, who's honestly he's probably been trying for decades now?
Look, I think what tends to happen with people when they're learning a new skill is that there's an initial mastering of tasks. So learning an instrument's a good example where you learn basic scales, and there's a tradition in learning musical instruments where you learn scales and you practice those scales, and eventually you move on to different tasks. I'm at the moment trying to learn the bagpipes, and there's a thing called grace notes in bagpipes, which is quite interesting. And I've been practicing my scales, and like everyone, I've reached a plateau. And this is the difficult part. This is where perseverance comes in. But I think there's also another strategy that people can use, and that is try something different. So, for example, for your father, it might be a case of, I want to play a particular song. Right. So rather than learning scales, learn to play the song.
And is that because it's just more enjoyment can come more quickly from learning a song?
Absolutely. So then you get the reinforcement, the positive reinforcement that allows you to, or gives you the motivation to continue. So getting little wins all the time is really important.
I'm just going to put Jim on the line, who's called in. Jim, how are you going?
I was wondering about whether I was going to air, and I was a bit nervous about it. I want to be a bit arrogant. I've had one important thing. My dad played the piano since I was a baby, and then I started the piano when I was about 6. But the piano is very good because it's got lines, numbers lines. But then I played guitar because the Beatles were famous. But I'm just saying, I am a person that just visualises music, or artwork for that matter, because I'm an artist as well. So it does exist. I tell you, I'm not trying to... It's awkward for me to talk about it, but I think people should recognise it if they're gifted.
So you just think you've got a natural ability, natural affinity for picking up new instruments, for understanding music?
I don't think about music. I just play music. It's like I never really studied it. I just play it.
Well, I'm jealous.
Not for many years. Well, I just want to share that with people, because if there's someone out there that has that sort of ability, they should jump on it, because it's an incredible thing.
All right, thanks for that, Jim. Appreciate your call. Yeah, so that's the kind of person you were talking about before.
Exactly right, Mark. That's exactly right. So there's Jim's right. He has this inherent capability. It's wonderful. He has that and seems to enjoy it and gets so much out of it. And interestingly, he sort of suggested he could visualize in art as well as music, which is interesting. That's an interesting
because they're not necessarily comparable.
Not necessarily, no. But obviously there's that visualization. And I think that visualization, this comes back to the pattern recognition, the pattern matching, that, we've done some studies where we'll hide the pattern in the movement of visual stimuli, and there are some people who are just capable of picking up the pattern. They don't realise they've picked it up. It's implicit learning. We call it implicit learning. And they just learn the pattern, and that helps them succeed in the task. The task becomes a doddle.
Well, we're talking about learning skills later in life, especially from a psychological perspective. What are some of the barriers, and what are some of the advantages? My guests are organisational psychologist Professor Mark Wiggins and Dr. Nancy Pahana from the School of Psychology at the University of Queensland. Dr. Nancy, with your focus on older people, do you find that when people hit that plateau, we're talking about plateau, like my dad maybe, or like a lot of people, how do they overcome just feeling discouraged that they're never going to get to the new level?
Well, I think that it really helps to have a support group around you, people who are supportive of this new activity. And that's why a lot of times older adults may have an advantage in learning new skills in a group. So we've talked a lot about learning an instrument, so you can learn an instrument by yourself at home, but you could also learn an instrument as part of a group. So, for example, a small orchestra or a small music group. There's been some interesting research in the Scandinavian countries that has shown that, yes, if you learn a new skill, it may help you not only get satisfaction, but maybe even stave off diseases such as dementia. But if you combine the cognitive skills of learning a new skill with increased socialization, you actually get more benefit in terms of delaying the onset of any kind of disease process.
Are there types of skills or types of activities that research has shown are more beneficial if you want to take on a new skill for that reason you're talking about, maybe to try and help with dementia or stave off the onset of dementia?
So people often ask me, the most common question people ask me is, I really like to play checkers, but should I learn chess? Chess is much more complicated. And the problem is that if you don't like chess, then you're not going to play it. And so you're going to lose any kind of benefit. I think it has to be a task that you're going to be intrinsically motivated to do. But in the same Scandinavian research, again, choosing something that is cognitively demanding and or physically demanding and or socially engaging, each time you add one of those extra dimensions, it's going to help. So, for example, playing bowls is an ideal skill because you have to keep score and there's strategy. You're playing in a group and it's physically active.
Okay, and I often hear people talk about things like crosswords, playing bridge. Are these as beneficial as people say?
There have been a lot of studies that have looked at a range of activities, and a lot often come up high on the list. So ballroom dancing, for example. Yes, doing things like crossword or any kind of puzzle activity. I will say people haven't paid enough attention to what activities don't help you. And in a lot of these lists, an activity that definitely does not help you with staving off dementia is housework.
Right.
So I would definitely outsource those kinds of activities.
You heard it here first, folks. There is no reason to do any housework, at least for this reason. You got it from a doctor. Well, let's talk about fear, because I suppose, and I'm thinking more about people who might want to learn a new skill in life because they might want to go into a new career. It's not just as a hobby, but they completely want to change their skill set. There's a lot of fear involved in doing something like that. So in your work, Professor Mark Wiggins, what kind of advice might you give to people who feel like they do want to change their skill set in life but are worried about doing so?
Yes, it can be confronting to move from one career to another, but I'll take a leaf out of Nancy's book there and say that one of the biggest motivators or strengths that you can acquire is a mentor, someone to guide you through the process, someone who might have done it already, or other people around you. And one of the groups of students we notice coming to university are people who are mature age and they've decided that they want to change careers. I'm always fascinated with people in psychology doing psychology as a profession later in life, deciding that this is what they want to do. And of course, we often find they're very good students because they're highly motivated. This is something they've wanted to do. But what's interesting is there's a social group around it. There's a sort of a mutually beneficial group, that's a supportive group in that process. So everyone's going through the same trials, the same tribulations, the same difficulties. There's a lot of help for one another. And so often you'll find that people transiting to new careers, as long as they find the right mentoring and social group, actually can find it quite liberating, because obviously there's a reason why they want to change.
I'm going to put Ted on the line now. G'day, Ted. How you going?
I'm very well, thanks, Mark, and greetings to you and your guests.
Thank you. Now, you've decided later in life to learn Vietnamese.
May I say to you, Toi Hop Ting Viet Chuk Chuk.
Oh, okay. And what does that mean? I hope it's not anything rude.
No, it's not anything rude. It means I can speak a little bit of Vietnamese.
Well, it sounded... you fooled me. It sounded perfect, actually.
I'm a 76-year-old guy. I'm a Vietnam veteran.
Okay.
Some years ago, I decided to go back to Vietnam and help the people out there with whatever I could. And what I learned was to help them learn English.
Wow.
I've been doing it for about the last 10 years.
That's amazing. And so when you first started going, I'm just assuming you didn't speak a lot of Vietnamese?
Not at all. In my time in Vietnam, we learnt all the naughty words.
Yeah.
We learnt how to order a beer and those sorts of phrases. But I always wanted to go back and contribute a bit to the country. And I went back in my late 60s, now I'm 76, and to help the people. And it's lovely.
And how difficult did you find learning the new language?
It's very, very difficult. It's very tonal. So you could have the same word written but you pronounce it in 6 different ways. So it's very difficult in that respect. But what I loved was you're walking through the streets of, say, Saigon, and one of the university students come up and say, can I practice my English with you? And I say, yeah, okay, as long as I can practice my Vietnamese with you.
Yeah.
It's a two-way thing, and it's lovely. And what I've always done, since I've doing a lot of travel lately, is whatever country I've travelled to, I try and learn a bit of the language. And I find it keeps me mentally stimulated, and it's also a lovely way of interacting with people.
Yeah, if I could bring Dr. Nancy Pahana into this conversation as well here. Dr. Nancy, though Ted's talking about, difficult skill, but there are benefits beyond just the social ability to talk to his students, are there, from learning a language at 76?
Absolutely. So the brain is still able at later ages in life to exploit new learning by making new connections in the brain. And researchers who have looked at, say, laboratory rats that learn a new maze at an older age, when they actually look at the rats' brains, the brain physically weighs more than rats that are just kind of sitting around and watching TV.
Oh my God.
So we were extrapolating that it's the same in people, but that just shows the actual physically measurable benefits of learning these new skills, new dendritic connections in the brain.
It's this year is the year of the rat.
It is the year of the rat, that's true.
They're smarter this year, are they?
Wonderful stuff. Thanks for your call, Ted. Appreciate it, and best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Well, I mean, that's a great story. That's an amazing achievement as well of Ted's. Now, before we were speaking to Ted, though, we were talking about fear. And I suppose one thing I was wondering, and Mark, I'll ask you this, is there a benefit to fear? Does trepidation going into a new skill actually have any kind of benefit in terms of our ability to learn, in terms of our ability to focus?
Well, I think the first question you have to ask yourself is the question of whether it's fear or a level of excitement that might be interpreted as anxiety. So whenever anyone undertakes a new skill or a new task or goes and visits a new country, there's a level of anxiety, if you like, trepidation. But is that fear, or is that a level of arousal, if you like? And so what we find, generally speaking, that fear, severe anxiety, impedes our ability to learn. There's no doubt about it. So putting people under pressure, threatening people, for example, when they're not learning properly, doesn't actually work. That's very clear. What we have to do is to try and encourage people to get excited, to get aroused, if you like, about learning new skills. We know that a certain level of excitement, a certain level of anxiety can be actually quite beneficial, but stretching it out to fear is probably not beneficial.
On the line, we have Rice Man from Launceston. G'day, Rice Man. You there, Rice Man? Rice Man, I'll put him back on hold. Maybe he'll come back to us in a moment. Nancy, do you find that people, when they approach a new skill, are often surprised by a prowess they might have that comes very quickly?
I think so. And I think that that's a really important reason why people shouldn't talk themselves out of learning new skills. Sometimes people have it in their head, and this may happen to people later in life, that I can't master this. I can't learn the computer, right? This is a perennial thing. There's a lot of intergenerational learning, younger people teaching older people about the computer. And I'll use my mom as an example. She was a person that told herself, I'm not very good with technology, until my sister had children. And my sister would post pictures on Facebook while my mother was directly onto Facebook. The kids got older. They started playing computer games, and my mom learned how to hook up a whole Wii system into the TV. I mean, it was amazing because she was really motivated, and she stopped telling herself that she couldn't do these things. And so I think that she surprised herself, and she's still quite modest about it, but it shows the importance of positive self-talk.
Right. And positive self-talk, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you mean just getting your head into a place where you want to learn?
I think so, and I think it's learning to monitor self-sabotaging statements like, oh, I think this isn't going to turn out okay, everyone must be looking at me. And, that sort of, to go back to what Mark was saying, you want a state of excitement and arousal, but that fear really shuts down new learning, and it definitely impedes performance.
I'll see if Rice Man is on the line from Launceston now. Are you there, Rice Man?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much.
So you have an interesting skill that you work on. Tell us about it.
Well, it's a bit of a craft that's ancient. What dates back Mesopotamian, sort of when cuneiform form of writing and first started, and they had, they even had it on a barley grain. It exhibited things. The Africans did it. So
it's writing on grains of rice.
Yeah, they should leave secret messages. A name on rice means that your spirit goes into the world and gets nourished,
And what do you think is the benefit from a psychological perspective to you in this skill?
Look, I've been doing it as a bit of a commercial venture.
Okay.
And when I get people and everything go, it can't be done. And when they see that it can be done, and it's just a normal human being just sitting there doing it.
Yeah.
They sort of go away amazed and going, look at that. Seen that before. But then a lot of people have. There's a lot of people that can do it, but they just don't know they can do it.
Yeah, right. And so when
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Good evening, Carl Brown from the ABC Emergency Broadcast team with this evening's latest bushfire information. The following warnings concern people in the ACT and the southeast of New South Wales. Starting with the emergency level warning south of Canberra, the ACT Emergency Services Agency advises a bushfire is moving south and east and has been spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Naas Road. Fire has crossed Bobian Road at the Glendale Depot, and fire conditions are erratic with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it is safe to do so: Apollo Road, Bobian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Naas Road, south of the Bobian Road intersection, and Corrin Road. If you are not in the area, do not return. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north using Naas Road towards Thwarwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is also open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent if you are leaving the evacuation area. Conditions are now very dangerous, and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property, so you should not expect a firefighter at your door, unfortunately. Leave now if you can. People in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. The current situation on the ground, the fire remains out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Naas Road. Leave now if you are able to. The increased fire activity in the southwest is moving towards Cotter Hut. The fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. This fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales, and the eastern flank will be called the Clear Range Fire. To stay up to date on the latest information on this fire, please check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au. In New South Wales, there are 3 Watch and Act level fires in place. A Watch and Act warning for the Clear Range fire is in place. This fire is the extension of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. A number of spot fires have started in the west of Michelego area. If you are in the Michelego area, monitor conditions and be aware of spot fires, which may start ahead of the main fire front. This may threaten your property. Those in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong or Collington should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. There's also a Watch and Act warning in place for the Big Jack Mountain area in Rocky Hall. This bushfire is burning in the Big Jack Mountain area. The fire is currently over 2,000 hectares in size and is out of control. This fire is burning in the area northwest of Big Jack Mountain Road around Cathcart Trig. The fire has crossed Mount Dara Road west of Mount Dara. This fire has continued to spread and is predicted to continue to do so over the coming days, and those severe fire conditions are forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday. The fire spread prediction map, which you can find online for Saturday, shows the areas where these fires may spread to or experience embers if the fire flares based on forecast conditions. The Postman Trails fire is burning to the north of this fire, and the Creewar Road Glen Allen fire is burning to the northwest. If you are in Mount Dara area, be advised conditions are changing and fire activity has increased. Check and follow your bushfire survival plan and prepare for a bushfire in your area. If you do not have a plan now, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Leaving early is your safest option. If you are in the Rocky Hall, New Buildings, Burragate and Wyndham areas, based on forecast conditions, your safest option is to leave early. Consider relocating to coastal towns before conditions deteriorate in the area. Know what you will do if the fire threatens, and also monitor major fire updates for the Postman's Trail fire and the Border fire. And a Watch and Act warning also remains in place for Creewar Road in Glen Allen. This bushfire has burnt more than 3,500 hectares and is currently out of control. Current information from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is that the fire is burning in the area of the New Line Road and Creewar Road intersection in Glen Allen. Fire activity has increased north of Cathcart near Dragon Swamp Road, and fire activity continues in the vicinity of Creewar Road and the Bombala River to the east of Potty Hut Road on the western side of the fire ground. To repeat, severe fire danger is forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday, and the Postman's Trail fire is burning to the east of this fire. If you are in these areas of Dragon Swamp Road, Creewar Road, New Line Road, Narrowness Road and Glen Allen areas, monitor the conditions and know what you will do if the fire threatens. If you are threatened by fire, make sure to move away from the path of the fire. Protect yourself from the heat and wear protective clothing and footwear while covering all exposed skin. If the fire impacts your area, seek shelter in a solid structure to protect yourself from the heat of the fire. If your life is at risk, please call 000. Also, be aware that if you are in an area which has already been affected by fire, there may still be small areas of active fire burning for some time. Be aware of the danger of trees and falling branches that may come from it. To stay up to date on the bushfires in your area, check the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website at rfs.nsw.gov.au, or you can call the New South Wales RFS Bushfire Information Line on 1800 679 737. We'll be back with another update in half an hour's time just after the news, but for now, we'll return you to the program.
There were tricks in making a good boomerang, and you needed to know those tricks. And what's interesting with some skills is that those tricks are often implicit. So what will happen is that, I mean, if we were to ask Steve Smith, for example, how is it that you're able to hit a ball that's travelling at 140 kilometres an hour or 150 kilometres an hour? How is that possible? How do you do it? He'll probably say, well, look, I just do it. I just feel it. He can't really articulate it. There's been some interesting research actually recently looking at sort of batsmen and how they're hitting cricket balls. But the important thing is that when you become an expert, it becomes implicit in memory, and it's very hard to articulate precisely what you're doing. It's a bit like riding a bike. How does someone balance on a bike? How do you balance?
It's hard to describe, isn't it? I can do it, but I can't describe it, yeah.
And so one of the things I always say to people is that, have you ever taught someone how to ride a bike? And people put up their hand, and of course I say, no one's ever taught anyone how to ride a bike. What you've done is you've provided an environment within which people have learnt how to ride a bike. So it's giving the environment, so it's the environment that's really important in giving yourself an opportunity for success.
Now, on the line we have Maggie from Swan Hill. Now, Maggie, you're in your 80s, is that right?
Yes, I am, and I ride my bike every day. 2
Wonderful stuff. And you've recently learnt a new skill, is that right?
I'm learning violin, and I love it.
It's wonderful.
And I play banjo, mandolin, ukulele, and guitar badly. We play for pleasure, not for perfection.
And have you been musical all your life?
No. 6 children and no time. And that I always wanted to. So here I am doing it.
That's just great. And Nancy, if I could ask you to, does Maggie sort of share a lot of qualities with a lot of the people you meet in your work?
Absolutely. They're just adding to their skill set constantly. And just, I think what Maggie said is really important. It's just the joy of it, and not trying to strive for any kind of perfection, but just really the joy in the moment of making something new.
That's so great. And so, Maggie, you when you meet up with your friends, is everyone around the same age, around the same skill level?
Yes, Sunday we're jamming in the garden of a neighbour, and who knows how many will come, but we're just doing it for pleasure. So we have the morning getting a few clues and the afternoon playing together.
Fantastic stuff. I really appreciate your call, Maggie. Nice to speak with you.
Bye.
Another wonderful example of the benefit of learning skills. Now, Mark, we haven't talked much about how new technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, things like that, might help in the process of learning. And I know that's something you look at in your work.
Yeah, so we're very keen on simulation, and we look at simulated environments and how we can augment an environment to facilitate learning. So can we highlight particular aspects, particularly in the work context? How can we highlight particular aspects that might be important? So when you're flying an aircraft, for example, is there a particular instrument you need to watch at a particular time? Or if you're controlling trains or flying a drone, is there something you need to focus on? And new technologies, and I think this is an important aspect of learning, is the importance of the education system. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is that how you set yourself up to learn. There's no one way of learning. We learn in different ways. Some are more visual, some are more auditory. And with the advent of new technologies, we can enhance that. We can provide you with more auditory information if that's the way you prefer to learn, or more visual information. We can change the nature of the environment to assist you. We can also use something like YouTube. I mean, one of the most interesting aspects, and I'm sure Nancy will agree with me, that one of the problems we have in psychology is that our students need to learn statistics. And they don't realise they need to learn statistics, but they learn pretty quickly that we focus on statistics. Yeah. And often they haven't done maths. And so what's been fantastic, YouTube's been a real boon for this, because we can send a student to YouTube and say, look, there are 5 or 6 or 15 different YouTube videos on how to do this particular analysis.
Right.
Watch them. One of them will be the one that will make sense for you.
I see. So it's hard to know beforehand what strategy is right for that person, but the different ways of
trying different things. Yeah,
we've probably all experienced that in our life, right? We might have had a teacher who, in any kind of skill, who is probably a great teacher for the other student next to you, but for you somehow the information just doesn't carry over.
Absolutely. And I think the best educators are the educators who recognise the fact that I'm not getting it, and then revise the way they're presenting the information so that it becomes, it's presented in a way that I follow, that I understand. And I remember when I was a junior academic, I was teaching statistics, and this is why it always resonated with me, was I had a first year class, and about the way I explained the analysis, about a third of the class got it. And I thought, well, I can't leave it like this, but we ran out of time. So I said, we'll organise another tutorial, a special tutorial where we go at it from a different perspective. And so eventually we got everyone through, but I learned a valuable lesson that I need to explain things in different ways, because people learn and understand and have different mental models. So it's like a coat hanger. The coat hangers are different, and I've got to hang the information on the coat hanger, and I've got to explain it in different ways.
This might be, this is a question, I don't even know if there is an answer to this, but Is there been research into the brain in terms of different types of learning, in terms of whether people who learn in a visual style, their brain patterns or brain waves actually are firing off in different ways, or different parts of the brain are being utilised when they're learning, as opposed to people who learn, from a written word?
Absolutely. So there are different patterns of brain activity. The problem with brain activity and it's a useful means of representing what is going on. It's hard to know what to do with that.
Yeah.
So the difficulty is, and the way to solve the problem, I think, is to try different things rather than try and predict that this person's going to be a visual learner, therefore going to learn in this particular way. It might be visual in this context, but auditory in this context, or it might be a combination, and it might be tactile. They might have to feel it. I remember there was a situation, I was doing some work with pathologists, and the pathologist made me feel the colon, because she said you have to feel whether the cancer is through the colon or not.
Right.
So it's a tactile response rather than visual. You can't see it, but you can feel it.
Nancy, we're nearly at the end, but if I could ask you a similar question about how in your work you found people, especially people in retirement, how they cope with having these different ways of learning, different ways that work for them in learning a new skill.
Well, I'll use the example of cooking. I think that, when you get to a later point in life, either you're that person that's very organized and you're going to measure everything first, right? Or you're a little bit more of a maybe slapdash person. And so again, like Mark said, the proliferation of YouTube videos is really a wonderful thing, because you can find a chef that is making, whatever dish you want to make that night in the style that will resonate with you. And so if you're more a Nigella person, then you can tune into Nigella. And so you really have to find what resonates, but what goes with your style. And I think a problem is that I'll have to turn myself into an organized person. That's the kind of chef I aspire to be. And you're just going to hit a brick wall because it's not your natural tendency. I think that this is something that older people are better at. They know themselves really well. They accept themselves. A lot of times people feel like they don't have to impress other people, and they just embrace their natural style.
Very, very interesting discussion. I'd like to thank my guests, organisational psychologist from Macquarie University's Centre for Elite Performance, Professor Mark Wiggins. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
And Dr. Nancy Pahana is a clinical neuropsychologist and professor at the School of Psychology at the University of Queensland. Thank you, Dr. Nancy.
Great conversation. Thanks.
Mark Sutton is your host, and it's time now for the pub test. And we have on the line from the pub in Trundle, a small town near Parkes in central west New South Wales, Danielle. Danielle, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Now, you can't miss the Trundle Hotel, as I understand it, because it sits on the widest main street in New South Wales. Is that right?
Correct.
How wide is the street?
It is, in the old measure, 3 chains.
Okay.
Yes. Which I think you'd have to ask my dad what that converts into, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's about 60 metres.
About 60 metres across. What's the origin of that? Is it just because there was a huge highway going through it earlier in the history of the town?
It's actually the same width as a stock route. So all stock routes in New South Wales are 3 chains wide. So it was originally the stock route from Dandaloo, sort of into Forbes to Market, and the main street was actually Park Street, which runs along the other side of the hotel. But all the trade was going down Forbes Street, and so the main street just sort of evolved.
And how long has your family owned the Trundle Hotel?
So 10 years. We bought it. It'll be 11 years this April, actually.
And is your family been in Trundle for a long time?
Yes. Well, my mother's side of the family have, yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm pretty sure my great-grandfather cleared some of the trees for the main street.
Oh, wow. So tell us a little bit about the history of the hotel. How old is it? Tell us about it.
So the original pub was actually built in 1888. And then that one was was torn down to build the current one. They started doing that in 1909, and it took them 3 years, finishing in 1912. It's a peasy mud construction, so it's rammed earth, and allegedly quite a big hole in the golf course, which is a dam now, which is where the dirt came from.
So tell us about a big night there, on a big Friday night or a Saturday night. How busy to get, and describe the atmosphere?
Oh, look, it depends entirely on what's going on, to be honest. So tonight, I had quite a few in for dinner, but they've all gone home now, so we're just locked up, which is quite nice because I'm watching the tennis.
Nice.
So, yeah. But, you know, if the football's on, so we've got the mighty Trundle Boomers, who have won the last 3 premierships in a row, actually.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so first grade. And we've got an under-19s team and a girls team, a women's league tag team as well. So if it's a home game, you know, we might put a band on, and there's definitely a few hundred people kicking around and playing up.
And what about when the famous Trundle ABBA Festival is on in May?
Oh, gosh, it gets me twitchy thinking about it. There is, you know, upwards of 5,000 people in Trundle on that weekend, which is, it's phenomenal. It's the pictures that you see from it, you can't quite believe that our little town of 400 people could host, you know, 5,000-6,000 people.
So what happens? I mean, I imagine the rooms at the pub sell out pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're booked year to year. I actually don't take any other bookings. I can't. You know, we've got the people in our bands that we have at the hotel that stay there. The guys that put up the stage and you know, the ambulance people, they're all taking the rooms at the pub. So there's homes that get rented out and turn into, you know, little Airbnbs for the weekend. There's a tent city at the showground and at the racecourse, and the town is just chock-a-block full of caravans and tents and people scrambling to get a bit of space. It was a really wonderful initiative, actually, from a couple of farmers that lived out here. They were travelling back from the Elvis Festival and just having a conversation about what another type of festival would draw a crowd, and they thought ABBA, and you know, it's just gone from strength to strength.
That's the way to do it. Well, thank you so much, Publican Danielle Ward, Publican of the Trundle Hotel in Trundle, for the pub test. Thanks, Danielle.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Well, just before the news, thank you so much to everyone who's been sending me in long songs that I might be able to play if I have to duck out. Had a lot of people saying MacArthur Park would probably be long enough for me to get to the hospital. I think that's probably a fair point. M sent in the Rack 3, Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto is a long one. Meatloaf, I Can't Do That, from Nico. Alice's Restaurant, a few people sent in that, over 20 minutes. Dark Stars live version by the Grateful Dead runs for 30 minutes, says Adam in Ballarat. We've had Telegraph Road by Dire Straits. And Don McLean's American Pie, of course, 8 minutes 33. But I just think American Pie is one of those songs that everyone's heard it enough times in their life. Nothing against the song. It's a good song. I just think that, you know, I must have heard that song 300 times. I think I'm done. I think I'm making a vow right here on the radio. I'm not going to play American Pie ever again. But with a few others, Russell Morris is The Real Thing, of course, 6 minutes 20. Baker Street, 6 minutes 6 seconds. Keep the long songs coming. Songs I can play if I have to duck out of the studio to go meet my child. But now it's time for the latest ABC News.
ABC News with Andrew Kalupas. The Orroral Valley fire burning to Canberra South remains at emergency warning level tonight. Isaac Naruja reports.
The fire has grown to more than 24,000 hectares, and residents in Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, Top Nace Road and Corrin Road are urged to leave if safe to do so. The Rural Fire Service's Joe Murphy says some residents in Canberra South will be able to see the fire more clearly tonight.
They will be able to see coming down the flanks of the slopes facing towards them now some active fire. So it's quite an obvious looking fire now.
The RFS says they are aware of where the fire is moving down the slopes and there is no immediate threat for residents in southern Tuggeranong.
In Victoria, an emergency warning remains for a fire in Far East Gippsland. The warning covers the small communities of Cape Conran, Marlow and Marlow Plains. A warning for a fire in the Bendock region, also in Far East Gippsland, has been lowered to watch and act. Nationals Deputy Leader Bridget McKenzie approved sports grants applications in colleagues' electorates that were lodged 6 months after the deadline. Political editor Andrew Probyn has this exclusive report.
The ABC has confirmed several projects that receive funding and a pre-election extension of the $100 million grants program hadn't sought funding when applications closed in September 2018. A handful of other projects only secured funding after the sporting clubs were encouraged by their local coalition MP to amend their application. All 9 of the new or resubmitted projects were in coalition seats, or those being targeted by the government. A scathing Auditor General's report reserved its harshest criticism for the way some projects got funding outside the guidelines.
Melbourne's Monash University is delaying the start to on-campus classes amid concerns over the risk of coronavirus infection. The university says physical on-campus teaching will commence from March 16, 2 weeks later than scheduled. Monash says the university's chief medical officer is in constant contact with Australian medical authorities and will continue to monitor the situation. As President Trump's impeachment trial continues in Washington, a Republican senator has dealt a serious blow to Democrat hopes to call witnesses. Catherine McGann reports.
The impeachment trial is into its second week. The Democrats want to call the former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. He claims Mr. Trump told him about withdrawing military aid to Ukraine in exchange for an investigation into Joe Biden. The Democrats need 4 Republicans to vote with them to call witnesses, but that's now unlikely. Tennessee Republican Lamar Alexander says he'll vote against calling witnesses. He says Mr. Trump's pressuring of Ukraine was inappropriate, but not enough to remove him from office. The vote takes place tomorrow.
Britain will formally leave the European Union tomorrow morning, with supporters and opponents of Brexit preparing to mark the country's biggest constitutional change in 5 decades. The BBC's David Eads reports from Brussels.
It is a day that will be written into the history books as the moment that one of the major members of the European Union abandoned ship. That's how it would be viewed from these quarters, when something like 13% of the EU's population simply walked away. And yet, atmosphere is pretty muted here. It feels like everything goes on as normal, as indeed it does, at least until the end of the year, because this is now the period at which Britain and the European Union need to hammer out an agreement they can both settle on to build for the future in terms of their own trading partnership.
In India, the wife of a convicted murderer has been killed by neighbours after he held more than 20 children hostage. She was attacked as she tried to escape after her husband was shot dead by police in the northern state of Uttar Pradesh. Officials say he'd lured the children to their family home for his daughter's birthday party before locking them inside. Police surrounded the building in a standoff that lasted several hours, during which 2 officers were injured. In tennis, the semi-final battle between Austrian Dominic Thiem and Germany's Alexander Zverev is into the 4th set. Zverev won the first set 6-3, but Thiem fought back to win the next 2 6-4, 7-6. A short time ago, it was 3 games all in the 4th set. The winner will play defending champion Novak Djokovic in the final on Sunday. In A-League Soccer, Sydney FC has extended its lead in the competition with a 1-0 win over the Brisbane Roar in Sydney. And the Super Brumbies have opened their Super Brumbies season 27-4 over Queensland.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Good evening, Kyle Brown here from the ABC Emergency Broadcast team with this evening's latest bushfire information. The following warnings concern people in the ACT and southeast New South Wales, starting with the emergency level warning south of Canberra. The ACT Emergency Services Agency advises a bushfire is moving south and east and has been spotted in the Billy Range to the west of Nace Road. Fire has crossed Boabeen Road at Glendale Depot, and fire conditions are erratic in the area with heavy spotting. Residents in the following areas are advised to leave if it is safe to do so: Apollo Road, Boabeen Road, north of the Glendale Depot; Top Nace Road, south of the Boabeen Road intersection; and Corrin Road. If you are not in the area, please do not return. It will soon be too dangerous to drive. The safest route out of the area is north using Nace Road, heading towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by emergency services. An evacuation centre is open at Erindale College on McBryant Crescent, along with several showgrounds, including Epic, Braidwood, Bungendore and Cooma showgrounds, though it would be recommended to call ahead if you are heading to the showgrounds. Conditions are now very dangerous and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property, so you should not expect a firefighter at your door. Please leave now. People in Tharwa Village and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor the conditions closely and be ready to act. The situation on the ground currently is the fire remains out of control. Properties are under threat near Top Nace Road. Leave now if you are able to, if you are in that area. Increasing fire activity is in the southwest, moving towards Cotter Hut. The fire is also moving north slowly and is currently 1 kilometre south of Corrin Road. Properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires. This fire has crossed the border into New South Wales and the eastern flank is being referred to as the Clear Range Fire. In New South Wales, there are 3 Watch and Act level fires in place. A Watch and Act warning is in place for the Clear Range Fire. This fire is an extension of the Orroral Valley Fire, which is burning in the ACT. A number of spot fires have started in the west of Micalago area. If you are in the Micalago area, monitor conditions and be aware of spot fires, which may start ahead of the main fire front and they may be a threat to your property. Those in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong and Collington should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plans. There's also a Watch and Act warning in place for Big Jack Mountain area in the Rocky Hall area. This bushfire is burning in the Big Jack Mountain area and the fire is currently over 2,000 hectares in size and is out of control. The latest from the crews on the ground is the fire is burning in the area northwest of Big Jack Mountain Road around Cathcart Trig. The fire has crossed Mount Darra Road west of Mount Darra. This fire has continued to spread and is predicted to continue to do so over the coming days. Severe fire danger is forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday. The fire spread prediction map found available online is for Saturday shows that the areas where these fires may spread or experience embers if the fires flare based on these forecast weather conditions. If you're in the Mount Darra area, be advised conditions are changing and fire activity has increased. Check and follow your bushfire survival plan and prepare for a bushfire in your area. If you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Leaving early is your safest option. If you're in the Rocky Hall, New Buildings, Burragate and Wyndham areas, based on forecast conditions, your safest option is to leave early. Consider relocating to coastal towns before conditions deteriorate in the area and know what you will do if the fire threatens. Also, monitor major fire updates from the Postman Trail Fire and the Border Fire. And a Watch and Act warning remains in place for the Creewar Road fire in Glen Ellen. This bushfire has burnt more than 3,500 hectares and is currently out of control. Current information from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is that the fire is burning in the area of the New Line Road and Creewar Road intersection in Glen Ellen. Fire activity has increased north of Cathcart near Dragon Swamp Road, and fire activity continues in the vicinity of Creewar Road and the Bombala River to the east of Potty Hut Road on the western side of the fireground. There is severe fire danger weather which is forecast across southeastern New South Wales for Saturday, and the Postman's Trail fire is burning to the east of this fire. If you are in the area of Dragon Swamp Road, Creewar Road, New Line Road, Narrowness Road and Glen Allen area in general, monitor the conditions and know what you will do if the fire threatens. If you are threatened by the fire, make sure to move away from the front of the fire, protect yourself from the heat and wear protective clothing and footwear while covering all exposed skin. If the fire impacts your area, seek shelter in a solid structure to protect yourself from the heat of the fire. If your life is at risk, please call 000. Also, be aware that if you are in an area which has already been affected by fire, there may still be small areas of active fire burning for some time after. Be aware of the dangers of trees and falling branches. To stay up to date on bushfires in your area, if you're in the ACT, please check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au. If you're in New South Wales, check the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website. That's at rfs.nsw.gov.au, or you can also call their bushfire information line on 1800 679 737. And if you're near the border with the ACT, look at both the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and the ACT's ESA websites just to stay up to date. Stay with us on ABC Radio for updates throughout the evening. We'll be back with another update in half an hour, but for now, we'll return you to the program.
Done, and she was very excited about it. So she took it to the Frankfurt Book Fair, and it was one of the big hits of the book fair that year, with everybody wanting to buy it. And it was the most wonderful period of my life. It was both exciting and scary and everything. I'd never had anything like that happen to me before. And then when the book was published, it seemed to find readers all over the world, which was really wonderful. I get letters from all sorts of countries, you know, saying how they found the books and how much they love them. And so it was a sort of combination. It was a big hit, but it's gone on, I think, through word of mouth, because it's 18 years now since the first book was published, and it's still selling well around the world.
Are there countries where it's particularly successful?
Some of the Asian countries have been great. Thailand and Indonesia, it's been very successful. But I think probably the most successful is France.
Wow.
Where it sold millions of copies, yep. And the French are actually doing a bande dessinée of it, a comic book, you know, a graphic novel of it, which is very exciting. I just can't wait to see that out. And my French publishers have been wonderful.
Takio, one of the main characters, or the hero of the story, there's a central tension in his story, which is that he's been brought up to think that it's wrong to kill another human, and yet he joins the assassin class and has to pursue a life where there is violence. Why was that a kind of philosophical dilemma that appealed to you?
That's a big question. Let me just think about that for a moment.
Yes, I suppose this is the question in some ways of the books.
I think it's one of the things that we all have to struggle with. You know, we would all like to live lives of non-violence, and yet we live in a very violent world. And, you know, humans in a way love violence and fear it and hate it at the same time. They want to live non-violently. But at the same time, violence excites them, and otherwise, why would we keep going to war? You know, why do we watch so many violent movies and video games and everything? And so that tension in my main character, I was just interested in exploring that. Just done a play with Kim Carpenter set on experiences in Australia of Romani people, and I was kind of very interested after talking to them of how a minority group lives in a majority country and how they deal with persecution and having to keep themselves hidden to a certain extent. And so I made my main character a member of this hidden sect, who at the same time is called by destiny to become the head of a clan, where, you know, needing to dispense justice and punishment, and how you deal with those things in your life.
I've read comparisons of your work to Arthurian legend, and I wondered if those kind of Western myths and influences are something that was consciously an influence, or whether it's more about that kind of, you know, Joseph Campbell idea that these mythological figures and ideas are things that crop up in cultures all around the world.
I think they do, certainly. And as a child, I was steeped in the Arthurian legend. It's probably one of the key influences in my writing. But I hadn't realized as I was writing how similar it is. So that was something quite unconscious. But when you're writing outside your own culture, I think that you do have to question yourself all the time as to what you're drawing on, because obviously I was not brought up in a Japanese culture, and so I'm not drawing on those things unconsciously. It's more that I'm trying to look at them and build something new from that symbiosis, if you like, of the West and the East meeting like that. And it's interesting because a lot of Japanese writers of popular culture, manga and anime, use a lot of Western themes in their work. And I'm always interested in seeing how those come out in a Japanese context.
You also write for children and for young adults. How do you find getting into the mindset of children and young adults as a writer, and is it something you find challenging?
I don't think so. I've always found that really easy. Somehow I've always been able to think into the mind of a child very easily, even when I first started writing. And one of the things I think why I started writing for children in Australia was because I came to Australia as an adult migrant. And so I was learning Australian culture in a way through the lives of my own children as they grew up. And that was kind of interesting for me to look at them at school and see the things that they did that were sometimes the same and sometimes totally different from the way that I was when I was at school.
And why did you emigrate to Australia in the early 70s?
I married an Australian.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yes. And we decided that we would rather bring up children in Australia than in England at that time.
Was there any culture shock in the differences between English and Australian culture at that point?
Oh, it's huge, I think. Yes, I was sort of totally unprepared for that. When I was a child, my favourite book was a book by Mary Patchett called Wild Brother, which is, a great Australian novel, and also Robbery Under Arms. So those were my views of Australia, and I thought that it was all going to be like that. And when I came to Australia, I found Australian city life is so different from English city life, although you think that it should be, very similar, except nicer weather.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that at all. I found it very different, but fascinating, yeah.
I'm always interested to learn about writers' processes. I remember reading once, Maya Angelou's writing process, and it was such a specific atmosphere she needed to create in her office and her place before she could really get into the zone of writing. What's your process to get it ready?
Well, for many years, I've started very early in the morning, like I'm up before dawn and try to get 2 to 3 hours writing before breakfast. And then that's sort of it for me for the day, because I have so many other demands on my life. But that was my private time, it was when I was there on my own. And I feel that when you start early in the morning, you kind of get up before your inner critic does, and so you can get some writing in without those voices in your head telling you, oh, this is wrong, you aren't doing it right and everything. And I just love that freedom.
Right.
So I do that. I like complete silence when I write. I can't listen to music. So that's one of the things that I'm really enjoying now, is being able to listen to music again. And I write by hand in spiral-bound notebooks of 240 pages with a gel pen. And I'm very specific about that. It's strange, but I feel that's the only way that I can actually create. When I finished my 2 to 3 notebooks make up a novel, so it's easy for me to keep track of where I am.
Wow.
And then when I finish that, I type it up, and I make very careful timelines of, what's happening, where the characters are, what the seasons are, what the phases of the moon are, and all of that. And that's when I try to weave the story together. And I'm a very good editor of my own work. I cut out a huge amount of stuff and get rid of things and move things around. But that all happens at the second draft stage. So the first draft is absolute freedom. I just let everything in. It's lovely. I love doing it.
Do you find over the course of the 9 books and the 18 years in between that sometimes you need help remembering the details of your own work?
Well, I do have to go back and read them all again to make sure, because in the latest book I had somebody who I thought was just perfect to be a villain, and I'd started writing him in. And, I better check, and I'd actually killed him off in a previous book, so...
It's bound to happen. I mean, it's such a long time, and especially in a genre like, fantasy and historical fiction, where there often are so many characters and places and, as you say, timelines. It's
Yes, it's hard. Luckily, I've kept all of the timelines of the earlier books, so I can go back to them and check them, which has been extremely useful, I have to say.
Has there ever been any interest in turning the books into film or television?
Well, the first 3 books were bought outright by Universal Studios back in 2002, and they were going to make a movie then, but then it all fell through. It went on the back burner.
I once read an interview with, I think, Umberto Eco, where he said that the best situation was where they buy your book and then never make the movie.
Yes. I think I agree with that. It's definitely not a bad situation. No. I'd rather there was no movie than a bad movie.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So that's on the back burner, and is there been any interest since then?
There's a little bit of revived interest at the moment, but I can't really say very much about that right now. Who knows? It's so hard in the film world. Films can be bought and hang around for years and never get made, and then suddenly somebody wants to do it, and we'll see.
Yeah, now you've announced you're putting away the spiral notebooks and the gel pens. This is going to be the last of the books. Why have you made that decision?
Well, these last 2 books I like as much as anything I've ever written, and I just thought, well, I'm going to leave on a high.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really happy with the writing and the ideas in them, and that's it. I'm going to leave the party while it's still fun. Also, as a writer, you do make sacrifices to devote yourself to the work, to the book that you're writing, and you sort of have to be very single-minded about it and say no to a lot of other things. And I've decided that there are so many other things that I do still want to do, so I'm just going to spend that time doing them, yeah.
And is this a hard and fast rule, or do you think if you're swimming at Brunswick Heads one day and you suddenly find an idea popping into your head, you might reconsider?
Yes. Well, when I went back to Japan last year, I was actually quite worried that I might get some more wonderful ideas, but I'm happy to say I didn't. So
okay, there you go. It's the first time I've ever heard a writer say they were thankful that they got no new ideas.
Yes. But I do still think that I will write poetry, which is where I started writing. That was the first thing that I started trying to do when I was a teenager. And over the years, I have done a few poems here and there. And so when I get ideas now, I think that they'll be the sort that can only be condensed into a poem. And I will still keep doing that.
Well, my guest has been Gillian Rubenstein, a.k.a. Leon Hearn, which is the pen name she uses for the Orroral series. The last 2 books in the series, Orphan Warriors and Sibling Assassins, which are as good or possibly better than any others, according to the author herself, are out this week. Leon/Gillian, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you very much.
Mark Sutton is with you on Nightlife. That was our writers segment. We'll be back right after this.
Nightlife on ABC Radio. How can a gardener keep going through the drought? The February issue of ABC Gardening Australia magazine brings you practical ideas, tips and strategies to keep gardening through tough times, as well as tales of resilience and a discussion around lawn. Love it or let it go. See which fruits still crop in the dry and learn to save seeds for the future. Build a native bee hotel and find out how to grow the perfect maiden hair fern. Gardening Australia magazine, available from newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
On ABC Radio, it's Nightlife.
Every week at this time, we go somewhere around the country and find out what's been making news this week. It's Adelaide's turn, and I'm joined by Jules Schiller, the drive presenter in Adelaide. G'day, Jules.
Good evening to you, Mark. It's good to be broadcasting some SA news.
Well, it's good to hear it. And of course, the sports rort saga that's captured the entire nation's attention now for a few weeks really began in South Australia, didn't it? Because it was Georgina Downer with her giant novelty check that kicked off the whole thing.
That's right, Mark. The image of Georgina Downer, she had a giant polystyrene novelty check, which was branded by the Liberal Party. She gave it to a bowling club in Yankalilla. It was over $127,000. I remember we all here in Adelaide at the time thought it was odd because the local member is Rebecca Sharkey, and she was nowhere to be seen in that picture. So it was that image that I think got Labor and the crossbench kind of suspicious as to what was going on with these sporting grants. And that was the epicentre of this whole sports rort scandal. But it hasn't just stopped there in South Australia, Mark, because we've been covering other grants or other grants that didn't go ahead the whole week.
So some of the clubs that were found most eligible to get money are the ones that missed out.
There was one at the Ironbank Recreational Centre. It applied for female change rooms and it got a score of 94 out of 100. And I think the cut-off point by Sports Australia was somewhere in the 70s. That didn't get a grant. And that is in Rebecca Sharkey's electorate as well. And she, Mark, actually wrote to the federal government requesting that they get this grant. So there's suspicion around the fact that she intervened and she didn't get it. So that created suspicion. But on the other hand, also national news in South Australia was a rugby club. It's called the Old Collegians Rugby Club. They got a grant for $500,000. They got the maximum grant, Mark.
Yeah, that's not
for
chump
female
change
rooms. It is. And it was the female change rooms and they don't have a female team.
Oh,
the female
word,
team.
Yeah.
It's like an episode of The Games with John Clark, isn't it?
Yeah, or Utopia.
So the female team had actually left the club 12 months previous because they didn't feel welcome there. So they've gone to Adelaide University. So I had some female rugby players on the air at Drive saying they were kind of puzzled that this club got so much money for female change rooms without a team. And of course, that seat is the seat of Sturt, which was Christopher Pine's old seat, and James Stevens, the new MP, there's a suspicion that he needed something to announce, so that money went there.
Tut. Well,
it's exactly.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be going away, and of course, just this week we've heard new revelations about possible closer to connection to the PMO than we thought. So
I mean, it's just a story that keeps going and going, you know, and this is the problem for the federal government. I mean, on Drive this week, I covered that the Royal Adelaide Golf Club, which is an exclusive members-only club, got $50,000 for solar panels. Another exclusive golf club in Adelaide got money for a foyer and a new lift so it could have wedding receptions. I mean, the problem with this is, and I'm sure it's happening on local radio all over the country, Mark, is that we're able to keep covering these stories of grants, and until the federal government does something to kind of resolve it, it's just going to keep bleeding, I think.
Well, I've heard a few people from various organisations request basically a do-over in the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's big news here, and it's odd for South Australia to be at the epicentre of something federally because, you know, obviously we're a smaller state and getting smaller, so it's strange that something this big started in the Adelaide Hills.
Yeah, but it was the novelty check that really, you know, launched 1,000 ships, wasn't it?
Where do you cash a novelty check?
At a novelty bank, I suppose.
Yeah, a huge polystyrene bank with massive inflatable tellers, kind of, you know, bobbing back and forth. You would think that in 2020 we would have moved on from the novelty check.
Yeah, it's a bit twee, isn't it? Well, I think now after this Georgina Downer's version, I think probably it was time to condemn them to the dustbin of history.
Mark, no one really uses actual checks anymore. I mean, when was the last time you saw someone writing a check and then you have those weird things on checks that say non-negotiable as if you're about to negotiate a check. I've found checks very odd.
Yeah, no, I got to say, I sort of came into adulthood at the very end of checks. I've barely used them in my life.
I know. We always wonder what that check account button does on an ATM. I never see anyone press it.
If you use the check button on the ATM, do text us in. I want to hear all about it.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
All right. Now, the other thing, of course, that South Australia often makes national news for is emissions, because in some ways South Australia leads the country technology-wise in terms of renewable energy.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. And I don't know if your national listeners remember, but in 2016 there was a big blackout in South Australia, and Malcolm Turnbull made a big deal about the fact that we were relying on renewable energy, and he said that was unwise, and this sparked Scott Morrison bringing coal into the parliament. And South Australia was a little bit derided for being so dependent on renewable energy, and this blackout, which was in reality caused by a weather event, was seen as the fact that we didn't have a stable power system. Well, it's interesting how things have changed, because since the bushfire crisis, and obviously there's been a lot of focus on climate change, the Liberal government of South Australia has proudly announced today that in 2025 the state will be 75% renewable energy, and by 2050 South Australia is hoping to be carbon neutral. So it's interesting to see the shifting sands of the Liberal Party in this debate, in that at one point the Liberal Party was almost attacking South Australia for being too dependent on renewable energy, and now Premier Stephen Marshall is announcing proudly what was once a state Labor policy that will be 75% renewable in 2025. So it'll be interesting to see that if the federal Liberal Party kind of pick up that trait to sort of talk about renewables a little bit more positively. You know, I don't know if you remember that South Australia is now the home of the big battery, which Elon Musk promised to deliver to the state government within 100 days. So South Australia is also, it's always been a slightly experimental state. So we've got this big battery in about 200k north of Adelaide, which is being used to store renewable power. And that was derided, I think. Many people in the conservative sides of politics were calling it like the big banana or the big lobster, and it was sort of like a novelty thing. But it's actually made Elon Musk quite a bit of money, this big battery. So South Australia has been a little bit of a guinea pig for renewable energy, but I think with the shifting sands of energy policy, we might be in the forefront of what the rest of Australia will soon experience.
And that target that Steve Marshall has set, that must be the highest in Australia, right?
Oh, I think so. I mean, we have obviously, but there's a lot of solar in South Australia. There's obviously a lot of wind as well. And Adelaide, now I'm sure some listeners might correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Adelaide as a city has the highest percentage of solar panels. So if you've ever flown into Adelaide, you'll see solar panels on a lot of roofs. So, I mean, the cost of power in South Australia has been traditionally quite high. So we have a lot of solar panels. We have a lot of renewable, and the big debate in this state has always been around storage. And now that we're getting a little bit more storage, I think that South Australia feels a bit more confident about its energy independence.
Okay, well, finally tonight, the fires in Kangaroo Island, that were experienced in Kangaroo Island over the summer, you know, there was a tragic loss of life, tragic loss of wildlife. A huge percentage of Kangaroo Island was on fire. Even though the emergency warning level went down, the fires have still been burning, but there's been, a major change this week.
Yeah, just today, Mark, huge deluge. It's funny because Adelaide was predicted to have a lot of rain. It has had some rain today, but most of the rain went over Kingscote on Kangaroo Island, and I think they've had almost 30 to 40 mils today. And as you say, when fires are out, they're still burning at a root level. They're still burning under the ground. So, you know, the CFS in South Australia here could never truly say that the threat had passed. But with this rain today, it's just been a godsend for Kangaroo Island. And, you know, it is such a beautiful part of the world, Kangaroo Island. As someone who has visited there many times, I can't believe that so many people in Australia don't go there. And, you know, that there's been a lot of, obviously, damage to tourist area there. But, you know, I think if you've ever thought about visiting Kangaroo Island, it's just such a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, now's the time to go to support the local area.
Now is the time to go and support, because it's, you know, I know a lot of it was burnt, but the coastline in Kangaroo Island, the wildlife, the penguins, the seals, everything, Mark. Have you been?
Oh, I have to admit I haven't. I've never been.
It is great.
ABC Radio, Bushfire bushfire information.
Good evening, Cole Brown here from the ABC Emergency Broadcast Team with this evening's latest bushfire information. We do have some good news for listeners in the ACT. Starting with the bushfire burning south of Canberra, the Orroral Valley fire has been downgraded to a watch and act level warning. Just to repeat that, the Orroral Valley fire, which has been burning south of Canberra for much of today and the prior days, has been downgraded to a watch and act level warning as of the last half an hour. The fire remains active in the Orroral Valley, and the community members in Tharwa Village, Bobian Road, Apollo Road and Top Nace Road and Nace Road still do need to remain vigilant. Residents in the following areas are still advised to leave if it is safe to do so: Apollo Road, Bobian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of Bobian Road intersection, and Corrin Road. At this stage, no properties are under immediate threat, but if you have left the area, do not return for your own safety. Make sure you are prepared and do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. Your safest route out of the area is north using Nace Road towards Tharwa and Canberra. This route has been cleared and is being monitored by the emergency services still. If you are leaving the area, there is the evacuation centres which are open at Erindale College on McBride Crescent, along with the following showgrounds: Epic, Braidwood, Bungendore and Cooma. If you are planning to head to one of the showgrounds, please make sure you do call ahead. People in Tharwa Village in the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should still monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. The current situation on the ground, the fire does still remain out of control, but it is now travelling slowly in a southeasterly direction. The size of the fire is approximately 24 hectares. Properties may still be impacted by those embers well ahead of the fire, which is, of course, still causing those spot fires ahead. The fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales, and the eastern flank is known as the Clear Fire Range. A watch and act warning for New South Wales for the Clear Range fire is in place. This fire is an extension of the Orroral Valley fire, which is burning in the ACT. A number of spot fires have started in the West Micalago region. Micalago area, if you are in there, please monitor conditions and be aware of spot fires which may be starting ahead of the main fire front, because it will threaten your property. Fire activity is expected to increase throughout the night in the area to the west of the Angle. Those in the area of the Angle, Bumbalong and Collington should monitor conditions and enact their bushfire survival plan. There's also a watch and act warning in place for the Big Jack Mountain area in Rocky Hall. This bushfire is burning in the Big Jack Mountain area. The fire is currently over 2,000 hectares in size and remains out of control. The fire is burning in the area northwest of Big Jack Mountain Road around Cathcart Trig. The fire has crossed Mount Darra Road west of Mount Darra and has continued to spread. It is predicted to continue to do so over the coming days. If you're in the Mount Darra area, be advised conditions are changing and fire activity has increased. Check and follow your bushfire survival plan and prepare for a bushfire in your area. If you do not have a plan, know now what you will do if the fire threatens. Leaving early is your safest option. If you're in the Rocky Hall, New Buildings, Burrowgate and Wyndham areas, based on forecast conditions, your safest option remains to leave early. Consider relocating to coastal towns before conditions deteriorate in the area. Know what you will do if the fire threatens, and also monitor major fire updates for the Postman's Trail fire and the Border fire. And the watch and act warning for Creewar Road in Glen Allen also remains in place. This bushfire has burnt more than 3,500 hectares and remains out of control. The most recent information from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is that the fire is burning in the area of the New Line Road and Creewar Road intersection in Glen Allen. Fire activity has increased north of Cathcart near Dragon Swamp Road, and fire activity continues in the vicinity of Creewar Road and the Bombala River to the east of Potty Hut Road. That's on the western side of the current fire grounds. If you are in the areas of Dragon Swamp Road, Creewar Road, New Line Road, Narrowness Road and Glen Allen, monitor the conditions and know what you will do if the fire does threaten. If you are threatened by fire, make sure to move away from the path of the fire, protect yourself from the heat and wear protective clothing and footwear while ensuring all skin is covered. If the fire impacts your area, seek shelter in a solid structure or protect yourself from the heat of the fire. If your life is at risk, please contact 000. Also, please be aware that if you are in an area which has already been affected by the fire, there may still be small pockets of active fire burning for some time after the main fire front has been put out. Please be aware of these trees which may be on fire and the potential for falling branches. Severe fire danger is forecast across southeast New South Wales for Saturday. The fire spread prediction map for Saturday shows the areas where these fires may spread or experience embers if the fires flare based on the forecast conditions. To stay up to date on the bushfires in your area, if you're in the ACT, please check the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au. If you're in New South Wales, you can check the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website. That's rfs.nsw.gov.au. And if you're near the border with the ACT, keep across both the New South Wales RFS website and the ACT's ESA websites to make sure you're fully across any fire that may be close to your area. Stay with us on ABC Radio for updates throughout the evening. We'll be back with another update in half an hour, but for now, we'll return you to your program.